Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. My name is Scott, and we are here for the watch along for Raw After WrestleMania. It's always one of the most exciting shows of the year to watch. We're going to try and enjoy it together after quite a controversial end to WrestleMania. Let's not lie, but we're also going to enjoy the hype into it. We are about an hour and a half away from it going live. So get your streams ready in an hour and a half's time. If you're watching on demand, then you know when to skip ahead in the timestamp as well. But before we do go full steam ahead with a watch along, we're actually going to have a little bit of a simulcast here. We've got a build-up show going on this very channel at the moment as well. So what we're going to do in a moment is kind of hand it over and kind of start previewing the show and kind of getting to grips with some of the things that happen at WrestleMania that might actually affect tonight's show as well. So going to be a big one. There are possible returns, there are possible debuts, there are possible answers to some confusing moments coming on tonight's show as well. So what we're going to do is tell you what this channel is all about, and then after that you're going to get a view of our build-up show. And then again, in just under an hour and a half's time, we're going to watch the show together. How about that? Let me know what you think is going to happen tonight. Let us know in the comments what you're excited to see. And we'll see you in a bit.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
We could see a multi-person segment, maybe could also take the edge of it. So I guess if they do like, I haven't done this in quite some time actually. The whole when they have like someone in the ring and then they get interrupted, then someone else interrupts kind of thing, and that sets up like a four-way or something. Even for that same night, or if it's champion who starts, then the people that interrupt all then have a match. They haven't done that in a while actually. Even if it's backstage something, because that way you're kind of spotlighting. Also, we get to see more wrestlers, which is very key. And we could even add someone who, in my opinion, was absolutely robbed from a WrestleMania moment this year, particularly given his work he's done since Raw's debut on Netflix, and in Ludwig Kaiser. I think as good as that match was, I was still just thinking, Ludwig. Like, I think Ludwig could have added. I know obviously they wanted to keep it a four-way, and maybe that was the reason, but I think definitely maybe adding Ludwig Kaiser into things could be quite interesting.
He had some promos, didn't he, where he was literally saying, he was like, about saying, I've got to get on the card. I need to do something to get on the WrestleMania card. And then 2 weeks out, they just seemed to drop it and be like, obviously he wasn't in the plans to get on it. But it was strange that they let him do that kind of promo and then drop him. So yeah, he's a case in point. You could throw him out because if he gets booed, fine. If he gets cheered, fine. We'll deal with that afterwards. But wouldn't be against Ludwig. It's a good suggestion, that one.
But it's just, I think it's just interesting when you have a division that you have multiple people can go into. That's what we should be aiming for. And it is very weird that we live in this era now where it seems people just seem to talk whatever they want to talk, and sometimes it gets brought into fruition. Whereas, don't get me wrong, I don't think we should go back to you sniff around the boss, and then that all the stories about Vince, obviously about firing people for different bits and pieces. But I also kind of think, if you know a wrestler's not going to be on WrestleMania, you shouldn't really have them do promos being like, I want to be on WrestleMania. Like, I'm not saying, obviously freedom of speech outside, obviously the main broadcast, but almost something happening in front of your crowd, your show. Yes, they can go on podcast and they can talk and whatever, but you shouldn't really on Raw be like, oh yeah. Same thing with this whole like Bella's like talking about coming out of retirement and stuff. Like, they can do that on their own channels and stuff, but you can't stand in the middle of Raw and go like, oh, we're coming out of retirement, we want like a tag title shot, like, and then go like, oh, actually we're not going to do that, because it only leads usually for the fans to be a bit confused, isn't it? And maybe that's what they wanted, but you'd argue going into WrestleMania that you should have the people locked in with who you want. And if Ludwig Kaiser was never on the plans, just don't have them say, "I want a WrestleMania match." You know, like on your product, like you own that product, bro. You can kind of
you can not allow that if you don't want it to happen, unless again they had a plan and they didn't go ahead with it. Look, we're going to get to some of these comments here as well. We are now officially simulcasting, so you are watching us either on the build-up stream or the watch-along stream. The watch-along itself, I know there's two of us, mate. It's almost like WCW and WWF back in March of 01, right? We are, again, whether you're watching it on the build-up or you're watching it on the watch-along, we're basically now going to take you all the way up until the show itself, and then the show will continue on that watch-along stream. We'll tell you exactly how to find it towards the end of this build-up portion as well. But let's get to some of these comments here. We've got, again, a clarification earlier from Casper about Paige, basically saying, it's not that it doesn't want Paige back at all, just you do have to be careful with bringing them back when you do have a stacked roster. Aiden says here as well, I think Raquel might turn on Liv and Dom, and she could maybe join up against Finn. That'd be an interesting way to go about things. Casper says it'll be interesting to see how things play out with the Judgment Day tonight. Maybe we'll see some of that tonight on Raw. I'll be asleep soon. So tired. It's a long old week, mate. Anna says, sorry to go off on a tangent, but does Cody get a rematch versus Cena tonight? And is Cody still listed as undisputed champion on WWE website where everywhere else it's changed? I haven't seen that. It's interesting if that's the case. I think it's just someone's not updated the website, surely. Now it's changed to say Cena is undisputed champion. Cody being Universal champ. Oh my gosh, they need to get some little kind of bugs ironed out in that website, it seems. Yeah, you're right, Lucas. Separation between Braun and Penta is a good idea. And Aiden, you've sent me a picture. I'll have a look, mate. I'll have a look. We'll get to that very, very soon. But let's pick back up on where are we going to go with this? I think, you know what? Let's move in. Unless you did it while I was away, the Karrion Kross situation. Did you touch on any of that?
No.
All right, I want to hand over to Andy here. Andy, if you wouldn't mind, explain to the viewers, they haven't seen it, what happened with Karrion Kross?
Yeah, so they were WWE had this room set up, and is it Sam Roberts? Is that his name?
Yeah, Sam Roberts.
Yeah, and Megan Morant, I think, is the female presenter. They had a room set up basically where people who were coming out of the matches could then walk into this room. They would ask them some questions. And then that content would go out on socials, etc. They were waiting, from what Sam Roberts said today on the WWE Worlds, if they were doing, they were set up ready for the winner of AJ Styles versus Logan Paul. They were supposed to then be joined by the winner or both of them. And instead in walked Karrion Kross, who then cuts this fantastic promo where it blurs the line, between whether he's kind of being serious or not, and he's referring to AJ by his real name instead of AJ Styles. Says he couldn't just take one for the team. He couldn't do what was right. He always has to do whatever's best for him. And goes off about these YouTube stars. He said he should have just started a YouTube channel and cut the corners, and rather than dedicating all his life to it. And there's a couple of moments where it feels very real because of some of the things he says. Scarlett, his wife in real life, puts her hand on him almost to say, you need to calm down a little bit, and he gives her a look and she soon backs off, and he's like, okay, you're in one of those moods. And he just continues to kind of lay into WWE, the fact he was let go, the fact he came back, he was being a soldier. Who was the old school wrestler?
Goldberg. Yeah, he spoke to Goldberg, and Goldberg was like, I see you in me and you sort of thing, or whatever it is, and then said, look, just be a soldier. And he was like, yeah, I took that. But then it was like, no, I'm sick of being a soldier. It kind of messed things up for me, essentially.
Yeah. And then, so it's just kind of one of these ones where it felt very raw, very passionate. I think it's just very clever. If you believe his contract is apparently up imminently, so he could be leaving the company if he wanted to. It would be strange if he does, because of the nature, it feels like this is a knocking at the door. This is a sort of let me in. This is one last chance to use me the way I want to be used. And I would say the last few weeks, he's done such good work to do that. And even before that, if you pay attention to his socials, he was cutting some great promos, doing some videos, breaking baseball bats between his thighs. Like, he's doing everything he can to show people that he's legit. And this was the kind of cherry on top. This is the promo. This is a CM Punk delivering a pipe bomb. effectively in 2025. So be interested to see how they approach that tonight. Scarlett's tweeted out something along the lines of, no matter what happens, I'm always there for you.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Yeah, she's hinting to the fact, well, I say the fact, but the kind of assumption maybe that they have gone off script and, could be fired for this or won't be renewed because of this, essentially. I'll be honest, I thought it was incredible, but I don't buy it as a kind of real thing because I think it started so on brand for what's going on with the storyline that it has to be, there's a chance that, he just halfway through the promo went, you know what, screw it. But I think, like you say, Andy, he's done some great work. He's been in the background of a lot of scenes, and he keeps saying on social media, you saw that, did you? It's on purpose. They're booking him in these spots on purpose, and I think they're cooking something really, really exciting here. And what the promo itself, I mean, that alone was amazing. It was really good. And you mentioned the pipe bomb. It's probably the closest thing we've had to it since. Somewhat a shame it weren't a Raw in that sense, but I think that's what makes it feel real. It makes it feel, pardon the pun, but raw. Do you know what I mean? Because it was great. And there's a bit, some of the main versions haven't clipped the last bit, but he stands up and he says about his contract, like you say, it's coming into apparently the final kind of year and all this kind of stuff. And he was like, is that not even private anymore? Like he's angry at the world basically, but a big part of his anger is directed at WWE and kind of creative, which is always an interesting kind of way to be as a character. But yeah, I really enjoyed it. Lucas, did you have a look at this promo? If so, what did you think and what you thought of the buzz around it?
I just saw like the tweet thing about it. So I've always said this: if it is a planned storyline, then all good. That's fine. If it is real comments, then idiot for letting it go out.
Yeah.
If it's real frustration, and I guess it has blurred the lines. Well, I think we don't know it's blurred the lines yet, to be fair, because this somewhat is a direct problem as well, I guess, because let's be real. If this was Vince, Karen would be fired already. It would, if it was real and Vince's day, that would have been it. It'd have been right. Well, bye. But we don't know. We don't know yet if it is blurred the line because obviously not knowing whether it's real or fake. I would like to think that. I just think that Karrion Kross's best presentation though was still back in NXT, and the little thing he does now that are really, really good. And in some ways, actually, he's quite ahead of his time with what he's doing. But I think it's just in the wrong kind of phase that the company's now going into. And I think that's the thing that's missing with him. The also thing that's missing with him is the fact that obviously they don't book him enough to wrestle. And I think it devalues his act, like when he's constantly just not on the show. He's finding a way back onto the show now, which is good. And yes, it will be very weird then. So, to be fair, it's one of those where if what he's saying is like legit comments and he's gone off script, and he is a bit of an idiot because he's most likely, like Scott, you just said, is most likely they're not going to get your contract renewed. And the old way really was the whole you take them off TV straight away, so they don't get any more exposure, and then he'll do the typical, off camera kind of just keep kind of tweeting and talking about things. But then it's like he was kind of proven when he left the company last time that there wasn't really interest from AEW. Like he didn't do anything outside of the company. They brought him back and then decided not to do anything with him again. It's so weird, isn't it? It's such a weird kind of thing to do. But yeah, my thoughts on it are that could he's not fired already, it must be a work in this storyline.
Yeah, it has to be. I mean, as Andy said, he referred to AJ as Alan. It was.
I'm a fan of that personally.
It was the kind of this is Phil Brooks talking to Paul Levesque, I guess, is kind of similar in that sense. But look, it was a great promo. I do think it's a work. I hope it's a work because I want things to work out for him and Scott.
It wasn't live, was it? Like that whole thing wasn't live. It was edited and put out later. So
was it though? Is it not on the WrestleMania recap podcast they were doing?
No, because they were doing it they were having the guests on after the matches, so it wasn't live the entire time. So to me, even that suggests that
it's polished. It's polished.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, why would WWE release it? Because if he said stuff that they didn't want him to say, It wouldn't have ever seen the light of day, and they would just gone, oh well. So that someone's either leaked it out, or WWE's just gone, this is fantastic because it's going to make people talk about it.
So the version I saw came from like a fan account. Even the video itself was uploaded like that. So I thought it was just part of like a bigger stream that they cut that section out of it. But if it's the way you say, then yeah, maybe not. But
well, unless they had Sam Roberts sat in a dark room for the entirety of WrestleMania.
Well, they do a podcast. They did it night before. They did it for Raw, and then they did it for WrestleMania as well. That's what I thought it was. I thought it was
the Raw one, right? They watch it, and then it's like a recap. Whereas this, the way they were filming it, I'm sure even Sam Roberts was saying they were like in a room ready to interview someone after a match, but he came in instead.
Gotcha,
so
gotcha.
Unless they were literally watching the entirety of WrestleMania in that room, I don't understand how it would have got out unless WWE wanted it to be out, which would then suggest it is just a work.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned as well Scarlett kind of giving him that, or getting that look from him essentially, and then stepping back. I think she's been a great kind of companion to him throughout his WWE career. And I do think this, her playing up to it seems, on social media is a good way to kind of add fuel to the fire, essentially. Ultimately, again, I think it's fantastic. I don't buy it because I do think they've done well to kind of slot him into the background of a lot of things lately. And I mean, realistically, they put him on at WrestleMania. Like they gave him a spot at WrestleMania. So I just think that's what they're doing here. But yeah, really, really pleased to see it. If it's legit, hey, it's exciting. It's giving us something to talk about. If it's not legit, then even better for me, because he's used real life frustration in a great way, I find. And yeah, I think he's an incredible talent. I think he's so good creatively. And again, as Andy mentioned, some of his social media stuff over the past few months, I keep going back to it, but when he was impersonating Sami Zayn, for some reason, just sticks in my head. It was really funny and really enjoyable. Let's get to some more of these comments here as well. Again, we're live on both versions of this stream now, by the way. We're on the build-up show and the watch-along. So get your comments in, and we'll cycle through these, and we're going to take you all the way up to the show here on the build-up, and then we're going to have a watch-along experience together, and then an instant reaction review. My goodness, what have I put myself in for after such a long, tiring weekend? But hey, let's do it. Let's talk wrestling, because that's what we're here for. Let's see. Casper says Lucas is right to get Penta stuff. You don't want Penta getting booed. Yogesh says, what about John Cena versus Cody Rhodes rematch tonight? I don't see it happening tonight, but as I say, stranger things have happened. Rematch at next PLE, says John. I think that is more likely. We were talking earlier on, though, that maybe John Cena is actually going to face none other than Randall Keith Orton at Backlash, seeing as it is in St. Louis, and that's an easy bait-in for you to have to go nice into very quickly, because it's not very far away. It's on May the 10th. So it'd be a nice for you to pick up, and a nice little nostalgia one as well. And of course, links in with Cody Rhodes. JVDB, talking about the Karrion Kross situation, says, Kross for world champ. I've said it for years. He is a megastar waiting to be unleashed. It's incredible. It feels like he's been on a leash for a long old time. Oh, Grande Briticano is in the house. Says, gracias as well. Good to see you, buddy. Let's see what you got to say about the shows themselves. So John Cena said he would destroy wrestling last night. He did that. He thought the worst thing to do was fans was get talking. Travis Scott, my goodness, yeah, we had a lot to say about Travis Scott in last night's instant reaction review. We did a replay of it on this stream earlier on, but if you did miss that, you can find it, of course, on demand on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Yeah, we weren't fans. Aiden said, John Cena said this will be the last undisputed champion. So does this mean we're going to get back to belts not being unified anymore? I don't think that. I did wonder that when he mentioned it on Pat McAfee. There we go. And Aiden, I did see the message you sent to us at RM Pro Wrestling on Twitter, of course, where you said earlier on that Cody Rhodes is still listed as Universal Champion, while John Cena is listed as WWE Champion, Undisputed Champion as well. So I think that's just a mistake. But yeah, thanks for sending that through, by the way, buddy. Let's get to Drew. Maybe it's Drew McIntyre. It feels the kind of trolling he'd do. He says, Kross is getting released. I hope that's not the case, man. I really hope it's not the case. And Casper says CM Punk is going to be at Paul Heyman tonight. I don't know if we're going to get much storyline progression with those guys. I'm not sure if it's going to fly over to SmackDown. But look, we're going to break down some of the last-minute rumors flying around Raw, of course, very soon. But that's what we love about these build-up shows. We usually do it for PLEs, but we feel like Raw After Mania is kind of like a PLE in its own right. So, these conversations do go all over the place, but that's what we love it. We especially love it when your comments kind of dictate that. Speaking of which, again, we've got two versions of the stream running at the moment. We're on the build-up show, but also on the watch-along, which is started but not started, if that makes sense, because the show itself, Monday Night Raw, starts in an hour and 11 minutes. So if you're watching on demand and you're on the watch along stream, you know how to line it up. But I've got some comments over there I'm going to stick on that screen also from Aiden. Aiden, I'm loving it. You're hopping in and out on both sides here as well. So you'll see it on the watch along, but it's not going to come up on screen if you're tuned into the build-up show, but I'll read it. It says, Michael Cole said on the Pat McAfee show that there's a ton of surprises planned, and when he was asked why people should watch, when he was asked to watch Monday Night Raw tonight, John Cena said to Pat McAfee, I will be the last undisputed champion, period. Does this add to what I mentioned earlier? Now, I think we talked a little bit about this earlier on, that John Cena could potentially become this heel champion where they want to desperately get it off him. And he had a great point earlier on, but last night as well, that it could be CM Punk that attempts to get off of him in a mirror image of what happened at Money in the Bank 2011. And, you know, we even talked about the possibility that it could be at Money in the Bank, you know, so that would be quite interesting as well. Let's bring it back to Monday Night Raw for now, though. Let's talk about some of these rumors flying around. Is it going to be a Rusev day? You could argue that every day is a Rusev day. I noticed earlier on, Andy said a few times, and he said it a few times on there before, he's not the biggest fan of Rusev. I do like Rusev, but I am understanding that when you look at his AEW run and you look at how WWE used him in the end, there's not much excitement for him. But when you go back to, in my opinion, his glory days, not just the Rusev Day stuff, but the early stuff with John Cena as well. When I think about that Rusev, I'm excited to see him back. So first of all, let's say percentage-wise, how much do we think it is likely that Rusev is going to come back tonight, and in what capacity? I'm going to throw it over to Andy first, because again, it seems like he's not a fan of the man anyway.
I'm sure he's a lovely guy, but in terms of Rusev as a performer, it's just not my bag. I don't know why. It's just something. Sometimes you have a wrestler that just doesn't resonate with you, and he's just one of those. There is a way, though, I think it would be good to use him, but I would say in terms of percentage of seeing him back tonight, maybe 50-50. I personally think the right thing to do is get him on NXT in the main event slot of NXT, because they're missing a new kind of person that's established, and like this is the easiest way to put someone into that. And I think having him up against I've forgotten his name.
Obafemi.
Obafemi
Wow.
versus Rusev would be a great match.
That's a good point.
Because you can't keep putting Trick Williams there. I thought Javon Evans had a great match, and I think Javon Evans is bulked up massively. Like he was like very diminutive, but now he looks great, and looks like he belongs in that main event. But I just think you need another face that people could believe could take the belt off of Obafemi, and there's no one outside those three. You can't keep doing the same thing. So to me, Rusev he's got that history in NXT as well, right? When he used to be Alexander Rusev rather than just Rusev, and he used to be allowed two names, then you know, like it wouldn't be the worst shout, and people could build him back up down on NXT because they're doing some great stuff. I think Shawn Michaels could use him and use him very well. So I would prefer to see him tomorrow night. I would say it's 50-50 tonight, because where does he go? Like, who does he come in against? Like, at what point?
Yeah.
So
I think that's a great call, actually. I didn't really think about him going to NXT. I think that is actually a really, really good idea. Two of the good ideas. I'm seeing some great comments, which we're going to get to in a moment. But I'm going to throw it over to Lucas's thoughts on the Rusev rumors, first of all. But again, keep your comments coming in, guys. We're going to get to those very, very soon. But Lucas, thoughts on Rusev?
Yeah, I don't think we're getting him tonight. I think that we're going to get him maybe down the line a little bit. I think something I'm thinking will happen is that they're going to announce when the draft is. I think it's going to be soon. And I think we might get Rusev as part of the draft, like announced as part of the draft, and then he debuts.
Yeah.
I think what people need to remember with Raw After Mania and just this weekend in general is they got to save some stuff for the other shows, like, you know. And so I think we will see some other stuff happen tonight, but I don't see why we need to rush to Rusev, particularly because, yes, I don't think on the main roster there's anything really set in stone like that he needs to go into. Yeah. And they've already got the rumored / definitely confirmed Aleister Black on Friday. And that's what's been announced for a few weeks now. So I think we don't necessarily need Rusev on Monday, but I would actually be up for him going to NXT or for someone else to be going to NXT. Because there is that kind of void in the main event picture, but they can't really get away with just doing another rematch. And I don't want it going down to it was a bit of a gap there to fill, even if it's just temporary. And Rusev will be good for it, but I don't think it needs to be right now anyway.
Yeah, good points. I mean, again, I've come around to the idea. Look, I want the surprise tonight. I want the pop tonight. I want to be happy. I want it to be a Rusev day. But if Tuesday's a Rusev day, that's not a bad idea. Often, I do like the idea.
You need Aiden English to do the intro as well, though.
Yeah, well, is he still with TNA? So I mean, you can, they're all working together. So there you go. Let's get to some more of these comments here, though. We've got Drew saying that The Rock desperately needs to make an appearance because this makes 0 sense. Yeah, again, if you get time, guys, check out our review of WrestleMania Sunday. You'll know exactly how we feel about the ending to WrestleMania, but a little bit of a kind of spoiler. Yeah, not the biggest fans. What I am a fan of is what we're alluding to in this comment, though. El Grande Briticano again says Paul Heyman alliance with Seth Rollins will be a dangerous one. I like what you've done there. I predicted this months ago, but I think it's not finished yet. I think Drew McIntyre joins and Kevin Owens joins when he's back. I mean, that sounds like we're doing some fantasy booking on a WWE game, but I love it, mate. Yeah, nice one. Thanks for the comment. FN Raw Flash says, I feel like we'll see a Rollins versus Uso program at Backlash. That's something I can actually sink my teeth into because, of course, Rollins is related to the storyline with Roman at the moment. If they're not going to go straight into that, then a nice little kind of, background storyline to do at Backlash, I think would be Jey Uso. Jey Uso is going to need an opponent. So that kind of works for me. What else do we have here as well? Grande Briticano says, Heyman said on Pat McAfee show that they're going to give us answers tonight. Okay, very interesting. So hopefully we will see Paul Heyman on the show tonight as well. Drew said that poor WrestleMania finish might take away from his re-debut, and Aiden reckons a 25% chance of, I think that's of Rusev coming back as well. Casper doesn't think he's going to make it for Monday Night Raw, but does hope it's going to be a Rusev day. Zachary Baker says, I don't think WWE needs Rusev. And Alistair Brack, of course, looks like he's going to be showing up on Friday, says El Grande. Aiden says he doesn't deserve to be in the main event slot of NXT straight away. I think he's put the work in, and I think it'd be good for Obafemi if he was. But I guess you could argue that this time round he'd need to maybe work his way back up. But then going down to NXT is kind of somewhat of a demotion anyway. So being in the main event isn't far-fetched.
Ethan Page straight into that level, straight into that feud. Everything went fine. They brought in Sean Spears into North America straight away. But yeah, I think NXT is a place where you can do that. And I think they haven't got a history of doing it too much. But I think also they've already given the opportunity to the guys who they felt were ready. So it's not like they're sitting on like a Trick versus Over match. We've had loads of those, and we've had Javon Evans, like we mentioned a second ago. So it's not like they all that stuff they could do and not doing. They've already done it, but now it's a case of even they had a little diversion via Moose, didn't they? The Moose had the match against.
True.
So it's a case of they've already done from TNA. They've already done. So I think it's with a champion like Obafemi, it's just a case of you need to keep giving him like better opponents. Like is the only way he's going to get better is by doing that. But even they had Grayson Waller and Austin Theory go down as well, didn't they?
Yeah.
Which again, all linked to the fact that they are acknowledging that there is a gap there, because why would you bring in two talents in the main roster and talent from TNA wrestling, if there was already those people that were built up? So yeah, Rusev would be a good choice to go there, and definitely I'd say he's done enough both in the company and in wrestling in general to dictate that he can do that. And yes, demotion, although you see it, but it's like a case of sitting in catering after having a debut on like tonight for like 6 months, or actually getting on a program that will be ready to go for you. Like
sometimes the Backlash feuds are a little out there, and I think there's a slight chance he could come back and do something big against like Jey Uso or something like that. So anyway, we'll get to some more kind of theories like that, and again, more rumors around returns and debuts on Monday Night Raw tonight. At the moment, I'm now going to say thank you very much to Andy for joining us. I know he's going to hop out now, but Andy, before you get out of here, mate, once again, appreciate you coming on. Please let the fine people know where they can find more of your content, because again, it's always great to get your views on Pro Wrestling Matters.
Yeah, I'm being a Roman Reigns and just part-time in it tonight. So I'll leave it to the full-time professional Seth Rollins workhorse style people. And it's midnight, and I'll turn into a pumpkin as well.
Of course, better be quick, mate.
I know, right? But no, it's been a blast having being on. So thank you very much for having me. Lovely comment section, by the way, tonight. I love that people are getting involved, and it's always great to hear different people's opinions. So if you want to keep up to date with where I am, tune into Wrestling Royalty or give me a holler on a Friday, generally around sort of 8 o'clock time. We do what's called a Friday night feature where we like to talk about the biggest talking points in the industry. Generally, let's face it, WWE are the ones who kind of put a lot of stuff out there, so it'll be very WWE centric. But we often talk about TNA and British independent stuff as well. So especially with Joe Henry going gangbusters at the moment, it's great to see that. So join us over on Gimme a Hole Yeah and Wrestling Royalty every Friday. They do watch-alongs for Raw. Obviously this week, stay tuned. There's a big watch along here. These guys have been working very hard this weekend, so show them some love. Keep them awake through till whatever time Raw finishes. Yeah. Is Raw 2 hours or 3 hours these days?
It's 3 hours again.
Yeah.
But I mean, on Netflix they've tended to not go the full 3. Yeah, they've not done the full 3, so I'm hoping that's the case tonight. But we'll see. All right.
So you might be going to bed just as the birds start singing.
Just about, yeah. Yeah. They might even be singing Seth Rollins' theme song for all we know. That will keep me up for a bit longer.
Well, yeah, I'm not against that, but yeah, hopefully you guys have a good Raw. I want to wake up in the morning to find out it's been amazing. Not like that time where I spoke to you at the airport and it was one of the worst Raws after WrestleMania ever. I like Joe Henry. I believe you guys are going to get a good one.
Thanks, man. Great to see you once again, and hopefully have you back on the channel. Go check them out this Friday because I'm sure there are plenty of interesting topics for them to choose from. But yeah, Andy, see you later, mate. All right, so let's get to some more of these comments here as well. We've got, I know you're going to love this one, mate. We'll fire through them, but I know you're going to love this. Obafemi versus Omos. We've got a big Homo sapien in the house here with Lucas, by the way. So if you didn't know that already, keep the Omos comments covered. He loves him. What else do we have? Aiden says there are better talents than him, referring to, was that about Rusev again? El Grande says, though, Rusev versus Gunther is money. I can kind of see that. That'd be quite a hard-hitting match. Casper says, where's Omos on NXT 2020 2K25? I am in NXT. I don't play the games much anymore, but someone like Omos would be fun to throw people around, wouldn't it? Drew says Rusev needs Lana or the League of Nations. Do you remember that? League of Nations. Casper says looking forward to seeing Rey Fenix again on Friday Night SmackDown. Of course, had a big moment at WrestleMania against El Grande Americano. I'm guessing El Grande Briticano's cousin. Aiden says if he returns tonight, I might boycott WWE. That's a big claim, Aiden.
Come to you, Aiden.
Oh, no, come on. El Grande says my brother from another mother. Oh, see, I just speculated, were they cousins? El Grande Americano versus Rey Mysterio versus Mask at the Worlds Collide event. WWE AEW, AAA, I should say, of course, just acquired that Mexican promotion.
Yeah,
just see what they do there.
Yeah, when Americano won, and I was hoping he would anyway, I thought that, they're going to continue this. And it seems now they maybe have put the kind of full stop when it will end.
Yeah,
that will be that Worlds Collide event, which is an interesting one. I don't know if you saw. It's kind of got this news about the AAA acquisition and everything about it. Kind of got all this. This is what happens with WrestleMania weekend, I guess. You got swirled into that, vacuum everything else. But they did confirm that Worlds Collide will be on the same day as Money in the Bank.
Yeah, crazy. It's going to be like WrestleMania.
Yeah, which is an interesting thing.
I'm not a fan.
I just, it's an interesting thing because I still think that I want to see if it opens up them doing that like more often.
Yeah.
And if they then even extend it to international.
Well, I guess the thing is, before they used to do NXT takeovers the night before PLEs anyway, but now that the PLEs are on Saturdays and SmackDown's on Fridays, they can't do that. So maybe they are going back to that format, but doing it in the same day.
Last year they did NXT twice on Sundays after Saturday.
Yeah, you could do that again.
But yeah, it just begs the question though, like, are they just doing it because it's convenient for them, or is this a new kind of thing we're going to start seeing? That's always a case to do, isn't it? Like, it's a case of like, I'm trying to think of other things that they've done. It's like when they first started doing the split brand pay-per-views at the start of the brand split, it's like, okay, well, they did like one, and it's like, okay, now we're doing loads. Stop doing it. Or when they stopped the original, even to kind of keep on the brand split thing, when they stopped the original brand split, they started with, Raw's a super show, and it's going to have like...
Yeah.
And SmackDown is too, and now the brand split's over.
Yeah, I didn't
so it's a case of, is this just a thing that is convenient? They want the date, they want whatever it was, or is that going to be the new norm? NXT will just go on the same day as a WWE PLE, just earlier in the, I guess, afternoon for America.
Yeah. I mean, like WrestleMania, it gave us extra content to cover, which is good for us, but it is kind of difficult to keep up sometimes. So especially on a week like WrestleMania, but we spoke about that so many times already. But let's get to some more of these comments here as well. Zachary Baker says it sounds like everyone is asking for Ryback.
Nobody is asking for
I am. I like Ryback. It keeps coming up on this channel lately for some strange reason, but I like Ryback. I think
we've got Ryback himself in the comments.
Yeah. Zachary Baker, aka Ryan. That's his real name, isn't it? WWE fans are changing.
You can anagram him, can't you? You can get Ryback out.
You can do. Yeah, Ryback's in there somewhere. Look at that. You don't think we've caught you out, Ryback? We know what you're doing. AKA Zachary says the fans are changing, but WWE is changing now to long form. We've got they've fixed the website now, says Aiden. Okay, yeah, that issue we saw earlier where Cody was still listed as Universal Champion. TNA's been involved now because Vince is part of it. I don't think that. Good evening to Andy, says Casper. Nice everybody being friendly to each other in the chat. That's all we like to see. El Grande Briticano says Oba will be like the Asuka of NXT. He ain't losing that title. I think he gets called up and will have to relinquish. Interesting. That's an interesting note. Ada says we believe, of course, in Joe Hendry after a great debut. I say debut, he's been around a few times now, but a WrestleMania debut at least. Just wonder what Paul Heyman calls Seth's nickname. He can't call him a tribal chief. Yeah, I wonder if they'll come up with a new little tag for Seth. He's had a few nicknames in the past anyway, but it'd be interesting. My Messiah could be the term, says El Grande. Casper enjoyed Stand and Deliver being on the same day as WrestleMania. Fair enough. Massive NXT fan, says Aiden. And El Grande says Sol Ruka myself. So I'm a Sol Ruka fan myself, so I'm proud of her win. Double champion too. Yeah, really, really good win from So let's get over to, again, because we're on two streams at the moment. We're on the build-up show, which is also being played on the watch-along, because the watch-along itself is going to start in under an hour. Raw starts in under an hour, guys. So get your comments in. Let us know what you think is going to happen tonight, what you're most excited to see. And we want to hear rumors as well. We want to talk about debuts, NXT call-ups, and returns as well. Now, I'm not going to be able to bring it up in the stream for the build-up viewers, but those on the watch along, we'll see what I'm talking about. We've got Daniel Wiley in the house. Always good to have you, Daniel. Thanks for joining us, buddy. And then Johnny Black in the comments as well. Says Rollins will finally have get to the top, and he deserves that. First, he just pinned Roman. Second, Heyman is always with the next top guy. And third reason is that Rollins is just a top wrestler and a top performer right now. I agree, mate. I think he's fantastic. And quite often he's kind of in the background, you know, and I think this pushes him to the forefront in a great way. He needed a little bit of a reinvention, in my opinion, and I think Heyman needed it too, and this is the shot in the arm that we need as well. Daniel Wiley is asking, is Raw starting at 1 a.m., excuse me, I wish it was 1 p.m. here in the UK. Yes, it is 1 a.m. in the UK, so we are 52 minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting on Netflix. And again, we'll keep you up to date with everything going on as we get right towards the show here in the build-up, but also on the watch-along, we're going to let you know what's going on throughout the show. You're going to have play-by-play analysis from me, essentially, and later on, I'm going to hit you with an instant reaction review. So we've got a lot of content coming up tonight with regards to Monday Night Raw. You're now watching the build-up show, and it's all about getting yourself and ourselves hyped up for what is usually a PLE, but tonight feels like a PLE, at least in a sense of Raw after WrestleMania. It's always a special one, guys. Hasn't always delivered in recent years, but we're hoping tonight's going to be different. And as I say, the watch-along is where you'll see me reacting to it as it happens, and then the instant reaction review is where I'll give my thoughts. Speaking of which, myself and Lucas were knackered last night. We came on air a little bit dejected, didn't we, talking about what happened in the main event. So let's bring it back round to John Cena conversation, Lucas. Before we do that, going to run into some more of these comments here as well. Aiden says, still thinks the Joe Hendry match could have been longer. I like the length. I think it actually works out well. Temple Play says, rumors, WWE buys up AAA, but there were rumors WWE buying the rights to the Temple as the arena will be the location of Lucha Underground. I'd love to have that made a little comeback.
I do remember at the time, though, that there was a lot of kind of respect shown from the locker room in WWE towards Lucha Underground. And it seems to be something that has been brought up quite a few times.
Yeah, on commentary a few times.
Yeah, so I think there is definitely some respect. And this was, I think, some part of the problem that they've had previously. We're trying to get, there's two major territories where WWE are not the number one. And it's by far, and they can dress it up however they want over the years, and they can say that they've done tours and this, that, and the other. But the two areas where they've not been able to be number one are Japan and Mexico.
Yeah.
And we're not even talking distant number two in some of these cases. We're talking that they are barely registering on the radar, kind of over there, and they've had to over the years go do some very shady tactics to get hold of talent from those areas. Vince tried to drive a lot of people out of Mexico, and obviously took a lot of the rosters and stuff. But there was a massive kind of respect shown by WWE towards definitely AAA and CMLL, and to obviously they've done stuff over the years, like when they've had they brought in Mystico, and they did that respect, well, at first at least, respectfully. So there's been some real kind of outreach to it. So yeah, if there is something to that, that is only a good thing.
Yeah.
But it does very much feel that potentially this could lead into an NXT Mexico kind of thing, is what I'm getting from it. But I think they're afraid to kind of say it.
Yeah.
They had teased obviously doing NXT Japan previously that Kairi Sane was linked to, and some other wrestlers were linked to, and it didn't, again, for the reasons that Japan's always struggled with, getting with WWE being a force over there. It's always the same kind of boundary that they face.
Yeah.
Because there's obviously New Japan, who are such a big force there, and I don't think WWE like the idea of going in with not being like on top. And still with like NXT Europe, NXT Europe has its own different logistics, actually, to be fair. But NXT Europe hasn't taken off. They announced that being meant to be 2023, and never forget certain things like that. In 2023, we're now firmly deep in 2025, and there's no sign of NXT Europe, kind of happening. So I think maybe they're going to just test the waters with this kind of Welsh Live show, and then see how maybe another super show goes, and then potentially go, okay, we're now going to start developing and training talent down there. And they've got people already within the system that could kind of help that. And I think what they've got to do, because obviously with the Japanese in particular, they spent decades really taking the piss out of them, taking the bleep out of them. And showing that, well, if you come here, we're pretty much not going to use you. We're going to be an idiot, and we're going to use some very, stated and stereotypes.
Yeah,
that we don't really care about you. Whereas now with Mexico or South America in general, they are showing, look, we've got Stephanie Vicaire, who has really come in and been like I said the other day, she is the most over woman on NXT. By far. She is. And I think that's a good example where they can show, look, if you come here, we're going to respect you, we're going to give you the treatment you deserve, and you can come here and be a champion here. And then obviously, like on the main roster, like that shot again, could have got swallowed into the. They got so much content over WrestleMania weekend, of course, but the shot when obviously they had all the current kind of Mexican superstars, on the stage, and then did the announcement. It makes you realize, what, actually, there's, you can be treated good here. Yes, there's some things that we can agree, okay, it's not working out, blah blah. Like I think Andrade still struggling a little bit, but you've definitely got more good than bad, nowadays.
Especially at the moment, especially at the moment when you bring in Penta and Ray Phoenix and you're treating them in the way you treat them, I think it's good. And we mentioned Penta. They did mention on commentary again his kind of links to Lucha Underground. Great comment here from Temple Plays again. It says the location of Worlds Collide is actually where they aired Lucha Underground from. So again, there's a lot of that kind of link towards Lucha Underground. You never know, they might kind of have a combination here where they kind of bring that back in itself. Be interesting to see there. Casper says, it's 7 o'clock again tonight for Monday Night Raw, but stick with us. We're keeping that energy up, guys. Aiden says, could Sammy return and turn on Jey Uso? I think that's a possibility. I do think he's probably due a heel turn and maybe would have happened linked to the Kevin Owens situation. So, of course, he was off WrestleMania last night, which was a real shame. He put out a tweet showing pictures of him in the last 3 years and then him watching from the sidelines, which was quite sad because Sammy's had an incredible few years, so probably deserves to be on a card, but hey, a lot of people deserve to be on it as well, and it's about where it makes sense, and maybe something else is making sense as far as a new story for him coming up soon. Aiden also says The Rock may return and form a new corporate faction after Raw After WrestleMania.
I'll never hear that man's name again.
I
just think, come on.
Yeah.
He wouldn't even appear in WrestleMania.
No, I honestly think, Lucas, I started the show by saying I think he might be, because they were even selling Finally the Rock has come back to Las Vegas shirts, and I think they might be thinking, let's hold off on WrestleMania to give him something for Raw, and just not realize how bad that would mean WrestleMania was left in the lurch. But look, let's continue with some of these comments as well. Aiden says, I miss NXT UK. Yeah, a lot of us do, mate. It's a shame the way it went down. Temple Plays says WWE and NXT have a partnership with Japanese promotion in Noah, and they have used NXT guys like Josh Briggs in their M1 Climax, similar to the G1 Climax as well.
I think with this, the problem is with that is that it is still, they haven't got the full kind of control. They made reach out to a number of talent last year and were kind of told, well, no, you can get who's the guy team with Josh Briggs at the moment? Inamaru? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, me and Japanese names don't. The names just don't go in there for some reason. But anyway, they were kind of told no, and so I think there's always that thing with WWE. They need to be. The problem is they need to be in control and on top. And in Japan, they just can't get either option. So it's a case of, it's very much like what do you call it? It's very much like. They need. It's not a two-way street with WWE. It needs to be a one for them. And Japan have made it very clear that it's very much they will dictate what will happen, right? Not the other way around.
It's understandable. Like, you don't want someone coming in and rebranding AAA as NXT Mexico. I think that will go down very badly, by the way. But I'm hoping it's not what they do. I hope.
Oh no, I don't think they rebrand AAA as that. But I think it will open up the possibility for NXT Mexico.
Yeah, like they'll do an NXT Mexico underneath AAA. I think that's the best case scenario, something like that, and maybe do the same thing again if they kind of work with, like we say, Noah or something like that as well.
And also, that's put a comment there, sorry, about it being back City o'clock again. You know how they call, like the come down after like Christmas, after you have like,
that week in between New Year's, yeah.
Well, no, in general, I think they call it. Is it seasonal? Is it sad? Isn't it?
Yeah.
I think there needs to be like a new term for wrestling after we've had an international tour where we realise it's back to 1 a.m. again. Like, but it really was lovely, wasn't it?
We were spoiled, mate. We did so much more content around Raw and SmackDown as well. Look, we'll be doing the same when they come back for the Clash in Paris tour. So, it'd be good. I mean, if you haven't noticed already, we are from England and therefore watch at ridiculous times in the morning. It is currently nearly 20 past midnight. And the show starts at 1 a.m. And it's probably going to end. I see Daniel Wiley asking in the comments as well, does it end around 3 o'clock? We don't know. Between 3 and 4 for us here in the UK at the moment, because they're not that tight with it on Netflix. Yeah, because of it being the show day it is, I think they might go a little bit longer as well. A few more comments here as well. Temple Play says tag team partner Briggs also comes from Noah as well. That's what you were referring to earlier on. Aiden says, I'm accepting the fact that he will come back tonight. Casper says, I think The Rock. I can't believe that we have to wait to get Jordan Grace and Penta out in May for the roster release on. I don't keep up with this stuff, Casper, but you'll keep me up to date with all the 2K news. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't like to be this guy, but back in my day,
you bought the game and I know the wrestlers you had.
I get their model, but it is a bit bad when I think when people who are, particularly people who are active wrestlers in the company, after the release date, before the release date, don't get added, and they hold people back. Like they have the whole when they held like the Wyatt Six back. They're actively in the company. Yeah. Like your purpose.
They're a bit naughty with it.
You're going out your way to kind of not include them, then charge people for them. But as we know, gaming just went down that road.
It did indeed.
Sorry.
No worries. Temple Play says The Rock was too busy playing with that Rubik's Cube to even show up to WrestleMania 41. He's still trying to crack it, it would seem. And also says, yes, you're right. Inamura is the tag team partner of Briggs as well. Aiden says it's crazy. It misses 7 p.m. starts and the 8 p.m. starts here in the UK as well. Colby's in the house. We're doing good. Hope you're doing well. And again, because we are streaming on both versions here, we're on the build up. You might be watching there, or you might be watching on the watch along. So I'm going to look at the comments just over on the watch along as well. Daniel Wiley says, I can't believe what happened with Paul Heyman, what he did to CM Punk. I was speechless. And also, let me see. I'm trying to get this one out. It's not working properly, but he's also got another comment here. Coming up. It says, where's the other guy that wears a mask? I can't remember his name. Well, his name is Rob. And he's our resident luchador. And mate, I don't know where he is. He's gone off the face of the earth. He's a mystical and mythical creature. So
maybe he's going to be on Raw tonight.
Maybe he makes his debut. We're going to get into some more surprises.
The NXT and Worlds Collide thing. Maybe he's getting ready for that.
True. Yeah, maybe he's a new signing, new lucha.
Maybe he's a side with a Grande Americano.
They could do. And El Grande Briticano here as well. There we go. That's not the lucha we're talking about, but we appreciate having you as well, man. Right. Oh, is that no? That's not Rob, is it? Is that what you're saying? Right, Aiden. Imagine we are seeing live at 8 p.m. That would be awesome. Yeah, I'd be in bed.
Thing is, though, Aiden, on that, we need to remember when we do get that tour in the summer, it is the summer. And so I think it would actually be really lovely, as I think there'd be people, annoyingly, Netflix don't allow streaming in pubs and stuff, which maybe they might change for this period. Even if they did like a little change for that, just that tour, because how lovely would it be? I don't even drink, but I love a pub garden in the summer.
Yeah.
How lovely would it be, literally, being able to watch like Raw or SmackDown or whatever in like a busy pub garden or something? Do you know what I mean? Just like sitting outside. Put the screen. Because obviously, in the UK, we need to dispel this myth of any Americans watching. It doesn't rain here all the time, believe it or not. It just rains most days. Any day ending in Y, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it didn't rain all the time. We do get that lovely period, don't we? Actually, towards the pretty much starting from about now or so, where it doesn't get dark till about 8:30, 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
It can be. I think it'd be quite a nice vibe. Do you know what I mean? Just like being able to watch Raw in a pub garden or something. Or I might actually challenge myself actually, but if I'm not going to go for Dublin show, I might challenge myself to see if I can watch it on the beach or something. I don't know. I might do something crazy.
Yeah, I remember I joined the build-up show from a beach. I've joined it from the Brooklyn Bridge. So if you do something like that, hey, we'll try and get some content out of it as well. Let's get some more of these comments here. Temple Place says The Rock was too busy playing at Rubik's. Oh, we saw that one, didn't we? Also says, I'm from the UK. I'm from Manchester, so please, Americans, feel our pain. I think they did during that run. Ada says, well, Tegan Knox won't be back tonight since she's live on Twitch. Okay, fair enough. No appearance on Tegan.
I love how you're giving apparently. Us news. Guys.
I'm loving it, Aiden. Yeah, keeping us up to date. It's fantastic. Casper says, yes, Aiden's definitely back here. Julie releasing the DLC. Yeah, and Casper's keeping us up to date with the DLC situation there as well. Look, it's a big story. Colby's asking, what do you think about John Cena tonight? What's he going to say? I've started to come round to this now that this might be a story where John Cena is going to be needed to be stopped. He's on this tyrant and someone needs to take the belt off him. I think that's what they're going to do with it. In which case, I think it needs to be a new talent. I think Cody makes no sense to do it with him because Cody saving the WWE just feels a bit odd to me because we've had the big story like that already. But what do you think, man? What do you think we're going with John Cena? Because we're in it now. We're in it. He's a heel. We might not like how it went down at WrestleMania at the end, but where are we going next with it? How do they salvage something out of this? Kind of both long-term and short-term as far as, we got Raw is the first step in this, but where do you think we're going with it eventually, Lucas?
So, yes, obviously last night we spoke and obviously we were very kind of a bit dejected, wasn't we, about what happened. But I'm going to throw something out, which sounds a bit, well, I say a bit, it's really out there. But I believe that the match and everything in it was bad on purpose, like by design. And it's still bad. It's still bad.
Yeah.
But I think it's definitely a controllable bad. I think that obviously just that line about John Cena, the thing is, even on their own, they're doing, don't want to give them advert for this, but they are doing a stream somewhere on some social media platform. And they have kind of called it, has John Cena ruined wrestling? So they're very aware of this as a thing. And I think John Cena, his thing was, when you think about the entrance last night, no running down thing, no talking, you see that little friendly banter with the cameraman when he comes out, just black, no video, no nothing, comes to the ring. Even when you look at the presentation in the match, how, he does his shoulder tackle spot, it was just shoulder tackle, wait, shoulder tackle, wait. There was no, almost by design, he's taken out all of anything that makes him fun. Because even though you can't see me, it was very slow. It was very, and again, a lot of this is also because of his age and because whatever, and potentially we're seeing through what we're seeing. But I believe it's done on purpose. It's still awful though. If this is what they were going for, which you basically made your main event rubbish for when you didn't need to. But tonight, I think we're going to see the direction of essentially he basically wants to take. He said before he wants to take the championship away from the fans. So I think we're going to see a thing where he's basically going to try and say, "Well, bye."
So he kind of elaborated on this actually on the Pat McAfee show. I didn't get to see all of it, and I actually am not 100% a fan of what it was because I feel like they don't really know what they want to do with Cena, and they're letting him answer questions, but not at the same time. It was a kind of a messy situation, but. And it was, what I really didn't like about, by the way, I've got to say, is that Pat and the rest of the panel, Michael Cole, were sucking up to him, saying, "You're amazing, but yeah, are you gonna kill wrestling? Are you? But you're amazing." It just made no sense to me. Even in Michael Cole last night being like, "Oh, I know I've been biased, but he is the GOAT." This is why you shouldn't have given him the seventh title as a heel. But anyway, that's another conversation for another day. It's been plenty of days and conversations these days. But he did kind of say, look, he said, look. I ain't silly. When I go, WrestleMania is going to be here next year. I just won't be around. Then the next year, I'll be gone. But what I want to do as far as kill wrestling is I'm taking this piece with me. It's the Undisputed title, and you're going to have to make a new title. And this guy can win it. This guy can win it. Whoever wins it, whatever. But I'm taking the real title home with me. The one that was held by, this guy. Named a few people, legends, essentially. I kind of like that a little bit more. It's not what I would have booked. It's still not the way I want to see things go. So I think they're going to say that on Monday Night Raw, essentially.
The problem I think with it, though, is, yes, I understand I fully understand doing it at WrestleMania. It's a big moment, blah, blah. But this would have more gravity if Cena's retirement, his final thing, was very soon. Because this does feel like if they're going to go down that route,
it's a long way, yeah.
Sit there for 8 months. We've got to sit there for 8 months with this.
Yeah.
It's already been, obviously, it's bonkers to think, really, that when The Rock won the WWE Championship back in 2013, or CM Punk, he set in stone the motions for what would become pretty much the next decade or so of WWE, where they would almost exclusively have part-time champions for the best part of the decade.
For a lot of it, yeah.
And they had to create a secondary belt at one point because of the fact that there was a part-time champion who had both the belts. They decided to merge together and then went, I'm part-time now, so done it twice a year. So we've seen this happen previously, and you kind of got the feeling that when obviously then again, actually, because I'm actually now going to get to, we had a comment very late on last night's stream, didn't we, about how do we feel about Cody Rhodes' title reign.
Cody's reign,
and so I'm now going to get into this actually because it's going to go into this point anyway. So we're just fuming for a little bit. So yeah, Cody Rhodes' reign. Oh, that's very hard to say at this time. In my opinion, it's a tale of two halves because I think at first it was booked how I thought they were going to book it, but then they kind of did a detour through the bloodline story and setting up war games, And then they decided to do the detour via Netflix and decided Netflix and Raw was more important. And we got to the point where, you know, before WrestleMania, the last men's world title match was 2 months prior. Both world titles were not defended for a period of just over 2 months.
Yeah.
It's pathetic. Like, because the whole point and the whole reason I thought, and the thing that channeled Cody into you know, Mania last year and finishing his story was that he was the guy to bring the belt back to us as fans.
Yeah.
And he didn't do that.
He was there with the belt. Just didn't defend it. Yeah.
And look, by the way, I'm talking about televised matches. Yes, I'm aware that you go to, obviously, you know, the TV. You use Ben, and yes, Cody Rhodes has been in that spot, you know, and he has been showing up in that. But it hasn't been, in my opinion, obviously, you only really, most people, obviously, most fans, literally green shirt guy, only obviously attend, you know, one event a year, let's say, live in person, especially with the prices that they want to charge nowadays. Most fans only attend one event. Maybe we might see fans only being able to afford an event every 2 years, 3 years now.
Yeah.
You know, so I would say, in a weird way, that Cody Rhodes' reign has actually been, and I say this as a Cody fan, and it's not because of his own doing, there has been some really good moments in there, has been somewhat disappointing. Particularly that back end where, like you say, he only defended, the title was last defended, obviously, at the Rumble against Kevin Owens. That was the last men's world title defense. And even Gunther, the thing is, they put the stats on screen. You know, Gunther has 6 title defenses in these 8 months. Cody had 8 in a year.
Yeah,
it's
both not good enough.
It's not good enough, you know, and they just kept sidetracking around other bits and pieces. And so now, to link into John Cena, it's a case of what level are we now going to see? Because we now know the model of what they want to do. So based off Cody, it was 8 in a year, and based off like Roman, we're talking like 4 or 5 a year. Are we going to go back to 4 or 5 a year?
I mean, under Cena, it's going to be nowhere near that, is it? Like, surely. I mean, then again, this is last year, so maybe not.
Well, and we've got so much left of the story to tell, and the fact that, you know, you have to imagine that they want him to retire as a babyface.
Yeah, I think so. And again, I'm surprised he didn't win it as a babyface. I mean, maybe he goes out with 18. I don't know, but I don't know. Maybe someone does beat him as a heel, and they save the day, and he sees the error of his ways, and that's how we kind of get back to babyface.
We've got a long time to tell that story.
We do, yeah. It's a long way to go.
But also, this is where I do feel sometimes that other media kind of helps ruin some of the story here. Where I think, I saw some clips from the Pat McAfee show, and I think that it's one of those things, again, going back to the previous era, that wouldn't have happened.
Yeah, it's too much. It's prioritizing the wrong things, in my opinion. Like,
Pat McAfee needs to decide what side of the fence he's on. Like, you know, I just find it a bit, I find it takes you out of the immersion like quite a lot, you know. And I think sadly, this actually goes into a bigger point. I think that they are doing this like more and more now, like taking you out of the fact that you're watching like a serious wrestling match. You know, like obviously WrestleMania was with the ads and the distractions and everything else. You know, you can't even look at the canvas without seeing an advert. You know, and then after every match having an advert, it takes you out of, okay, we're watching this show that's all contained. You know, with characters we're trying to like care about, when it's just like, oh, now we're promoting this, now we're promoting that, and this. The same thing with this. It's like, you know, I want my narrative, you know, in my head, I want my narrative to go from John Cena winning the belt last night, you know, in the main event, which, yes, I hated, and I still hate, even if there is that explanation where it was done on purpose and that it's all part of the story and business matters, blah, blah. I still hate it. But I wanted that to be the explanation point. And then tonight on Raw, to be John Cena speaks and says what he says, and that's a continuation I have. But now I've got this annoying thing in the middle where John Cena sat on someone else's podcast with comments that are most likely going to be said, or most likely going to be, might be clips of it tonight on Raw potentially.
Yeah, maybe.
He loves nothing more than the sound of his own voice. So I think, he'll definitely be mentioned at some point. And it's just something that, like, you wouldn't have had back in the day. Like I get that, yes, you know, kayfabe is somewhat dead or whatever, or it is dead. But I'm still not a fan of like having to be so out of this, having to be so out of this and be actually accepting that now we should just talk about everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's that kind of like, again, what side of the fence are they on? Is it part of the show or is it not? Is it canon? Is it not? It's kind of, and they've been like that before in the past where they show things that are from real outside media on their thing just because it was such a big bit of exposure and they couldn't help themselves, and I understood that. But there's so much of it now because of this Pat McAfee link as well. So I'm going to run through some of these comments here as well. We're getting very close now, 25 minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting. So get your Netflix loaded up, everyone. We'll be your companion as well. White Six tonight, possibly. Just don't know what the heck's going on with them. They won a slammy. That was quite nice for him. Cena could reveal a new title. I did see a comment saying it could be the spinner title, by the way, which would be quite funny. Dan is in the house and give me a whole year. He says, good evening, guys. What's your rate for Mania as a whole? I'm giving it 6 out of 10. We were roughly around that yesterday, weren't we? It was about, I think the first night I gave between 6.5 to 7. Second night I'd go 7.5. It's probably fair, to be honest, because the end of it kind of threw it away from me. Just quickly on your review there, mate, Lucas, before I run to the next comments.
Yeah,
got a number in mind.
I'll probably go a little bit lower, maybe 5.5. Just like
Drew to say the WWE says Aiden, and Drew is the chosen one. Big fan, of course, of Drew McIntyre being his fellow Scott. Yeah. Long time ago
one
now.
was literally like early Drew.
Yeah, 2009. Yeah. Like, Temple Plays says.
Knees, Teddy. Remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Vincent McMahon, I think he was the last person as well to be actually publicly endorsed by Vincent McMahon. Vincent McMahon did the pro. I mean, because
maybe Austin Theory.
I'm sorry.
Austin Theory.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Yeah. But anyway. So Temple Place says Cena, Randy Orton, a three partner feud. I guess. Orton takes title of Cena in the retirement match. Could see something like that. Don't know about the retirement aspect to it though. There is Spinner Belt incoming, says Temple. And a few comments in here about how people rated Mania and stuff like that as well. We'll get to those. Temple Place says Cena did say he would ruin wrestling. He did that last night. It was like, what kind of dumbest thing the fans were getting something about? Again, and I don't think it's like, smart heel. No, it just weren't entertaining. It just was not entertaining. Aiden said, well, I rated night 1 7 out of 10, night 2 5 out of 10, so 12 out of 20 total overall again when that's starting again. Aiden says, I just asked Tegan if she's coming back, and someone in her chat said they need to pay her $1 million. She said, yeah, I need a pay increase. Look at Aiden getting the scoops out here from Tegan Knox as well. Dan from Give Me a Whole Year says, I was pretty similar for the ratings per night, and asks, are people going over to their watch along tonight as well? Dan, I got to say, I don't want to say competition, but we're live tonight as well, mate. But I'm not going to discourage people from making that decision. If they want to go to Give Me a Whole Year, my friend, we always encourage people to check your streams out because we don't usually do watch alongs. But as it's a little special occasion, we are doing a watch along tonight for Monday Night Raw as well. I'll tell you what the solution is, mate. Keep us as your play-by-play. Keep Raw up with Netflix and Give Me a Whole Year over there. Have all the conversation going on.
Or if you've got a phone and a tablet, you can have one.
There you go. There's ways to do it. We can all be friends here. Let's jump to some more of these comments. Loving the comments, guys. Thank you so much for getting them in. Appreciate it. If you haven't already, guys, please subscribe. This is what we do usually for PLEs, but again, it feels a little bit like a special occasion tonight, so we thought we'd do it again. The build-up shows get you guys and us guys hyped up for the show, and again, later on, we're going to have our watch-along as well. A little bit of a comment here about the next PLE. Yeah, it's going to be May the 10th. It is Backlash. Temple Places, we need Jamie Noble tonight. We're going to talk about returns. If it was Jamie Noble, especially with Niddy, I'd be very happy to see that. Temple doesn't like the fact that Mania is 2 nights and don't get started on SummerSlam being 2. I've swung the other way, mate. I started off that way. Now I want all the big 4 to be 2 nights. But that's a conversation for another day. We'll definitely get into that in future on the channel. So again, if you want to hear stuff like that, subscribe. How's everyone feeling? Aiden's getting sleepy. I'm getting sleepy as well, mate, but I'm hoping Raw perks me right up. Temple says Naomi should have won last night. Makes heel run means something in my opinion. I think Jade had to win. I think that was the story they were telling, but Naomi, I've been very impressed with by being this new heel character. Randy went St. Louis, missed the PLE, Great Balls of Fire. My goodness, do you remember that? Judgment Day and Unforgiven and Armageddon. Dan says to go live 20 minutes cover Raw. Do you think we might be called up? We touched on NXT a little bit earlier on. I think the general consensus was Fraxium is who we went with. Temple Play was once a chicken tenders chant tonight. Congrats to Dom, 100%. One of my favorite things about WrestleMania was Dominic Mysterio as well. Roman versus Jay at Backlash, says Comic Book History. I think that could be somewhere they go in the future again. I don't see it happening so quickly at Backlash because, look, we got not a lot of time to tell a lot of story essentially to get to the Backlash. So I think they might fall on kind of those pre-baked in stories we mentioned earlier on. Maybe a Seth Rollins Jey Uso because it links in with the storyline that we have with Roman, as someone mentioned in the chat earlier on. And again, Orton versus John Cena makes a lot of sense for a lot of reasons. We're about 20 minutes away from Raw now. Go ahead, Lucas.
Yeah, the thing is, though, obviously, we need to remember now that we've got our WrestleMania, kind of come down, is that we are going to go back to, well, are we going to go back to the 5-match cards for Backlash? We were spoiled this weekend. I say spoiled because there's still matches and wrestling we didn't see, but we were spoiled this weekend by having 14 matches over 2 nights. Even if you go on one night with 7 matches, which is more than we get usually. And so, are we going to go? Much as we're saying all this stuff's happening, is it all going to be set up for Backlash though? Because if it's a 5-match card, we usually get obviously one of the women's belts, one of the men's belts, tag. Then if they have like a Randy Orton or a Cody, they're going to another main level guy. We were talking about Rollins as well. Like, does Rollins get a match? That's like 4.
Yeah, you're right. They do tend to kind of hop him in and out, which is more kind of akin to what they used to do. What you mentioned earlier on, the old Raw pay-per-views at the time and the SmackDown ones. It felt a little bit like that, but weirdly cycled through some of the roster in the past year. But the ones that we think are more likely is John Cena is apparently going to be there, whether it's in a match or not. Triple H did mention it last night on his press conference, so it does look like we're going to get that.
The other thing, actually, that was funny because John Cena did the promo on the post show saying he's taking it out on, and Triple H sat there and went, "Well, John Cena will be at this event." It's like, this.
He ain't taking it yet.
I think this whole press conference is. This post show is nonsense anyway. It's just content for content.
I like it. I like the press conference, but I do think again there needs to be a line drawn somewhere. It's kind of, they don't know what they want it to be, and sometimes just keep certain people away from it. If they're in a certain storyline, keep them away. I mean, I will like what Cena say. I like what Cena did. Throwing there's Cody side plates down was quite funny. His answers to every question being, that's clickbait. I'm not going to fall into that. I do like one of the guys that answered, by the way, asked the question was Scott from Muscle and Fitness. Another Scott, not me, of course. I'm not as on the old Muscle and Fitness brand. I'm here for Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling, of course. But our friend Scott, who we met at some of the press events that we've been fortunate enough to go to, and provided us with some great content. Some of you would have seen it on the build-up show. We were looking at some of his content from out there in Las Vegas as well. He got to ask one of those questions. He's the one that said, look, Cena, had prepare for this. Of course, he's got the Muscle and Fitness angle, and I felt bad for him in some ways, but also felt good because I knew he took it in a light-hearted way. It was kind of an honor, really, to be in that position to ask Cena something, even if he made a joke out of it. But yeah,
the thing is, with all this stuff, I always just go back to thinking, of old wrestling and thinking if this was around back then, like, could you imagine, like, after WrestleMania 30, they had to put Undertaker on the thing, be like, "Oh, how's it supposed to lose your streak?" And Undertaker's got to be like, "Well, it was all part of the credit process, and we decided blah blah." Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, true.
Or like after WrestleMania, oh god, I'm thinking another one. There's so many where he's like,
Austin turning on Rock at 17.
Yeah, and he comes straight out on the post show. Goes, "Oh yeah, we talked about it for months." And I went on the jet with Vince.
Hey, you know what? Talking about this behind the scenes stuff, they've just announced. I think it's called WWE Untold on Netflix. Have you seen about this? I didn't watch the trailer, but I saw a few images.
They announced it on Mania last night, didn't they?
Yeah, so it's going to be this. Which, look, as much as we're digging it out, I am intrigued, and I do enjoy the behind the scenes stuff. But it being current is, I liked when they did WWE 24 about the Mania last year, because I'm like, oh, it's recent enough that I feel like I'm getting a little bit of a sneak peek of what's like behind the curtain, but far enough away to not ruin what's going on at the moment. So this will be interesting how they do it.
I think it's called Unread.
Or is it Unread? Okay.
Because Untold already a thing, isn't it? But it's on something.
Oh, yeah, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. It's on something.
Yeah, like, I think what I'm hoping with that actually is that I still can never forgive them for never doing a second series of this. But remember Breaking Point?
Oh, is that what it was called? Or no, Breaking Point was the PLE. It was not Stomping Ground. Breaking Ground. Yeah, Stomping Ground's another PLE they did, I think. Yeah. It's something like that. The one they did in the PC.
Yeah, but since that
good.
Followed like a set few wrestlers.
Yeah.
And so, you know, it had the realness to it. But could it follow a set few wrestlers? You had to understand that, they were able to edit and cut stuff out regarding other talents.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of hoping this does the same kind of thing. Like, I don't really want to. I think the curtain, obviously, because of how they do things, the curtain's been drawn like way back further than it should be anyway. But I wouldn't want to see a total exposing of what they do. I want to kind of see, like,
I think they'll still, because they're going to want to tell a certain story anyway. There will be a narrative they want to protect, and there will be things that they therefore do protect. But I get what you mean. Maybe not telling us everything about every single creative process behind every single match at WrestleMania, for example, or the build towards WrestleMania, or however it's going to be
having like a
framed.
Cast, I think it helps that kind of show.
Yeah,
I think it helped from a storytelling point of view to go, okay.
Yeah.
You know, so obviously you can have other characters appear in it. It's like Total Divas, for example. They have the cast. Always go back to like when they hang out with other people that aren't the cast.
Yeah.
Like blur their faces, whatever. They'll be like, oh well, you know, so and so is just meeting up with so and so, and it's like, oh.
Yeah.
I think that's kind of how it needs to be. But they are at risk of overexposing stuff. And obviously, I think we kind of allowed it for the Raw Netflix debut, and we've had some bits and pieces. And you know, for me, it's just a case of trying to protect that kind of integrity to an extent. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We would have Triple H talk about heels and baby faces, and then he's talking about other bits and pieces recently. Like the more that's kind of said.
Where's the line drawn? I do like some of it. I can't lie. I do like some of it. But where does the line get drawn? I'm not sure. It's a new era, so it's hard to tell, Look, we are 14 minutes away from Raw starting, so we will start leaning towards Raw a little bit more here as we're going to get to a lot of these comments. But I need you guys watching to do a few things, right? Of course, I want the usual YouTube stuff. Please drop a like here, keep your comments coming in, subscribe. It's a big thing. I know YouTube has always asked for it, but it's a big thing for us. It's really, we reached around 1,000 subscribers this WrestleMania weekend. Talk about a big thing. We're so thrilled to have many on board for a few years now. Some of you have been with us for a few months, and some have just tuned in tonight for the first time. And if you like what you see, we appreciate it. We do build up shows for each big PLE, sometimes for big Raws as well, like this one. And it's not just this. We interview WWE superstars as well. So if you want to see us chatting to the likes of Bayley, we've got conversations with her on this very channel. We've also got great conversations with the likes of LA Knight on this very channel as well. So go and check those out on this channel. But we are here to break down Raw tonight. And again, the big thing I need you to do now is tune in to the watch along. Because at the moment, you're watching us on the build-up show. I see a lot of you still hit with us. And some of you, I can see on my other screen, are there on the watch-along. It's a simulcast. Don't get me wrong. You get the same business everywhere. But this stream, if you're watching on the build-up stream, look at the top of your screen now. If you're watching on the build-up stream, this is going to end very, very soon. And we don't want to lose you. We want to keep a hold of you as we fly into Monday Night Raw tonight. So please, guys, when you're ready, when you feel comfortable, hop out of this stream here and you'll find it on this very channel, the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. There's another thumbnail. Let me see if I can bring this up for you as well, just so you can see what I'm talking about. It looks like this. John Cena's there and a little mystery person, because we don't know who's showing up tonight on Monday Night Raw, of course. So please, when you can, hop out of this one and join us on the live watch along. And trust me, we're still there. We're still there. We'll carry on this conversation. This conversation will not end. It will continue as we get further into Monday Night Raw. But again, Monday Night Raw is 12 minutes away. And this stream, if you're watching on the build-up, will be finished by then. And I don't want to lose you guys. I want this conversation to continue. So please, please, please hop over and join us. And I can see some of you doing it already. Join us on the watch along. Again, it's on this very channel, guys. and we don't want to complicate it, but we've loved having this conversation, and we want to keep it running as well. Let's run to some more of these comments before we do officially wrap up on the build-up show. And look, you're not going to miss much, guys, but jump out of here and join us on the watch along. The conversation will continue. You know what? I'm going to give you a few seconds to do this. And I know some of you are thinking, but you might read out my comment and I might miss it. So what we're going to do, we're going to buy some time, and I'm going to play our channel trailer, and then you'll hear about us if you're in the right place. And if you're not in the right place, it gives you time to hop out of this stream and get to, again, the fun now that looks like this, the Raw watch along on this channel, the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. You got a bit of time. I'll see you in a sec.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
That's it. We don't want you missing the action, guys. We've said hop over to the other stream. You'll still find us there. Still some of you lurking the build up, and we love you being here, but please join us on the watch along show as well. You've been watching the build up, taking you right up to Monday Night Raw. We're 10 minutes away from Raw starting. We're going to have a watch along experience, and then we're going to have an instant reaction review at the end of it as well. But I see some of you lurking here on the build up. We love you for it, but come and join us on the watch along as well. Lucas, we're getting very, very close, mate. Let's run through some of these comments before we do hop over there officially. Great comments. I don't want to miss these, guys, but we'll have to cycle through them as much as we can. We'll go in depth a little bit further, by the way, on these on the watch along. So again, join us on the watch along, right? Where were we last up to with the comments? Let's find a little conversation there about Randy Orton backlash predictions. We've got Dom versus Penta for the IC title. It was Collide. That'd be pretty cool. Casper's letting us know. We love this on the build-up show, Casper. You know it. Your takeaway tonight: fries, kebab, mozzarella sticks, garlic bread with cheese, and a bottle of Coke to blitz his way through his takeaway meal. Mate, Casper, you were tired. That's got to pump some energy into you, surely. But mate, what a meal! You always come out at it with a great takeaways and things like that, don't you? Comic Book History says Cody beats John Cena at SummerSlam, probably winning the title back, but I think Cody will be a heel at the point. And what does Cena do after that? I think Cody's got to be a heel soon. How soon? I don't know. Temple Place says Gunther's first feud post-Mania will be Kaiser. Thoughts on that? I don't know. Is that a statement? Is that what you're giving us there, Temple? Have you heard something? That's a view that is ready-made and I think should happen. I don't know if it will happen yet, but look, we'll get to that, I'm sure, when we talk a little bit more Gunther if he shows up on Raw as well. Temple Play says Austin probably getting sued because of last night. Oh my gosh, that was... Yeah, we'll leave it there with that one. We believe in Joe Hendry, says Aiden. Comic Book History says, I think Travis Scott thing was stupid because no one watched WWE cares about Travis Scott, and those who do ain't watching it. Yeah, it didn't really land for me either. I understand the appeal in using a celebrity, but as we mentioned on our instant reaction review last night, that's not the way to do it. But with certain celebrities, I feel. Right, everyone, I'm tapping out, says Aiden. Going to bed, enjoy Raw, watch it tomorrow, and check your instant reaction review once I've done. Aiden, you are a star. You've been giving us great comments all night. We appreciate you, and we appreciate all the comments, of course, as well. I still see some of you lurking here in the build. Come join us on the watch along stream instead. Aiden says, Lucas and Scott, I'll speak to you next time you're live. Thank you so much, mate. And again, we will have an instant reaction review after Raw. It will be live on demand on this channel as well. Dr. Luther will help Seth against Gunther in the #1 contender match. Right, we are getting very, very close. You've been watching the build-up show here on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel, and we are now getting close, as I say, to the watch along. So what we're going to do now is we're going to wrap up here on this stream, and we're going to jump over officially to the watch along, guys. So stay tuned. I'm going to try and make this as smooth as possible as I jump between one stream to the other, and my flipping mouse is messing up, so it's going to make it complicated. You might have a few seconds, guys, where I'm not here, but yeah, look, we'll be back very, very soon. Thanks for tuning in, guys, and we'll see you on the watch along. Don't forget, it's on this very channel. Go join us there, guys. Thank you very much, and we'll see you later.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry.
How did that work? Oh, pretty smooth, except for me being too small, but that's what you get for running on empty, mate. It is a crazy old night here, but we are here for the watch-along experience of Monday Night Raw. We're about 5 minutes away from it starting, guys. Keep that energy coming from the build-up show. We appreciate you. Comic book is back in the house. Oh, my gosh, to stay away from that one there. Gosh, Casper says, I am watching on the watch along stream now. Thank you, Casper. You know where it's at. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for sticking with us as well. We might actually get Lucas with us as well. So yeah, let's see if we can get him to pop into the watch along as well. Right. So where were we? We're 5 minutes away, guys. Monday Night Raw is about to start. Get your comments in. Let us know what you think of all the rumors flying around the place. Are you excited? I'm getting in the mood. You know, the build-up shows helped me get there. And I'm looking forward to it. You know, I'm a little tired, as we mentioned earlier on, but I'm still excited for the watch along experience as well. Again, get your comments in, guys. Looking forward to seeing what happens tonight on Raw. It's a big show, as we've said. And yeah, I'm very excited about spending it with you guys. Right, let's load up our streams. I'm just going to make sure I do a little bit of housekeeping over here. Just make sure we're all up to speed. Let me get the Raw working as well. My computer, my mouse is messing up and over there. What is going on? There we go. We should be all right. I'm getting Netflix ready, guys. Get yours ready as well. We're about 4 minutes away from Monday Night Raw starting. I don't want you to miss anything, and I don't want to miss anything either. But we keep you up to date with what's going on with the show. How good was that build-up show, by the way, guys? So fun to have Lucas with us. So fun, again, to have Andy with us. Really enjoyable, guys. And so great to have you guys in the comments. I mean, you guys really kept us company. And again, it's helped put me in a good mood tonight. I'm looking forward to Monday Night Raw. Let's hope we do get some surprises. And let's hope by the time the stream wraps up with the instant reaction review, I'm feeling good about this decision to stay up to silly o'clock in the morning, as Casper called it earlier. Raw is just over 3 minutes away, guys. What's going to happen tonight? How are we starting the show, guys? Is it John Cena? I kind of feel like it's going to be John Cena. The first thing we're going to hear is John Cena's music here. That feels about right to me, considering how we ended the show last night. But let's see. Casper, lovely message, mate. Appreciate you, Scott and Lucas, for everything you do. Thank you, buddy. Really glad to have you on board. Always great hearing your comments as well. Look, we're getting more and more people watch us as well. And look, our comments are coming thick and fast these days. And it's sometimes hard to keep up, but we love getting them in. So if we ever miss them, it's nothing personal. But you bring us great entertainment, guys. You're funny in the comments. You've got great kind of discussions, topics to bring to us as well. A lot of you guys, Aiden, of course, he's hopped out now, but Aiden was filling us up to date with what's going on online, what the rumors are at the moment. So much so that he's jumping in Twitch streams for former WWE superstars to ask them if they're coming back, and then hopping back and giving us the scoops, you know. So look, we mentioned it earlier on. We get the scoops ourselves sometimes. We get to interview WWE talents, but it's great to have people like Aiden, people like Casper, you know, great people we've had in the chat all night tonight as well. What was it? El Grande Britannica, Temple Plays, you know, Comic Book, all of you guys. It's really great. Daniel Wiley, I saw earlier on, Sludge Sports. If I miss anyone, you guys know we love you, we appreciate you, and we're here for the Monday Night Watch Along. Monday Night Raw Watch Along. We're over 1.5 minutes away now. Raw is about to start. If you want to know our thoughts on WrestleMania, guys, it's on this channel as well. We did an instant reaction review for night 1 and for night 2, and there's a collection version on this channel now as well, both streams in one space. But what we're doing here is Monday Night Raw, baby. We don't do it often, but when we do, we go big, we go hard, right? We're going to have a watch-along experience, and again, an instant reaction review for Monday Night Raw tonight as well. Where do we start with Raw, guys? Where did we start? Is it John Cena? Where do we start? Just trying to see if there's any kind of last minute rumors out there or anything like that. Can't see any. We've talked returns, Rusev, Paige. We've discussed Fraxium coming up from NXT. We've discussed Roxanne Perez. Comic book history still with us. Said I think it'll be a highlight reel. Rollins, Paul, Punk, and Roman. Logan Cross is set up, but Jake Paul coming looming and setting up as AJ Cross versus the Pauls. Wow, that's something we could see. That is something we could see. I like that comic book history. I like that idea. AJ Styles and Karrion Kross versus the Pauls. Interesting. But I think you're right. We'll start with a highlight reel. But what are we getting first as far as in ring? What are we getting first, guys? Daniel Bourne is in the house. I've been watching. I've been a wrestling fan for over 30 years. This is my first watch along. Daniel, what a privilege. Thank you so much, buddy. Hope you're looking forward to Monday Night Raw. We don't do watch alongs that frequently on this channel. But when we do, again, we like to go big. We like to do it for the big shows where we can. It's Monday night after WrestleMania. It should be a big show. But, mate, thank you so much for joining us. I feel real privileged to have you, mate. So you think Cena or Heyman starts the show? I could see it. I could see it with both of those. Kaz says, will Bianca turn heel on Raw? It's coming, man. It's coming. It's got to happen soon. I've been saying it for so long. She's behind the Jade Cargill situation. Naomi was a bit of a kind of sidestep in that story, in my opinion. They kept Bianca away from it to kind of distract us. That's why that feud to me felt confusing, the triple threat. I think it's because it wasn't the main focus. Even though the match was amazing, I think the idea is to keep Bianca away from Jade Cargill, except for what they did on SmackDown. And I do think they're coming up with a bit of progression in that storyline soon. Maybe it's a SummerSlam match. I don't know. But yeah, she's been acting like a heel, hasn't she, Kaz? She's been doing these kind of heelish things, but within the context of the other match. So it's not as obvious. So, and she was right in her, being annoyed at Rhea sort of thing. So it kind of made sense and it was justifiable, but I don't think it's going to be for much longer. She's going to turn into a naughty lady, I'm sure. Now we're having a look back at WrestleMania as expected. Comic book was right. We do have little bit of a promo video here talking about that. Casper says, good to feel appreciated here. Some streams get hard to get comments read, but we do feel appreciated here. Thanks so much, man. Look, I understand for these bigger streamers and channels, the comments come in so fast and stuff like that. It's hard to keep up, but I know other people just don't really care about the people in their chat either. I'm not trying to be a big kind of hero or anything here, but we really do value your input. The comments have grown over the years and we love it. We love seeing people come back, recognizing names, and we know each other, we know each other's stories and things like that. We've got people like Daniel joining us tonight for the first time. As it says, wrestling fan for 30 years, first ever watch along. It's a privilege that you've joined us for it here tonight, mate. We're also seeing highlights from NXT, by the way, guys. I say we don't do many watch alongs, but we did do one for Stand and Deliver, and it was a great show. I've got to admit, really enjoyable. WrestleMania, look, if you haven't seen my review, here are the kind of quick notes on it. Night 1, good show, great ending. Night 2, great show, not a great ending. And I'm sure we'll talk a little bit more about that throughout the night because I think John Cena is going to appear on this show. Sludge Ports is back. Sludge, good to have you with us, mate. Hope you're excited for Monday Night Raw. A lot of these faces, these names, I should say, we saw on the build-up show for Raw. If you weren't here, where were you? Hey, tune in next time. To be fair, we usually only do it for PLEs, but we figured Raw was so exciting, we best do it for this one as well. Comic book history says, actually, yeah, Cena said he'll be at Raw, so maybe Cena has a storyline across the whole episode, opening and finishing. You could get that, but there's a lot to get to. Jay, Roman, Heyman, Rollins, Gunther, plus the potential for new stars. Casper's excited for Raw now as well. Me too. I hope you can feel it, mate. I hope it's coming through the screen. I am excited. I'm tired. I won't lie. I am knackered. It's been a crazy weekend for wrestling content. Crazy weekend for us on the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel when it comes to content. But again, we appreciate a lot of you guys sticking with us over the weekend. And again, the new faces, we love having you with us as well. If you're lurking in the background and you're not commenting, that's okay. Look, I'd love to hear what you got to say about Raw, about WrestleMania. But look, we appreciate having you here as well. Casper, I know what you mean, mate. It's been a long old weekend. But let's hope we're repaid. I'm going to repay you as much as I can. I'm going to try and give you my energy. I'm going to try and give you a good show. But I'm hoping WWE do the same. I've got a good feeling about it. I'm hoping it's not going to be like the past few years where at the end I'm like, I don't know if I should have stayed up. But again, let's be positive. We're looking at highlights from WrestleMania. I mean, that triple threat, I mentioned it. Whew, so good. So good. A match that people didn't really understand the build for, myself included. All I know is the match delivered. Some chaotic moves there. Oh, look at that fan reactions to what Heyman did. I knew he'd be turning, man. I knew he'd be turning. And I think it pumps new life into Seth Rollins and into Heyman himself. His demeanor changed straight away. That's exactly how I wanted it to be, exactly how it was. And now we're seeing, just as I get hyped up, guys, we're seeing what kind of put me off. Oh, that ending. No, that ending. And look, if you haven't seen my thoughts already, it's not because he's a heel. It's not because I predicted it wrong. It's not entirely Travis Scott. It's not The Rock not being there. It's all these things added up to create this kind of cauldron of crap. Nah. And look, as Lucas said on last night's stream as well, they kind of lucked out from people just wanting to see something big. The people want to see Cena break a record. Because Triple H keeps saying, like the internet's one thing, but it's the people in the arena. I agree for the most part. But you also have to take into account there are people going to be there so excited that they will cheer anything. Or mostly anything. Because they get to see something they do want to see, but it's not good for storytelling unless they save it tonight. Here we go, though. Yellow suit. Big Bird himself. Seth Rollins making his way out of the car with his new right-hand man, Paul Heyman. That's how we're not starting with it. We're seeing the arrival. We're seeing the arrival now of the new tag team champion. Becky Lynch didn't arrive as Seth, apparently. And Lyra Valkyria. That's right. Becky Lynch came back on WrestleMania. Daniel says, I hate the Cena Rhodes match. Honestly, just a letdown for me personally. I agree. I don't want to be negative, mate, but I agree. I completely agree with you. What I loved, Dom, look at him with his IC title and the Judgment Day loving him, except for one man. One member's not there. Finn Balor. What we're going to get there. Becky says Casper. All right, so Lucas messaged me. He said they are doing Dom and Penta. There we go. John Cena's out first. I like that the graphics are gone. I do like that. We're kind of getting what we somewhat thought we'd get at first, even though he said, no, you're not getting this, you're not getting that. We're slowly getting some of that. John Cena sucks chance, and here he is with the title, wearing it backwards as well. Yeah, Dom won the IC title was awesome, Daniel. Agree with you there. Here he comes. He's still wearing the Vegas gear as well. Look at that. I bought that in a WWE shop in London. They had a temporary shop. I made a video about it. I literally bought it for you guys so that I could make a video about that shop and then bought something to kind of add to the set. I'm not the biggest Cena fan, and that's not why I don't like this either. I do appreciate Cena. There was a time where he was one of my favorite wrestlers. And then, hustle, loyalty, respect, and the chain gang era just weren't for me. And then I thought nostalgia ads. I love him. I think he's cool. I like him. I like what he's done for the industry, even though it weren't always my cup of tea, even though there are things to disagree about, what happened in some of his kind of bigger portions of his career. But I was all for the heel turn. And to celebrating his last year, whether he was a babyface or a heel. But the heel turn's not been... It's not been great, is it? All right, here he is. Holding up the belt. Load of fireworks. Load of fireworks. He can't crack a smile, though. It's a strange heel, isn't it? Because some heels are like Dom, look at him. He's walking backstage over the moon. He ain't smiling for you, he's smiling for himself. John Cena can't even smile for himself. He can't even be happy with what he's done. He's just so angry. Yeah, the most world titles. I mean, back in the day, I would have hated that. I just come around to it. Thought, okay, fair enough. Back in the day, if you would have shown me, I would have been frustrated. So again, it's not even about that. It's about the execution, which I don't think was good. Let's go see Cena sucks. Kieran's in 2 mind, as I'm sure the fans are in attendance as well. Who's winning? Dom or Penta? Is it for the title? If Dom loses the title straight away, I'll be gutted. I really will be. I like Penta. I like the idea of him being IC champ, but not after, Dom having it for one day. I hope they don't do that. I mean, they did it with Zack Ryder, didn't they? And I look back on that with fondness still, despite that. So maybe it'll be the same for Dom. But I think Dom should have a run with that title. All right, where are we going with this, guys? Yeah, Kieran not sure if it's what it's for, but they are in a match. We'll see if it's for the title. Right, come on. John Cena now got the announcer in the ring. He's giving him a piece of paper. I guess he wants him to announce him a certain way. Or a statement, as Pat McAfee just said on commentary. Okay, so Cena says that his announcement to the ring was deemed disrespectful. He's got to try again. Oh. Fans love that. See? First of all, he's not the greatest of all time. Done a lot for the company. Appreciate it. The idea is he's saying this stuff as a heel, though, but people love it. The last real champion. Well, he made up for it there. If the first announcement weren't good, that was full of heart. Fans love it, though. Like, it's not... I don't think it's what they wanted. Seeing a chance now. And now he's got to do the typical thing of, like, don't cheer for me, don't want it, don't need your help. Kieran's booing, though. All right, hold up the belt. Are we going to get any progression here? Or are they just going to go, I'm a bad guy and I'm going to do things you don't like and walk away? Are we just going to get that? Yeah, you're not worthy. Okay, yeah. Get on with it. Hurry up. My big fear is that I want to give this time, And I tried to do that when we did the watch-alongs of the European tour. But because they didn't have a lot of progression, I'm just worried this is going to be the same tonight. So I kind of just want them to get on with it. Sitting there saying, look, just because you cheer for me don't mean I'm going to appreciate you. Come on. All right, digging out the audience, saying this is not how you treat your wife, not how you treat your kids. I mean, I kind of get this. I like what he's saying, talking about over the years, you put me down and now I'm sick of it. And I started just because you're being nice to me now, I don't care, basically. That's what he's saying. I kind of get that. Kira says, have I met Cena before? I haven't, actually. I met a few WWE superstars back in the day when I was, going to signings and stuff like that. But, of course, doing this work here for the channel as well, had the privilege of meeting a lot of WWE superstars and interviewing them, which, by the way, you can find on this channel. Thanks for the segue there, Kieran. But never met Cena. So playing into fans hijacking Raw. Is that really a thing these days? You do get the international fans and stuff like that. It'd be interesting. Yeah, I didn't really think about that on the build-up show, that the fans could play a big part in this. We are sorry, chant from the fans. It's funny. There's a time when the smart fans booed Cena, and now the smart fans are older. That Cena was their childhood hero, so they want to cheer him when he's a bad guy. Oh no, it's Cena saying we aren't sorry. No, it was. I think it was R, wasn't it? No, that's why they're not doing it again, Cena, because I think you missed that. I think he missed that. I think it was we are sorry. I think they were playing into it. Or maybe I missed it. Maybe it was we aren't. Let me know in the comments, guys. What did you hear? We are or we aren't sorry? What was it? He says, you don't mean anything to me. A-hole charm, but started a bit quick for my liking. I got a feeling they might be piping this in, which it feels like they're doing a lot more lately. Yeah, and it stops very quickly. I mean, they could have just turned certain mics up, but I didn't see a lot of that in their faces. You know, mouse moving or anything like that. Yeah, you heard we are, and you heard that one as well. All right, come on. Like, where's this promo going? Is he just going to say, yeah, is this just going to be it? Is this just going to be it? And I know it'll be like, because he's a heel. Like, no, we need storyline progression. Someone going to interrupt him, maybe? What's Seth doing here? Yeah, be interesting. 36 dates. Is that what he's doing? Oh, is that what you said? Okay. So how many we got? Okay. How many we had? All right. Come on. Is he talking about being not just matches then? Okay. This is impressive if he remembers them all, by the way. They're counting them down on the screen. Wow. There we go. Down to 27 dates left after today. I like that. I like that, Cena. See, there are things I'll praise. Not matches, dates. Ooh, just appearances. Okay. Okay. He says, you say I can't wrestle. I don't have to. Bit of applause from the crowd there. He says, when that hits 0, the professional wrestling timeline stops. Okay. Kimmy says Cody's right. Cena is overrated. Yeah, so this is what he was saying on Pat McAfee's show earlier on, like saying, look, I don't mean that wrestling's going to end, but the title held by Bruno, as he said, Roman Reigns, it's going away. So that's what he means by kind of killing the industry or whatever it is he's been saying. Oh, he mentioned in Chicago, CM Punk taking it off of him. And Andy said earlier on, what if they do a reverse of that? What if they do a reverse of that? It would be interesting. He says this is the last real champ. Last real undisputed champ. Is anyone going to come out and dispute this? Yeah, that title was held by CM Punk. Not that design, but yeah, the old version of the WWE title. And yeah, it goes all the way back to Bruno Sammartino's long reign of nearly like 8 years. Okay, so how... Yeah, it was interesting. They booed him the other day. We're 18 minutes in, guys. And I liked the dates thing. We haven't really gone many places beyond that just yet. He's explained what he meant about the title, so that's good. Is Cody showing up tonight? Outshined, outclassed, out wrestled, and flat out destroyed, he says. It's 20 minutes to Cena yapping. Near enough, man. Near enough. There we go. Someone's got to come out now. He says, knowing WWE strength, street of wisdom, or ruthless aggression. Like it. Like it. That's John Cena. Okay. Okay, Cena says this is a heart. Oh, he's saying nice for us, he says. What's this? Hey? Okay, all right, get out my camera. All right, then. Do I need it from home as well, Cena? He didn't explain, did he? All right, here we go. What are we doing? I'm getting a picture. All right, let me just make sure. Last real champ, there he is. Oh, wait, they're cheering. What are they cheering? What's going on? Randy Orton! Yes! Yes! It is Randy Orton. That's the next feud. Randy Orton, St. Louis, Backlash. It's got to be. Running it back. RKO. Yes. Yes. Oh, I like it. I like it. That's it. I like it. I like where we're going next. I don't like where we were at WrestleMania, but I like where we're going next. RKO, Randy in the chat. Yeah, Daniel says sweet. Oh, mate, love it. Great picture. That was a picture. That was a picture. Yes, and he holds the title. See, as Andy said on the build-up show, there is a storyline baked in. They've got their history, doing it one more time, which I love on its own, with a different dynamic. Often it was mainly, Orton the bad guy. Oh, yeah, he ain't winning it. He ain't winning it, but I like it. And then the story with him and Cody as well. And that leads into him eventually turning on Cody, hopefully, is what we'll see as well. So I like this part of it. I like this. Raw starting strong, says Casper, starting with Randy Orton and the RKO. Yes! There's something to focus on now. I like this. I like this. Yeah, Randy Orton, 14-time champ. He's trying to catch up to not just Cena, but Ric Flair. So we know, guys, that's surely where we're going, right? Backlash, we talked about on the build-up show that it could be Randy Orton being the next storyline for John Cena. Yeah, it'd be nice to see this again. Again, dynamics very different. Dynamics very different on this one. Kieran says 3 words to Cena. Cena, get out. As the fans serenade Randy Orton. And I'll do it again. Goosebumps. As The Rock says. That was awesome, says Daniel. It was. And I loved it. I loved the crowd bubbling up. You could hear it. They had seen something we hadn't. The camera come out. And Randy Orton stood behind John Cena. Lurking. Like the apex predator that he is, to hit the RKO. I like it. I like it. The energy's here. Kieran ain't got the goosebumps yet. Maybe you will when he comes out in St. Louis at Backlash. I assume that's what we're getting. When they sing his song in his hometown. I like it. So this is what we need. Good. It still doesn't help what happened at WrestleMania. It still doesn't help Travis Scott's situation. The Rock not being around. But we've got stuff going on. Backlash is May the 10th. So we're not that far away from it, guys. And you know what to do. Subscribe if you haven't. We'll be covering it in depth on this very channel. We don't do watch-alongs for all the shows, but we do our build-up shows. Again, many of you joined us tonight on our build-up show for Monday Night Raw. And we may even do it for PD Lee's. It's about getting us and you guys hyped up and in the mood. We'll also have our regular predictions. We release them as shorts, but also as a collection. And also we'll have an instant reaction review, I'm sure, for Backlash as well. Great segment, says Casper. Didn't see that coming, says comic book history. I don't think I wanted to see it. Oh, okay. You don't think you like the Randy Orton thing? Look, I think Backlash is always interesting. They've always got these random stories that just pop up to get us through to the next period. And I think a ready-made one like Orton makes a lot of sense. We're now seeing Liv Morgan make her way to the ring. Of course, her and Raquel, are they together? They lost their titles yesterday. Here they are to Lyra Valkyria and the returning Becky Lynch. So if you're not familiar with Backlash, Kieran, Backlash is just a standard PLE. It's been going for years. A few years ago, they called it WrestleMania Backlash. But basically, it's going to be in Randy Orton's hometown. And, you know, Randy Orton's getting up there in age himself. He's not going to be around for too much longer in the WWE, competing at least. So, yeah, it's nice to see him on this kind of run, essentially. And I think we've got to appreciate Randy Orton while he's still here. And I think the fans in St. Louis will know that. They look a little bit too pleased after losing their titles last night, but it is what it is. Next match, it's a rematch. Are they winning it back? Yeah. Win it back. Yeah, do that. I'm not a big fan of hot potato in titles. Win it back. They're better as tag champs anyway. And then Becky turn on Lyra. IC title feud. Do it. Do it. This could work out very well, guys. In a few minutes' time, I could be very happy. Talking about a few minutes, we are 3 minutes away from the show coming back on air. But if you are watching on Netflix outside the US, then I know here in the UK, we are seeing not adverts, but a promo continuing here. So if you're not being able to see this right now, let me fill you in what's going on. She said, welcome to Monday Night Morgan. I like that from Liv. Yeah, tag team rematch tonight, Casper. Can you believe it? I don't like hot potato in titles and going one day title run, but if it's going to build into a nice feud with Becky and Lyra, I think that'd be good. Is Liv wearing Dom's jacket? Yeah, I think she is actually, isn't she? From last night, yeah. Monday Night Morgan. I like that. I like that. Has she said that before? All right, they're talking about Becky Lynch returning. Raquel's now talking Spanish. Some of you will know I'm learning Spanish right now, but she's talking a bit fast for me at the moment. Hopefully, I could translate in the future. I think she said an all of WWE, and she said leave, and she said we. Yeah, they are yapping a bit. Can you hear that in the background? If you're watching the same feed as me, you can hear RF1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're testing stuff in the background. Some production error there, as in it shouldn't have been on the thing. Liv's like way too happy considering she just lost her titles. I know she's going to get the opportunity to win them back here, but they seem a bit too happy. I guess they're just confident. I hope they win it back. I do. I think they'll be, 3-time tag champs or 4? Why not, man? It's not like they put those tag titles amazingly anyway. Why not? Just do it. Oh, Daniel, thanks for filling us in, mate. So you're seeing ads at the moment. You are out there in the States. Great. I mean, not great for you because you don't get to see the continuation of it. But, you know, we did this quite a bit when we're doing a watch-alongs for the European shows because it's on at a reasonable time. We don't usually do watch-alongs, but that was easier for us, essentially. And we were talking then about how, again, internationally, you do get to see things continue. Sometimes, especially on SmackDown, it's just like promotional videos. But often you do get matches continue and you do get storyline progression in some sense. You know, like the New Day basically said they wanted to be at WrestleMania a few weeks back. It wasn't even on Raw. It was on literally one of these little segments. But basically, I'm going to try and fill you in for those that are watching that don't get to see that stuff. We're back now, on the main feed now. They talk about Money in the Bank, of course, coming to LA, and the AAA NXT event, Worlds Collide. Huge day. It's going to be huge. Again, we were talking about this on the build-up show about how there is, maybe a new pattern forming here where they're going to do PLEs and NXT PLEs on the same day, where they do it with Stand and Deliver. So, yeah. Yeah, this is a match for the title, Kieran. Casper says Becky did look in great shape at Mania. She did. I think she did as well, man. Like, good to see her back. I'm not a fan of her winning title as soon as she comes back, but hey, she might be losing it now anyway. All right, so yeah, Los Angeles getting 2 PLEs in one day. Lucky them. Kieran can't wait for Money in the Bank. I love Money in the Bank, mate. We were privileged enough to cover it here in London. We got some great interviews at the time as well. So if you haven't already, check those out. Great conversations with the likes of LA Knight and Zelina Vega on this very channel. So yeah, give those a little bit of a watch when you get some time, guys. But right now, it's all about Monday Night Raw, of course, and the watch-along experience. The voice of the Pat McAfee show in the front row. Back to the ring now. We get the former tag team champions. Yeah. Tatum Paxley and Gigi Dolan are going to face the winners of this match at NXT. So I actually think it'd be better if they face Liv and Raquel. Imagine if Liv and Raquel win and then Paxley and Dolan win on NXT and there are 3 title changes in 3 days. 3 different champs in 3 days. That'd be crazy. They wouldn't do that, would they? Yeah, it could be gone tonight if they drop the titles. You're right. And yeah, they face the winners tomorrow, Kieran. They won the number 1 contendership match on the pre-show, the countdown on NXT Stand and Deliver. Great match. And yeah, good victory. Yeah, it would be nuts, but kind of cool, right? I mean, again, I'm not a fan of that usually, but again, they don't put the tag titles great anyway. And if it's for a bigger picture, you brought Becky back, you turn her on Lyra, you make the IC title mean something because Becky goes after it. I'm not a fan of her coming back and winning titles all the time, but she put credibility on the IC title, wouldn't she? Not that Lyra's not doing a good job, but it'd be a good, interesting story to tell. And then, yeah, the NXT girls getting the tag titles would be interesting as well. So maybe they could. I said the same thing last night, Kieran, when I was watching it. She looks blonde, doesn't she? She's more of a strawberry blonde these days than a red or a ginger. Yeah, as Casper says, we could get a turn here from Becky Lynch on Lyra. So weirdly enough, I think I'm going to be cheering here the former champs to win it back. Appreciate all the comments, by the way, guys. Thank you so much for sticking with us. Again, I know a lot of you were in the house earlier on for our build show, so thank you for those that tuned in for that as well. Later on, we'll hit you with an instant reaction review. It's going to be on this very stream, though. So once the show goes off the air and the watch-along is over, we'll basically break down all the big segments and review the show overall. But Liv is now straight after Becky Lynch in the corner of the ring. Ref's going to have to pull her away. There we go. What do we think, guys? Who's winning this one? Let me know in the comments. Who's winning this one? Ooh, nice drop kick there from Liv Morgan. I actually think that I do think, look, the IC thing could happen in the future. So rushing it is not necessary. There'll be a shock. The Raw After Mania will have a big story. And, you know, in the past few years, it's needed them. I mean, it's had some, but not as many as it used to. So, yeah. Maybe. But then again, there's also feelings that maybe Dom could lose. If his title is on the line, by the way, against Penta tonight. And I hope, if that's the case, it can't happen twice. If it's going to happen anywhere, I want it to happen here, not in the match with Dom. As far as a one-day reign. Double team now from the Irish girls. They're both from Dublin as well, I believe. So they could have a team name, you know. But we might not even get time for that. I don't know, the Dublin girls or something. I don't know. Dublin last kickers. Nice little bit of offense there from Lyra. Headbutts. He's now jumping on both of them. Bouncy off of Raquel onto Liv. Gives her a little bit of a back kick there. Liv falls. Raquel falls out the ring. Casper says, despite this, I'm going for Becky and Lyra. And Kieran does think the heel turn's coming. Lucas is back, representing the DKW YouTube channel. We'll get into the break here, guys. I'll let you know if anything continues. Again, for those watching in the States, you won't see it. So I know Daniel's out there in the States. So let me fill you in. Lyra's throwing Liv back in the ring at the moment. The match continues to go for a pin. She only gets a 2. What's Lucas got to say? He thinks Bayley turns on Lyra here. And they got the tag team title match on NXT too. Yeah, I think it's happening, man. I do think it's happening again. I know you're the same as me, mate. I'm not a fan of the hot potato. Oh, that was awkward. She bounced off the ropes a bit awkwardly there. Lyra just dove into the ropes because Liv moved out of the way. But yeah, I think if it's going to happen anywhere, this one makes sense. Again, especially with that NXT match as well. Becky and Flair getting booed is what I expected, says Lucas. Becky Flair. I get what you're saying. You're calling her Becky Flair because, like we said the other day, she keeps winning when she comes back. Somewhat getting worse than Charlotte. Seth and Becky in Raw is a W for Kieran. Yeah, good to have her back. Don't get me wrong. We are about 2 minutes and 50 seconds away from Raw coming back on the air, but the feed I'm getting, let me fill you in. Liv is just jumping off the top rope, slamming Valkyria's face into the mat after having Valkyria's face slammed into her knees by Raquel. Using Liv's knees as a weapon, essentially. Liv's going mad on Lyra now, throwing a little bit of a tantrum. Becky getting faces, expression, and a heel turn coming. Yeah, I think it could be. It could be. It ain't Lyra turning on Becky, is it? Because why would you do that? I don't need you. Like, that'd be a bit weird, wouldn't it? Yeah, so I think Becky might be turning tonight, guys. It might be coming. We're about a minute and 5 or so seconds away from Monday Night Raw coming back on there on the main feed. But again, if you're watching outside of the UK, again, I'm not sure how many countries get it like we get it here in the UK. But if you're not here in the UK and you're not getting the feed that I'm getting, let me fill you in. Lyra is getting stomped on by Raquel. She's gone for a pin. It's only a 2. She's trying to get to Becky on the apron, reaching her arms out. Becky's trying to get the fans on board by starting the old kind of babyface clap. She won't be doing that for much longer if she turns heel tonight. Kim's getting a spud in a couple of hours. Isn't a nice jacket potato? Is that what we're talking about? Oh, you get me hungry, mate. Get me hungry. Daniel says, what if Bayley comes out and costs Becky and Lyra the match? And that's a little far-fetched, but it's possible. It is possible. It is possible. She could have a grudge here. It could just turn out that Becky is a heel because she attacked Bayley, for example. But I think having the title on her when Lyra's a bit like, what'd you do that for? Is a bit odd. But yeah, it's possible. Yeah. Becky getting a bit frustrated on the outside. Oh, a nice jacket potato. What are you having with it, Kieran? I'm a mouthful here now. I'm a simple man when it comes to jacket potatoes. A lot of butter or margarine. Hot beans on top, let that butter soak through. Nice bit of cheese. Woof! You know what? Or beans. You know the beans with the... I meant beans as well. Beans with the sausages. Little sausages in them as well. Woof! Nice. Oh, I'm getting hungry. I might need some snacks. Kieran's having butter, beans, tuna, and some hot sauce. Oh, that's a combination. I've seen people do something like that before. I like hot sauce, but I don't really like tuna. But mate, what a combo! Becky now in control. Of course, we can see this on the main feed now. She throws Raquel into her tag team partner in the corner. Becky bouncing off the rope, kicking both of them. Spud Bros do tuna and beans also. Yeah, I see a lot about Spud Bros. I haven't gone to them. Oh, a kick out. Remember earlier when Cena asked us to take a picture? I did it. Look, I actually did it. Oh, roll through. Becky getting thrown off. Oh, she's landed on Raquel. Code breaker from Liv. Go for Oblivion. Oh, but she's held up by Becky on the ropes. 1, 2. Raquel stops it. Manhandle slam. Doesn't get the victory. Not yet anyway. But will it? Will it at all? Lucas says, because surely they want to do singles with Liv and Becky. Yeah, possibly. Possibly. But if Becky's turning here, then she's going to be a heel, though, right? Tuna doesn't belong on a plate, lads. Yeah, I'm not a fan either. I'm not a fan. But hey, you know, as long as Kieran enjoys it. Wrong and no, you like what you like, but yeah, I get you. Yeah, I'm not a fan either, but hey, look, we've got a food channel, by the way, guys. Didn't think we'd be plugging this tonight, but Rebellious Noise Tastes. Check it out. This is the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Rebellious Noise started as one channel, but we split off into different things. We've got a football channel, a film channel called Screen 1, which Lucas has done some great content for in the past. And Rebellious Noise Tastes, if you like food content. Oh, Liv, beautiful. Grabs hold of Becky. Doesn't quite work out immediately, but she does hit the powerbomb eventually. Lyra going for a... Oh, she gets stopped. She went for a Harkin runner, but no, she's been caught by Raquel, who's lifting her up by her top now to hit with a top rope powerbomb, you'd assume. Oh, I think some of her feathers went flying there. Woo! Powerbomb from the top, middle rope. Oh, I thought that was it, you know. Just a 2. Just a 2. Don't say you support Sunderland. No, is that because of the top? No, no, I don't support Sunderland. I'm an Arsenal fan. I know. Is that because of the red and white? But this is, I don't know if you're familiar with Arsenal's old kits in the 90s. This isn't one of them, but it's the same template from an old Arsenal shirt with the lightning bolt. Says the Arsenal way as well, but... Anyway, we've got a football channel for that. Rebellious Noise football channel as well. Why'd you ask Sunderland, though? Oh, I thought you were going to say it. You are a Newcastle fan, are you? Hey, look, you should have said that when Andy was on the stream. He's a Newcastle fan. He was at the final a little while ago. Raquel in the corner now. Lyra's struggling to get to her feet. I don't know if she's selling, if she's really hurt there. If she's really hurt, she shouldn't be picking up Raquel here. She can't do it. She's struggling. And Raquel's made her pay for that. She's pulled her away, but she's... Oh, no. She jumped up to the top rope and caught her in a nice tornado of the DDT. Maybe she was selling, but she was not good on her legs there. Yeah, she couldn't pick it. She's going to try again. But if you're hurt, Lyra, don't be doing it. Those knees don't look like you can take it. Oh, she hits it, but she lands on her own foot, and her foot didn't look good there. Oh, speaking of feet, Liv has put Lyra's foot on the rope. No, Raquel's foot. Becky's come over to attack Liv, though. It looks like we could go into that feud here. All right, so Andy, that was on the stream earlier on the build-up show. I don't know if you were with us at the time, mate, but he's been on the stream a few times. But either way, I'm sure you'll see him on this channel in the future. He's a great friend of ours from the wrestling media world. Support your stuff at Wrestling Royalty. And thanks for supporting us here at Rebellious Noise as well. Rodriguez now, big boot. This could be it. 1, 2. I thought that was it. I thought that was it. Oh, face is looking a bit rough there. I think she's got a bit of a scratch on it. Whoa! Look at that boot. Look at that. I want to see Lyra's face after that. Liv's about to be power bombed onto Lyra, puts her knees up. Maybe it's not going to go their way. Maybe it's not going their way after all. Where's Becky? She's still on the outside. Oh. Morgan hits. No, goes to the Oblivion. She's held onto the ropes, though. Lyra now hits her a big old kick. Where's Becky? Lyra's had a rough match here, man. It's getting rougher, it looks, because Raquel's holding on to Liv's leg, but Becky's holding on to that. Becky's kicked away. Lyra's got. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Lyra's upset because she's accidentally knocked Raquel into Becky. Oblivion. She landed on her head. 1, 2. Good. Again, I'm not a fan of hot potato in titles, guys. We talked about enough hot potatoes tonight, but they've done it. They're champs again. They got the titles back. That's it, Daniel. They are back in the hands of the Judgment Day. I'm not usually a fan of this, but again, it's not like they booked these titles amazingly anyway, and it's going to tell a new story now, surely. Becky Lynch has to turn on Lyra. Heel incoming, says Kieran. Get to some more of these comments here as well. Kieran said, was it the guy with the WrestleMania green screen on our build-up shows the other day? No, that was Amadeus, but he was on the show with us. Don't worry, you'll see him on in the streams on the future, I'm sure. Comic Book History said, my boss came into my office and saw I was watching wrestling, sat down next to me, and watched the Cena segment. It sounds like you got away with it, mate. Nice. There we go. Is Kieran right? Are we getting a heel turn? Are we getting a heel turn? She's going to attack her. She's hugging her to say it doesn't matter. Yes! Clothesline. Attacks her. Lyra looks terrified. Oh, the boos are building. The boos are building. It was somewhat predictable, guys, but I think it's good. It's a nice little story for Raw After Mania. %% a heel, yeah. Is Bayley there? Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to turn out that Becky attacks Bayley. Oh, she's come back. I thought it weren't. I thought it was kind of, just a few punches. Should do more. Because Lyra was still with it. She was a bit like, oh, what was that about? Now she ain't going to be with it much longer. Her head's getting whacked on the mat. Oh, no, she is. She looks upset. I think Lyra should have just played dead there. And then got up after a while. Lyra's battered as well. Her knees cut. She has some rough things. Oh, Becky ain't letting it go. She's coming back in. This is a different way to do a heel turn. She picked her up now. Manhandle slam. It weren't winning the title, but it was making a point. She picked her up for another. Oh, Becky is well and truly a bad, bad woman at the moment. The ref just looking, not caring. Ref, do something about it, mate. Come on. Yeah, I agree, Kieran. This is fun. She's coming back for more. She thinks it's fun. Casper, you're right. I did say Becky versus Lyra. Seth and Becky, both heels. Yeah, I think it makes sense when they acknowledge that they're together. You kind of need to do it. Bex Flair, because she says she's not got a title match. Again, yeah. How much do we have to pay WWE to never see Bex Flair again? Look, I like it, Lucas. I've got to say, man, I think she'll put credibility on the IC title, and I like that. I got, her coming back. For the argument we've had for a lot of these people, Bianca, Becky, Charlotte, over the years, is that they need to, and Cena and Roman, they need to sometimes be out the title picture, but going to a mid-card title is a good thing as well, I think. Sometimes it takes away from that part of his hierarchy in the division, but sometimes it does well. I mean, remember John Cena's Open US title challenge, right? Yeah, the ref weren't really doing much there, was he? Right, anyway, I've got to say, 2 segments, 2 great outcomes. There were still things about the Cena one that I weren't thrilled about, but I did like the countdown of his dates, and I loved Orton. I like where we're going with it. It's a ready-made feud, and I'm glad we're going there. And then this one here, not a fan usually of the hot potato in the titles, especially if they've got tuna on it, like Kieran says. But yeah, we're going to go somewhere good with it, in my opinion. So yeah, Becky Lynch, Lyra Valkyria, surely an IC title feud. Seth dresses like the Yellow Man I don't know what that is, mate. Sorry, I'm a bit oblivious to that one. repeatedly destroying Lyra. What did Lyra do? Let's have a look. Yellow man in from, did you say? Man in a yellow suit. Is that what it is? In from? I've never seen that. It looks like a horror thing. Am I right? It's a TV show. Well, I've never heard of it. Who was the yellow guy in from? I'm reading too much into this show that I don't know about now. I'm probably going to get spoilers. Maybe I should watch it someday. Becky and Lyra be a good feud. Yeah. All right. Look. Oh, that's it. Okay, cool. Let's bring in Lucas. I can see he's lurking in the background just as Becky was lurking to turn on her fellow Dubliner. Lucas, I can see you've got Lyra in the background. Yeah. Pour one out for the homies, right? What are your thoughts on that, mate?
Well, the thing is, it's something we were talking about yesterday anyway, about Becky Lynch turning.
Yeah.
And I can see maybe why they split the attraction of obviously having her turn on Raw over doing it on Mania. I'm not saying that they need to do this more regularly. So I'm going to move stuff about here. I'm not saying that they should do this more regularly, but I think this kind of occasion of it makes sense because they have the title match already tomorrow on NXT, which you have to imagine they're not going to just send Becky down to NXT. Well, they could do, I guess. They have done previously.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not really going to bring Becky back and have her work 3 nights in a row. So I think it made sense to do that. And also good, especially because that title match is against a babyface tag team.
Yeah.
So it makes sense to do it. I guess you've obviously already discussed the opening of the show, by the way. I thought it was fantastic. I thought that was probably seen as best. Karrion Kross in the background of the New Day. That's quite interesting. Okay, so he's still employed.
What's going on? Yeah, he's still there. He's still there.
What the hell was happening with Mark Nash in the introductions for the women's tag match? Like, I don't know if you heard. I guess you didn't hear because you were not watching, but he went to introduce him like 3 times. Like,
I didn't notice that. Yeah, I didn't notice that.
The following.
You know what? I noticed some weird things on WrestleMania. It was in my notes, but I didn't bring it up because we had so much to talk about instead. But now that we got the ads, let me just kind of explain. But did you feel like, and again, because you would have had the same feed as me here in the UK, that they went to say stuff on WrestleMania a few times and then nothing was said? And then a while later, Michael Cole spoke again. And each time he did it, I felt that they were about to promote something. You know, where you can tell what they're about to Was it that we couldn't hear certain ads? Is that what you think it could have been?
Yeah. With that, it's because of our advertising rules in the UK being different from America. So essentially, in the UK, we have stricter laws on advertising that dictate essentially what you can and cannot advertise. And then one of the main ones that we don't allow over here is you're not allowed to advertise something that the consumer can't actually get. So, for example, we can't show adverts in the UK for like 7-Eleven, for example. So when you're doing these things, it's Netflix in the UK.
Right. That feels like more of a Netflix thing, though. I never really noticed that before because we've always had ads. I've seen ads for things that we can't get before, but maybe they were done in a different way and it's certain ads.
Yeah, I think Josh Gable's out now. Yeah, he's got a Grande Americana t-shirt. Oh my god.
Is that what that is?
Yes, our Grande Americana is number 1.
All right, yeah. So for those not watching the feed that we've got, we're about a minute away, but Chad Gable is praising El Grande Americano, essentially. Nice t-shirt.
But also I've noticed that talking of weird kind of things that are happening now is you're even getting the start of the show like. And it's weird because Michael Cole, you think is really experienced with this, but the start of the show sometimes is a bit like he kind of doesn't know when to actually speak. There's kind of that little delay. I don't know where that's kind of coming from because I thought in a nice way I thought when you're starting a show you should know when you're starting. That's really very key.
Yeah. A lot of production has improved like since the change of direction, but there are still some teething problems I find. I think but that's a little promo there from Gable. Ivy now didn't seem too involved there though, did she?
She looks a bit annoyed, didn't she?
But yeah, they were trying to get her to pose.
Yeah, she looks a bit annoyed. The other two look, a bit disinterested, but not as annoyed as Ivy Nile.
Okay. All right, show's about to come back on
leaving.
the air.
Okay, they're leaving. Obviously, this is new for us as well this year, because previously we wouldn't get any of this stuff, would we? Any ads would get obviously our own adverts.
Yeah, it would have just been for the live audience, and it's interesting because some of them I think are good, and I don't want to go, I'll put this on the main show, but because then we'd miss out on getting these little bonus things. But I was saying a few weeks back, the New Day announced basically that they were going into a tag team feud for the tag titles for WrestleMania on one of these little segments as well. Quickly get some of these comments here as well. Kieran went back to look and see who I meant about Andy. Yes, Andy Spores, that's him. Shag Gable is El Grande. He thinks we're dumb. It's all a bit of fun, isn't it?
It's been disproven.
Yeah, we had El Grande Briticano in the chat earlier on, the long lost brother apparently. Logan James in the house as Becky Lynch joining Seth Rollins and Paul Heyman. Could do. That'd be interesting to see. Thanks for your comment, buddy. Appreciate that. And Casper is a fan of American Made, as am I. All right, still on some actual ads now. This is basically talking about WrestleMania.
Yeah,
the fact of the night.
Week, won't they? So what? Most socially viewed WrestleMania. 1.1 billion social views.
Okay.
Okay. It's quite hard with that kind of stat, because it's like, okay, like who's but okay, look, I mean, if that's something they want to say, then they can say it.
I mean, last year I would have been like, yeah, well deserved, I love it, but because I didn't like the ending, I'm like, oh, all right then.
But then it is one of the things do know, factually, that people are more likely to go and talk about something that they dislike than something they like.
They also post a lot more than they used to as well on social media. And I like it, not just on YouTube with recaps and stuff like that, but also they put videos on Twitter a lot more now.
Yeah, but also even in the intro to this show, I really love this entrance from the New Day, and it's good obviously to people that didn't know it is actually Jim Johnson's song as well, isn't it?
Is it?
Yeah, Jim Johnson. Yeah.
What, just an old one, just repurposed, or no? Because it's their own.
The New Day, Xavier Woods said about it. He
really
Johnson, yeah. And
there is hope yet. Is that what we're saying? Like Jim Johnson might be doing more with the WWE.
Might basically signed to the company or anything like that, but he licensed this thing for them. He did this thing for them. Xavier Woods was a big fan, as I guess a lot of people are, of Jim Johnson stuff in the past. And so maybe. But
Cass was saying, what do we think of the song? I like it. I like it even more now I know who's done it.
Yeah, Jim Johnson. But the presentation of New Day, similar doing a promo, which, let me see what subs on.
Daniel says, I like the new song. Their heel run is growing on me. Yeah, I think they've been good heels. I just think it was strange not having the SmackDown tag titles on WrestleMania and having this instead, and it felt like it was for a reason, like Big E or something. But like now that we got there, where are we going with these? Maybe we're going to use them a bit better now.
The thing is, they're getting the crowd reaction though that's needed, I guess.
Yeah. All right. So the new WWE Tag Team. I think they broke a record as well, didn't they, Lucas? Like the most of all time, or something?
Yeah.
I mean, look, I've always said I hate the Freebird rule, and I would contend that fact. But fair play.
I think it made sense to the New Day though, because all three of them were so over. It was never like any one of them was like a side thing. No,
yeah, they were equal. Don't get me wrong. I don't like the rules of that. Like one should be not the tag champ, essentially. Something might happen here. Maybe Fraxium. This could be it.
I hope so. But also, we got the fact that someone's got to push Karrion Kross sign.
It's probably Charlotte. Scarlett.
It was Scarlett. Yeah. Interesting though that they opened with a heel promo and John Cena.
Yeah, we're straight into
with American Made. Now they've got
a heel turn.
So it's got to be a babyface thing.
Yeah, it's got to be this. few comments here as well. Kieran says, "I'm in my bar now. You have a bar in your backyard."
Oh wow, that's pretty cool.
My parents got one as well. But,
where's our invite?
I need to go. Yeah, where's the invite, mate? It's
well, it was bar, actually. I ain't going on my knees.
Kieran, well, you did say earlier on about watching Clash in Paris at a bar if you couldn't get there. Oh, American Alpha, okay. Alpha Academy. Mixing up all these names here. All the Chad Gable related things. Okay, so this is the feud. All right.
Well, yeah, they're dressed for wrestling.
Do you think it's a tonight thing or a new program?
Who is a great tag team ever? I must admit, Maxine's come along like really well, actually.
She's doing well on the mic, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, Alpha Academy out at the moment. Could be a match now.
Yeah, they did lose to Alpha Academy.
She's saying 60 seconds as well.
Yeah, it was quite a short match. I knew it was under 60, but yeah, definitely a short match.
She's really doing well in his promo. All right, so they won a title match now.
Yeah, they're ready. Don't quite think Xavier Woods is in wrestling attire though.
He says no.
He says
no.
Yeah. What was his
Are they scared?
Lanyards in the front row. I guess I like.
What's in the front row, sorry?
Some people have lanyards, don't they? Is that like a thing they do for maybe the people that have the
like VIP type.
VIP thing, yeah.
Yeah, I agree, Casper. Great promo here from Maxine. She's definitely improving. Oh, here we go. Getting the ref out.
But yeah, this is one of those where it maybe would have had. Oh, look, the referee is really running to the ring, isn't he?
Yeah.
Like you
the old Charles Robinson meme. Here we go. We're getting the light and then everything. Oh, no, we're not. What's this?
What are we getting? Are we getting
turn this up? I've got to turn this up.
What are we getting?
Rusev!
What?
But Rusev's back! But why here? New song though, I'm not sure about that. Here he is, and he's looking good. He's looking good. I thought for a second I was like, Fraxium changed their theme. Oh, Raw of the Lion by CF. It says, okay, so it's got a new theme song. They even put that in. That's interesting on their closed captions.
So, but
he's looking good.
He does realize he's not a tag team, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
I know something get lost in translation.
It's going to be him and Lana.
Yeah. Okay, this is interesting.
I'm happy to see him back. I wish he had his own old theme song. I'll be 100% honest about that.
The Hills.
Oh, he's going to attack them. He's a heel. So it was basically to spoil the party.
Okay.
Good to see him. He looks in great shape, man.
Really good shape. But then with respect, if you've had like 2 years to basically sit with nothing, invade an AW contract.
Tozawa going up high. Not going to work out for him, surely.
I must admit, though, that Otis and Rusev could slap, you know. Like, the Otis and Gunther match was actually a very underrated match from Raw.
Yeah.
I mean, we still need to see Otis and Gable. Like, we still need to see that match.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? Oh, kick straight to the face.
Oh,
yeah. Otis is not looking good in this little kind of bit between the two of them, but it could lead to a match, maybe. Comments here, Rusev, he's back. Daniel Bryan, yeah. It does look different, Kieran. He's really kind of trimmed. Not looking. Yeah, title's not on the line now, it seems. Poor old Otis. I'm happy for Rusev. I think it makes him look good.
But yeah, we're definitely getting a lot of hill things, aren't we, in this first hour?
Yeah, man. The whole show's been about heels.
There's baby faces on your roster.
Oh, Maxine's selling it as well. She looks terrified.
The thing is, though, like, this is another example where, look, I'm pleased that Rusev's back, but it does look like it's going to come at the expense of Alpha Academy, who, again, are weak as...
Could have had something there, yeah.
There's so many things that, like, we need to see.
Well, it still gives hope for this tag team division, though, that we might be seeing something different next. So, ref got out there fast as Kieran, yeah. Backstage now, talking about tag champs. We've got the new women's tag champs. Yes, you heard right. It's back on the shoulders of the Judgment Day.
4-time.
And IC champ.
There's no Finn either. No Finn.
Here he is.
Oh, there he is.
He's going to congratulate him. Oh. He said, oh, yeah. Liv doing some good acting there. Oh, what happened? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, he says. Carly said, we don't have titles, but it feels like we have titles, right? I like that. I like that we're not going straight into it. And that, yeah, Finn's basically said what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas is fine. And then he looks at the title in that final shot as if to say, I need it.
Do you reckon they're parking it? But definitely for tonight, because they just had...
Yeah. For how long, though?
They've had obviously, Rusev returns as a villain, so maybe they're just going to park.
Too many.
Obviously, they are doing a match, though, which we kind of did say they should avoid, and they are going to have Dom face Penta.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Io Sky's making her entrance for the way at the moment. She's in ring gear. Okay.
Yeah, looks like she's going to have a match.
Wow.
As Daniel says, yeah, definitely something coming up with Finn and Dom in the future. But probably a good thing, as Lucas says, to kind of take your foot off the gas with it here tonight and not rush it all. We've had some big moments already.
We have. I mean, you know, it does seem like it's lining up to be a decent Raw After Mania.
Yeah, I'm happy so far.
You know, so far. Yeah, Io Sky, I don't know if she's... Assuming she's wrestling. She has wrestling gear. You know.
Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. How many more... I don't think there'll be many more surprises. I mean, the biggest one I expected was Rusev, maybe Fraxium coming up as well. So I can't even picture what the main event is tonight because they haven't even announced anything. So will that be something big?
I get the email.
Seth and Heyman, I guess, because they are there, of course. We're still yet to see them.
John Cena, Seth and Paul Heyman, Jey Uso is there, and that's all they announced.
Oh, yeah, Jey Uso, yeah. We've seen Cena already, of course.
And we've seen Cena already, yeah. So we get to see Jey and we get to see Seth Rollins. So I'm guessing we're going to hopefully get an answer as to, what's the motivation behind Rollins and Seth joining. And we most hopefully get an answer for what direction we're going to see them go with Jey Uso. Do they go to a rematch with Gunther, or which I really, really don't want?
Same.
Just off the base that it's been
it's overdone already.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Get some of these comments here as well. Daniel says, agreed, let Dom and Finn simmer a bit. We're on a break at the moment, by the way, guys. 2 minutes until it comes back on air, but they're showing highlights essentially from the women's title match last night at WrestleMania Sunday. Casper says it's 5 years since we've seen Rusev in WWE, and Judgment Day segment backstage now, and Io Sky is here. Yeah, we're not sure what Io is doing yet, but she looks like she's ready for a match. A lot's happened, and we are only an hour in. Good point, Daniel. This could be the issue, though. We could burn out quickly. If it keeps up this pace, it could be one of the better Raws in recent years, Raws after WrestleMania. So we'll have to see. I think it's going to have to take its kind of step back a little bit soon because it's been go, go, go so far. Ripley and Bianca comes out when Io Sky is still talking. Could be that.
But she looks like she's definitely dressed for a match.
Yeah, I think she's wearing the same gear as yesterday, judging by the highlights we're seeing here. So
I watched.
Yeah, I hope it's been watched. We are a minute and 15 or so seconds away from the feed coming back. But again, if you're watching it internationally, you're not missing much. We're just seeing highlights of what went down at WrestleMania between Io Sky, Rhea Ripley, and Bianca Belair. Great match, by the way.
Right. I'm gonna shoot off anyway. Like, I have got work in a few hours, so
no worries, man. Good to have you on board anyway, and appreciate your insight as always. We'll catch up soon, and talk wrestling again, mate.
Cool. Nice, man.
See you later, man. Once again, thank you to Lucas for hopping in tonight, and thank you to everyone that hopped in on the build-up show. Of course, Lucas was with us there. We had Andrew Spores. As well from Wrestling Royalty. So yeah, it's been a good night and some great guests over the weekend on our build-up shows for WrestleMania. If you're new here, essentially our build-up show is exactly as it sounds. We build up to a PLE. We go all night essentially until the PLE starts. We take you right to it. And tonight we've done the same thing with Monday Night Raw, but we decided to stick around longer and hit you with a watch along. And at the moment, guys, I'm glad we've done it. An hour and 10 minutes in. It's been a good show so far. And although it's 2:10 a.m., hence why Lucas needs to get off to bed, which I fully appreciate, I'm still feeling pumped. I'm still feeling good. I mean, I'm going to feel shattered tomorrow. I'm going to try not to do too much tomorrow, guys. But, we'll try and cover the fallout from WrestleMania and the build into Backlash as much as we can on this channel, guys. We appreciate you joining us, and we hope you stick with us. Casper says, amazing. Great for Io, a great result. And Kira says she's wearing the same. There you go. I reckon she's cleaned it. Io, great result at Mania. Yeah, I agree with you, buddy. Oh, San Diego, Survivor Series, November 29th. All right. Well, I will be getting that in my calendar straight away. All right. Because I need to make sure we can do content, guys. I need to be here for you lot. Survivor Series. Excuse me. Did that not say War Games, though? Did it say War Games? All right. That's in the calendar. Again, I got to know when we're doing this content. I appreciate you staying up and doing this. Thank you, Daniel, man. I appreciate you choosing to spend your Monday night with us either way. I know it's not as late for you. You get to watch it at a somewhat reasonable time, which we loved when we had the European tour, by the way, which is why we did a lot of watch-alongs surrounding those shows. But yeah, it's a special one, man. It's a good weekend, and I'm feeling good. So, thanks for joining us, mate. And, when you guys chime in your comments, it really does help me kind of stay motivated. So, yeah. Comic book history is not a fan of the music. It seems I don't mind it. Some of the current themes are not great, but there are some decent ones still. Yeah, did hit War Games. Didn't see it on the logo or anything. It might become War Games. They do change their mind on these things, but at the moment it looks like it's not War Games. Strong start to the show, says Casper. Did anyone notice Survivor Series card on WrestleMania during the Jey Uso match? Yeah, it was a bit strange, wasn't it? They used the graphic on the replay. A bit of a mistake there. My guess is Ripley and Bianca comes out. Maybe. Or maybe we go to a new feud here. All right. Glad we got some news about Survivor Series. You deserve it. Chant simmering in the background. Going to get louder, I'm sure. Io, the pro, letting it come out. She does deserve it as well. Definitely forgotten. And in the background in the feud, but kept making herself known. Kept putting her presence out there. A Liverpool shirt in the crowd, is there? Ooh. Oh, yeah, I did say War Games comic book history says. Okay. I didn't spot that. I was so much information at once. Yeah, we won't forget you, Io. She's speaking in Japanese now. I'm not learning Japanese, guys. I'm learning Spanish. I got a few words of what Raquel said. The genius of the sky, says Io. Something's going to happen here. Maybe an NXT call up? Oh. Is this Stephanie Vaquer? What a Raw After Mania, guys. What a Raw After Mania. The surprises keep on coming, as Michael Cole says. Yes. NXT Women's Champion. I mean, she ain't getting called up because she's doing business in NXT. But I just like it. Special occasion. Let's do it. Let's do it. Comic book history is not familiar. Mate, you're going to get familiar. You're going to get to know this woman. She is incredible. She is incredible. Dark Angel herself. She knew Ross is Kieran. Yeah, so she's the NXT champion. I don't think she'll be sticking around Raw for long. But, man, she's here tonight. She's here tonight. And I would say dive into it, guys. I'm getting really back into NXT lately. It's been great. And NXT Stand and Deliver was amazing. This woman was a big part of that. And why? Woof. I wonder if Lucas has gone to bed or if he's seeing this. I think he'll be thrilled if he's seen it and he'll struggle to get to sleep. Yeah, she is great, Daniel. You're right. Here we go. She's saying congratulations. Casper's happy. Loving Stephanie as well. Good night for women. You're right. Had some good stuff. Final women's divisions. NXT Women's Champion. Is this going to be a match? Okay. So she should come out to show respect. Fans are loving this. Sounds like she's from Japan. I don't know if she was speaking Japanese. I thought she'd be speaking Spanish. She's Chilean, but oh no, that sounded Spanish there. She ain't gonna give her respect, you reckon? She wants to fight the best. She wants to fight the best of the best. This could be a main event tonight. I mean, it might be now, but yeah, come on, do it. Yeah, fighting champion EO. That's what we like to see. This will be good. Stephanie's got to lose, though, because yeah, EO playing the fans. You know it, EO. Right here, right now. The fans are loving it. Oh, here we go. Don't be a party pooper now. Pierce, you got to agree. This is great. Do it. He wants to make sure that the fans want it. This is a match. Boo. No, don't boo it, Kieran. It's going to be great. Oh, party pooper, your fault. Yeah. It was fine. It's fine. It's fine, guys. False alarm. I know we all thought Pierce was going to be the party pooper. False alarm. What a Raw after, like they said it was going to be big, guys. I have to admit, I can't wait for the review, man. It's going to be flipping late for me. The bird's going to be singing and everything by the time we finish the stream. But as the fans in Vegas are saying, this is awesome. What a show. Daniel, you're right. It should be a great match. Let's go. Yeah, 217 here in the UK. This is awesome chant. Are you from Newcastle then, Kieran? You said you're a Newcastle fan. Are you from Newcastle? You are. Okay, nice. Oh, this is cool. Guys, if you're not familiar, again, hopefully this match will show off why there's a lot of buzz around back here at the moment. Yes, Pat McAfee says Japan and Chile being represented here. WWE for global, and I love that. You're off to see Ipswich versus Newcastle. Look, my team, Arsenal, just beat Ipswich 4-0, wasn't it? So I think you'll have a good day as well, mate. Newcastle doing good things at the moment. And WWE doing good things here tonight, man. Monday Night Raw, guys. What do you think of it so far? Have you enjoyed it? For 2 hours and 1 hour and 18 minutes in. Skyland's on the feet. Bit of respect between the two of them here. Had a few dream matches with Stephanie already. Stephanie now on the back of Sky, rumbling against the ropes. Sky trying to get her to release the hold. Let me know what else you think is going to happen tonight on Raw, guys. Get your comments in. Keep them coming. Loving it so far. Oh, suicide dive to the outside. I imagine we're going to go to a break here. Yeah, he is fired up. And not only what do you think's coming, what do you think of the show so far? Awesome Raw so far, says Casper. Nice treat for the women. They've had a good showing on this this event. Oh, nice Vaquero jumping off the barrier there. Forrest took third from Newcastle. Oh, yeah, I didn't keep up with any of the scores today, actually. I assumed Forrest would win. Certainly enjoying this Raw, says Daniel. All right, we're heading to a break, and let me fill you in with anything you may not be seeing if you are from the States, for example. 2 hours, 2 minutes and 45-ish seconds until we're back on air. But what we're seeing on the international feed is Stephanie Vaquero in the ring, taking control over Io Sky and ramming her face into the top turnbuckle twice, 3 times, hitting the fourth here. Get her in the corner, climbing up by using a foot against the chest of Io. Boots to the face now as well. Quite brutal here from Stephanie on Io. Surprises keep on coming. Kieran thinks that Rhea might come out and help the blue woman. Stephanie Vaquer. Which is spelled Vaquer. If you do want to Google her and find out more, she's great. And again, hopefully you'll find out that from tonight's showing as well. This is a fun little bonus match we've had tonight. Oh, so yeah, 2-1. Did you say? I just saw in the comments. 2-1, of course, beating Tottenham Hotspur. What do you know, mate? They're lucky they ain't been relegated, I tell you. Sold out crowd, it seems, there in Vegas. 19,000, I think they said. Guys, we've got about 1 minute and 15 seconds before the main feed comes back on. But at the moment, Stephanie is in control again. If you haven't already, guys, please subscribe. Hit that magical red button. It really helps us. We've just hit 1,000 subscribers a few days ago. That was our target for WrestleMania weekend, and we've gone past it. And, man, we're on our way to 1,100, you know. So we'd appreciate if you're new here that you subscribe. Or if you've been here a few times lurking in the background, come on. Join us here at the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. Press subscribe and become part of the community here. Lovely crossbody there. Both of them hitting each other, though. So it was nice for both of them, but also painful for both of them. We're 35 seconds away from the main feed coming back. Comic Book History says, I have to say the show hasn't been that exciting so far. I hope we get Seth Rollins, Heyman, expanded with Aleister Black and someone else. I think Black's going to be on Friday. I think it's been really exciting, mate. I think we had fun moments. I think Randy Orton coming out and attacking Cena was good. And we got a title change. We got a heel turn. Rusev came back. I don't think they're exciting things. But, you know, maybe you're looking for something like a massive wow moment. Are you looking for something bigger, I'm guessing? Lovely suplex from Stephanie Vaquer there as the Chilean gets to the top rope just in time for the feed to come back on. Io's going to stop her, though. Crazy seeing the graphic pop up at the bottom. Io Sky versus Stephanie Vaquer. If you're just tuning in now, you'd be like, wait, what? Villa versus City on Tuesday. Big match there. Come on, the Villa. ABC in it. Anyone but City. Daniel Bourne says, I just started watching the Premier League last year. Man City fan. No, Daniel. Don't do it. Casper says, Leeds and Burnley promoted to the Premier League and excited about Raw, says Casper. Yeah, I think it's been exciting. Oh, so they're doing patches for main roster debut. I mean, we're talking about football here, guys. It reminds me of like the FA Cup patch, the Champions League patch, obviously the Premier League one as well. But I like that. I don't like the fact that they have done them to sell them. I think selling them is a good idea, but like they should be used as like that, like getting like your first cap when you play for a national team in football, or you know your first Champions League shirt or your debut shirt or something like that. It should be used in that one. But like the wrestlers should get to keep them. If they want to sell them, fair play. But like they should be made to sell. I don't think. That's what I don't like about it. But I like the idea overall. Io Sky getting a bit mad. Getting the fans hyped up. She's about to run to the corner. Boom! Knees to the face of Stephanie Vaquer. Vaquer kicks out. Io climbs over Stephanie. Bit of disrespect there. Jumps up to the top rope, bouncing. She's getting ready for a moonsault. Lands on her feet as Stephanie rolls. Waits for it though. Rolls herself to get out again. Oh! Dragon screw off the rope. That was tough looking. Vaquer into the corner. Boom. Knees of her own to the face of Io Sky. Oh, I thought that was going to be it there. Getting close. 2 count only. That was rough, that dragon screw, man. Adds for those knees to the face. Comic Book History says, where has the White 6 been at the moment? Beats me, mate. I ain't got a clue. It's crazy. I was watching the Slammies. We did a watch along for it as well, and they were like nominated for 2 awards for the same thing, their debut. And it's like they've done nothing really since then. And then Alexa Bliss came back as well, and that was amazing. Nothing. I don't understand that. Double stop by Sky there. Only gets the 2, though. Daniel says, I haven't seen the White 6. Where they've been. They fade off for some reason. Yeah, such a shame. Such a shame. So they're playing up the knee here for Io. The dragon screw landed on her feet. This is awesome chant from the fans. Nice big boot there from Vaquer. Back suplex as well. She's holding her own in this. All the fans are excited because they know what's coming next. Here's the move that Charlotte referred to as she slams her face onto the floor, and the fans love it. 10 of them. Whew, did you hear that as well? Thump, thump, thump. Ooh, a 2 count. Comic Book History said, that's right, the team has gone. I had some good talent being wasted, yeah. Again, and then you put Alexa, whether or not she's going to be with it or not. I mean, look like she was, but she's top of the list for me. She's one of the best, most talented wrestlers, I think, in the whole company, Alexa. Especially her character work. One more time, said the fan. See a little smirk on Stephanie's face. She's thinking about doing it again. No, she's not. Io fights out. Sunset flip. Whoa. Whoa. I thought she was going to get described that. She spun around there and just hit with a roll up. This match is really starting to heat up, guys. I felt like their chemistry at first was a little kind of off, even though I was excited for the match. But yeah, I think they're building to something here. The crescendo's coming soon. Woo! Backbreaker. Slow Sports popped out for a bit. Oh, a 2 count. Yeah, you missed. Becky Lynch turned the heel. Stephanie McMahon made her NXT debut. Rusev came back. Yeah, Rusev battered Otis. you missed a lot, man. I hope you haven't missed all the surprises, but yeah, there have been some big ones so far. Comic book history says it's interesting to think the WrestleMania both nights events had AEW's biggest stars and they both lost. Would that keep an AEW talent at arm's length? I don't think so, because when you look at the other way, they're used very well. Ray Phoenix and Penta are great examples of, look, if you come over, we're going to use you well, we're going to use you quick. Ricky Starks doing well in NXT, North American champion, of course. Stephanie McMahon now getting in control. No. EO ducks. Oh, nice German suplex there from EO. Casper says, great match so far. Yeah, it's really starting to heat up, Casper. German of her own. Good match. Good match. Been a long one as well. Ain't been short. Fight forever chant from the fans. They're loving it. They are loving it. They've been spoiled tonight, guys. The fans in attendance in Las Vegas are getting some good moments. Good match as well. True, forgot about Ricky in NXT. They're up high. So there's a few members like this who are a little slow, but got to be careful with this one. Woo! Was that like a Spanish fly? What was going on there? It looked like Stephanie's head was getting a bit scarily close to the floor there. What was that? Yeah, it was Spanish fly. Spanish fly, yeah. Sludge says, what happened with the Judgment Day? So there's a backstage segment as far as the main crew. Finn came in and said, what happens if Vegas stays in Vegas? But he looked at the title suspiciously. And yeah, the girls won their tag team titles back when Becky turned heel. That was good, wasn't it? Yeah, the rope. Yeah. Oh, who's that? Roxanne Perez as well. To ruin the match. Okay, so they built. I like this. I like what they're doing here. They're promoting NXT essentially here. She's ruined, and people know who Roxanne is because she's been on the main roster. Julia as well. Mate, this is a big night for the women. A big night for NXT. They're just happy they've ruined the match. So Julia's gone after Io Sky. Perez attacking Vaquer. Oh! Rhea Ripley. Oh, did one about Paige, but no, Rhea's the one making the save. Boo, they were ruining it, but this is cool. Kieran called it Rhea Ripley. I like this. I like seeing the different kind of... This makes it fresh. And everybody knows that NXT's women's division is amazing. But this, seeing these people with Io, with Rhea, it's keeping it fresh. I'm liking this. This is a snapshot into the future, guys. Oh, look at the black eye she's got. You effed up chant from the fans to Julia. She can hold her own, though, guys. Julia is amazing, man. Like, you'll see again, if you've not been watching NXT, I understand, but she's great. Julia is great, but she's a naughty woman at the moment. She's acting like a coward, so that's the presentation at the moment. But she's a great wrestler. Lovely, man. Great moment there as well. Rhea Ripley staring down the NXT wrestlers of Sam Perez, who seems to be back fully on NXT now. Julia. And then looks down at Io Sky. Surely she wants the title back. That's what she's picking up. Sludge wanted Stacks Lorenzo to be called up from stand and deliver. Doesn't look like that. Yeah, I mean, I think that feud's gonna be fun though. So at least we got that. So Rhea's now given the title back to Io, but kind of held on to it a little bit longer as well. Pointed at it. Don't know what she said, but you'd imagine it's something like, I'm coming after that. Big night for NXT, as Casper says. Very fresh indeed. Yeah, and it helps. I think it helps NXT. NXT's getting good to a good level now, guys. I think it's worth them promoting it on Raw, basically. Like at this level. So even if you're not getting an NXT call-up where they're like, that's it, they're on the main roster going forward, it's still good to use them, I feel, on the Raw After Mania. So yeah, quite fun, man. Like, they're all in town anyway. She said, I'm coming for that. Okay, got it. CM Punk backstage, not in a good mood, is he? Look at him. So, yeah, we should get a little bit of progress there with that storyline as well. We know that Seth and Heyman's there. I don't think Roman will be. We're getting Jey Uso next. What's he going to do? Daniel says, I'm loving seeing the NXT talent in the Raw, even for some show. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't need to be a full call-up, but still good to see it anyway. What's CM Punk doing here? Yeet. So it says, you remember Cassius Ohno, one of my favorite NXT supers? Yeah, Cassius Ohno. What's his thingy name now? What was his name? Chris Hero, that was it. Yeah, I liked him as well. Punk looking like his dog. A yeet from Daniel as well. Yeet's in the chat. Gunther will probably come out, but he's talking. Yeah, maybe. Maybe we'll kind of give him respect or something. But I don't know. I feel like we should move on to a new feud now with Jey Uso quickly. And I did think maybe it would be Seth, but it doesn't look like it now if they're in separate segments. If Punk is there, it's probably for that. Right, so now we are in the ads at the moment, but we're not getting ads here in the UK. We're getting Pat on the mic, hyping up the audience and hyping up WrestleMania. So in the past 4 days have been electrifying, talking about the number of fans in attendance as well. CM Punk will be watching NXT tonight. It's Tuesday now. Yeet versus Gunther continue all new opponent. I hope it's a new opponent, but I wouldn't be massively surprised if it was a continuation. Agreed. Punk looks mad as heck, understandably. Yeah, he had a rough night. Hello, Daniel. Looks like you're a new. Welcome to the channel. That's it, Sludge. Always good to see new people join us. Sludge, you've been with us for a while, of course, and it's great to see you welcoming in new people as well. You're watching a Twinkies commercial, mate. You're making me hungry thinking about Twinkies now. Very different to what we're seeing. But look, I'm keeping you in the loop what we're getting in here in the UK, and you're keeping me up to date with what we're seeing in the States. I'm liking it. Oh, gosh, the Austin thing was awkward, wasn't it? Australia don't get ads either, do they, Sludge? Okay, cool. We're going to hear from CM Punk soon, says Casper. Loving the international flavor tonight, guys, as always. We're just like the WWE. We're going global, baby. And hopefully we'll get more international PLEs as well. Not only so that people like myself and Sludge can go around the world, but also a lot of those are about more reasonable times, and we can watch them at reasonable times and do extra content around them as well. We're 5 seconds away from the main feed coming back. Woo! Cardi B now advertising SummerSlam. So we know the dates for SummerSlam, Money in the Bank, Survivor Series, Backlash. We are going to get news soon about an Australian PLE, aren't we? We've got Clash in Paris. The Australian PLE has got a rough date of October, but we don't know what show it is yet. It could be Bad Blood like it was last year, as in October had that last year. Seems like the replacement maybe of Hell in a Cell now. There's rumors, of course, about Evolution or even dates going around about that as well. Yeah, Pat was yapping along. International collaboration. You know it, man. You know it. I'm at work watching you and Netflix comic book history. That's what we like to hear. I hope you don't get in trouble. But then again, you said your boss come and watched with you, so that's all right. Sounds like you got away with it. But yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate that. We're lucky here. WrestleMania started at 9 a.m. Where are you, comic book history? Whereabouts are you based? 9 a.m. Man, it was 12. It was midnight, and I thought that was decent. Nick Khan said he wanted a PLE in India this year. That would be big. That would be big. I'd like to see that. I'm in the mood for more surprises. Will we get more, guys? Will we get more? What have you thought of the show so far? Keep your comments coming. And I hope you're going to join me later on for the instant reaction review. We're going all night, guys. We're doing our watch along here. We started out with a build-up show where we previewed the event with our friends. And now we're here chatting Raw together. And later on, we're going to break down the show properly. Oh, Jey Uso now. Giving an inspirational quote there from Kobe Bryant. Oh, a little video about Jay's career here. Oh, this is going to get me emotional. The Usos with Tamina and their dad, Rikishi, of course. I've always liked the Usos. Like, I really have. I liked them when they were like back then, you know, high flyers with the paint, doing the ceremonial dance when they came out. The Bloodline stuff was great. The Day One-ish stuff was amazing as well. I don't think they got enough credit at the time when they kind of changed up their characters. Comic book here, so I won't get in trouble. Oh, you're in Australia as well. Nice one. A little bit of an Australian contingency here tonight. Few Brits, few out in the States as well. Man, it's good for Jey Uso. I know a lot of people have kind of crapped on him recently. And look, don't get me wrong. There are things about his character that they're not for me. But it is fun. The entrance is fun. The Yeet stuff is funny. It can be a bit much at times. That's part of the charm in some ways, you know. And I think the man deserves it. I think he's had a career, you know, that again spans so long now with, you know, his brother. And his solo run's been good. I think it's really been enjoyable. I remember a few years back when he first kind of coined the term main event Jey Uso and he won the Andre the Giant Battle Royal. You know, you think about it since then, he stepped up and he stepped up and he stepped up. I think it's deserving. I don't think it's going to be a long title reign, but I'm happy he got it. Yeah, Casper says, good video package here for Jay. Why the sad music? It's to evoke emotion, I guess, isn't it? Comic book history from Kings Island. And I think Jay's reign will last about 40 to 70 days. Is this a longer Raw? I don't know. Because now it's on Netflix, it doesn't always go to the 3 hours, you know. They've got that freedom, you know. They don't have, like, SmackDown's more rigid because they got the ads they have to get in. Now seeing highlights from Jey Uso's entrance at WrestleMania, which was pretty cool. So usually I'd say, Raw's not going to 3 hours. But I think tonight it could. I mean, we're an hour and 20 minutes away from that being the case, if that does happen. I'd love to get to bed earlier. But at the same time, I'm enjoying Raw. So, we'll continue the content for however long the show is on. We'll be here for the watch along. And then after that, again, we'll have an instant reaction review as well. And again, I appreciate you guys keeping me company in the comments. Sludge wants to head out to Kings Island. I got to look this place up. Yeah, it's cool, but we're wasting time on highlights and stuff. Yeah, I guess they're just spreading things out a little bit. Give people a little bit of a breather. I think you got to recap the big stuff as well from WrestleMania. And when else do you play a video like this? You know, nice. Here we go. Surely, ooh, so looks good with a belt. Come on. Yeet in the chat. Let's go. Yeah. Punk, Seth, Dom, and Jay. Long walk again. You. Getting the yeets in the chat. You. It's funny as well. Like, I was wearing a yeet shirt on Saturday. Lucas was wearing a yeet shirt as well. It looked like we were just massive Jey Uso fans. I like him. but I get a little kiddie do it with him. Yeah. Oh, getting goosebumps now. Go, good moment. Is that an Aston Villa shirt there as well? Yeah. Oh yeah, Sludge typo there. You said yeah. He was so excited he fumbled it. Yeah, see the Villa shirt. And again, it's like they beat City, eh? I like the shirts they do for like Royal Rumble winners and WrestleMania match winners, by the way. Don't remind me of it of Newcastle. No Yeet says comic book history. Sludge says Raw crowds are better than Mania crowds. The Mania crowd's great, but I think it's so big that it's just different. You know, like at Raw, you've got like, I've been to WrestleMania a few times and very privileged to be able to say that. And the Raw After Mania is one of the best things about the weekend because you go there and you do get a lot of the kind of hardcore fans and the international fans who think we bring a different flavor, different kind of chants, which you're seeing more and more these days with the international PLEs and Raws and SmackDowns we get. But it used to be really where the international fans shone, essentially. You know, look back to Fandango, you know, that all started from, that was like a thing that people did in darts, you know, that's the kind of darts chant. A lot of them are football chants as well, which, you know, it's not just people from England, it's very European, of course, but and now we're getting the Cody Rhodes, the Roman Reigns, and the Dirty Dom chant. For the team, at least, for the yeeting, at least. Pat's always standing on the desk. Yeah, he's got to be careful, mate. One of these days, might have an injury. Yeet party. I know some people are going to go, oh, here we go again. Another one of his entrances. But it is a big part of his character. And like when you win a world title, like if there's any time to do a big entrance. Comic book history says Mania is different. You're in the audience. You want to focus on it in case you miss anything. And at Raw, you're having fun. Yeah, I guess that's kind of part of the vibe as well. Yeah, I get what you mean there, mate. See the Liverpool fan as well. See what I mean? You do get a lot. I mean, it might be Americans there wearing those shirts. Don't get me wrong. Daniel said he's getting into the Premier League earlier on. Wrong team, but I appreciate the effort. But yeah, like often when you see those, they're kind of like signs that are, oh, there's a Liverpool fan. I see what you mean. Now, oh, look, I'm British. Yeah, you know, like give Rusev a few, the Braun Breaker. Woo, can you imagine? Leeds and Burnley in the Prem again. Yeah, I think Casper mentioned it earlier on. Will they go straight back down, though, guys? Will this man be getting a relegation in the form of losing his title quickly? I don't think he'll have it long. But nice from the fans. You deserve it. Here we go. What's he got to say? Comic book history thinks Jeff Hardy come out and challenge Jey, two of the best tag teams in a single match. Yeah, that'd be cool. Sludge hates on Tottenham. Me too, mate. I think loads of people do, don't we? 98 Tottenham. I won't swear, but you know, 98 Tottenham. 98 Tottenham. All right. Breaker and Rusev would be awesome as well. Yeah, Breaker and Rusev. One more time. They're looking around for it. Production got to do it. Puts the title down. There we go. Oh, the fans, hear them singing as well, man. The people want it. Do you know what I mean? They're having fun there, as comic book history said. They are having fun. Keep the yeets coming. I think I saw a Celtic shirt there as well. Yeah, Rusev and Gunther. That'd be good. Talk already, says Kieran. Comic book's falling asleep as well. Look, he's getting on it now. Don't worry. I think we got to give him this moment. He's just won the world title, guys. World Heavyweight Champion is now in your city. I know what you mean. He's not the yeet guy next day. Do the yeet. Look, Bobby. Look, come on. I appreciate it. Team 10 years. Do you think Gunther's coming out? Congrats, Jay. Who's coming out though? What's happening? Kieran thinks it will be Gunther. I got a feeling that if he does come out, he might congratulate him. I'm not showing respect. That was a big part of the story, wasn't it? They was like, you're just not good enough to face me. You don't want to face me. You know, don't ruin my WrestleMania by making me face you. And he tapped. I mean, that's controversial as well. Tap to your own move. It was quick. Yeah, there we go. Talking about it now. It was a big statement. Like it does do a lot for Jay, but I don't know if it. What does it do for Gunther? You know. He taps out, chant. Someone has to come out. Maybe because he's been a bit mean to Gunther. Gunther won't come out and be nice to him now. He taps out. Maybe Jimmy comes out. You know what? It was nice to see him yesterday, Saturday even, but I didn't want him to turn heel. That was my big feel. Because I think Jimmy's been doing a good job at kind of bringing his own kind of career back up as well, reinventing himself. So big year. Sami Zayn. We talked about earlier on, is he turning heel? I think he would have turned heel at WrestleMania if Kevin Owens was still involved. And this would be a new way to do it. He's being very nice at the moment. He's waving to all the fans. He weren't at WrestleMania. And he did put that picture up of not being involved. And the picture he showed was him watching from the sideline as Jey Uso was on a big screen. All right, let's get to some of these comments. Sludge says, hear me out. Ludwig comes out and Jay and about to brawl with him. The Gunther music hits. It looks like he's going to go for Jay, but Ludwig late. And we get Ilya Dragunov. Well, talking late, I got to the comment a little too late, it would seem. But I like your thinking there. But we got something going on with Sami Zayn here. Kimmy says, looked like Jimmy would turn heel on Saturday. And when he stood in the ring, I was worried about it, man. We've seen it too many times. Yeah, someone's come out. No, it's his old theme song for Sami now. I can see a fun storyline of Roman telling Jay made him main event Jay, so to return the favor, but I don't know who would be the heel. Possible. Comic book didn't see this one coming. I think he's going to turn heel. Because yeah, we didn't get it with Jimmy, so I think we're going to get it with Sami. Lovely Fred Perry polo on there, by the way. You know who likes a Fred Perry polo? You know who likes a Fred Perry polo shirt? This man right here. Little hug there with Sami. Because look, I've had a great chat with fellow Fred Perry fans. Imperium. Anyway, back to the action. Enough of me promoting myself. Sami Uso chant. Dash you, says Jay. Sami and Jay at SummerSlam. Could be. This is a vibe, says Kieran. Faxis is back in the house as Rusev is back. We want Aid in English. That would be cool. The old Rusev Day connection. Thanks for joining us, mate. Never been a massive fan of Sami Zayn, says Casper. That's a shame. Jay doesn't look happy. He'll come in. Give the people what they want, says comic book history. You hadn't. Yeah, I interviewed Gunther a while back now when he was IC champ. You saw Ludwig was in that as well. If you haven't had an opportunity, guys, check it out on this channel. Had some great interviews in the past, if I do say so myself. Great conversations with the likes of Bailey and LA Knight as well. Good conversations with Bianca Belair, Liv Morgan. But back to Sammy, though. He's saying it's been hard on him not being at WrestleMania this year. Where are we going with this? Sammy didn't want to come to Las Vegas, he said. Maybe didn't want to, yeah. He had to come because he had to see Jay do it, I guess. Is that what we're going to say? Let's say he's the first one to stand in the ring. Let's say he wants that belt. He's here. And so you're proud of him. Okay, but now he's going to turn. Because if he just said, I'll tell you I'm coming after you, it's a respect thing, He said this a few times, Sammy, about getting the world title. And he should have become world champion at last year's WrestleMania. The story they told was great, but it was for the wrong belt. He'd already won the IC title before. Great promo here from Sammy. Loving Jay, but it ain't going to end that way, guys. Surely not. And if it don't, there's going to be another big moment on this Raw. Is Sammy wearing a Tops card tag? I'm not sure. I didn't spot that. You deserve it chant for Jay. Sammy's turning. He's got to turn. It's a nice moment for now, though. The history between these two. This is Raw After Mania. We're here to celebrate. Hit his music. He's going to hit him during the yeet. He's going to hit him during the yeet. He's going to hit him during the yeeting. He's dancing with him at the moment, but it ain't going to go that way for long, I'm sure. All right, he's getting out of the turnbuckle. Everybody's getting up to yeet. Sammy's really hyping it up. I see you guys in the comments. You know what I'm thinking. He'll turn. It's a matter of time, says Casper. Kieran says, I can see it in Sammy's face. I'm feeling so tense. I'm feeling so tense. All right, here we go. Get to the chorus. All right, loads of yeeting. Everybody's yeeting. Sammy's down, though. They're zoomed out too far for this. They got to zoom in. Oh, no, he's going to be out there yeeting embarrassingly on his own. And everybody's stopping because they know what's going on and Jay's not understanding it. Sammy's staring at him. No, I know. It's a hug. It's a hug. Okay, it's a hug. All right, Jimmy's coming out now. Okay, it's a big party. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Maybe not, says Kieran. Comic book says, is Jay ahead of the table now? No, Jimmy better not. Maybe if Jimmy and Sammy turn, I guess someone else will come out. It's crazy. Look, who's going to turn? Jimmy Hill turn. I think them both might do it. Oh, they did a nice little. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Jimmy and Sammy turn on Jay. Show my man back Friday. What's that about? Or maybe it's just a nice moment. Maybe it's just a nice moment. I can't relax. I can't relax. Everyone on earth is happy for Jay Uso, says Pat. They're really having a good time in the ring, but I can't enjoy it. I can't enjoy it. I'm scared. I can't relax. I feel so tense. I don't want them to both turn. I mean, it'd be a different dynamic to the story. But Jamie has worked so hard to get. But maybe I'm worrying over nothing. I feel like Jimmy's worked so hard to become kind of his own character, but embrace what makes Jay work. They're having a great time in the ring. Sammy's having a good time. I'm scared. Can we just cut to, if we're not going to do it, can we just cut to the break? Because I feel uncomfortable. This is so weird. I've never really felt like this for an extended period of time in a wrestling segment. Oh, I can't relax. Oh, Jay's leaving. We're safe. We're safe. Even though a Sammy turn would have been entertaining, I didn't want it with Jimmy, and I was. Oh, maybe we're not. I can't relax. On the outside of the ring. Oh, I thought you hit him there. I jumped for no reason. Sammy, don't put your arms up like that, man. You're scaring the life out of me. Oh my gosh. Gunther comes out next, maybe. Yeah. Never mind. There's no heel, sadly. But they're on the top of the ramp. There's still time. Cut. Just fade to black. Come on, let's do something else. Where's Sammy gone? Oh, he's there. Nice celebration. Is that all it was? Unless Sammy takes them both. No, they've cut away. Oh, I can breathe. Oh my gosh, that was as pointless as a highlight. Right, comic book history. Stop being so negative. Good for them. I'm glad they enjoyed it. I just couldn't. I was so tense. Daniel, you know what I'm talking about. That was close. That was tense. Flip an egg. Look, when you've been up as long as I have for the past few days, your emotions start to play tricks on you, man. You can watch that back and clip it and think, what was that guy on? But mate, it's been an emotional few days. It's 3 a.m. in the morning here in the UK. I ain't slept much the past few days. I spent more time live, I think, than I have not live, by the way. Oh my goodness. All right. Celebs at ringside. Oof. Oh my gosh. Oh, I've had these on for so long, my ears hurt. My goodness, guys. Daniel says, a lot of backstabbing lately would not be surprised me, but glad it was just a celebration. Me too, man. What was my heart rate there? I should look back at my heart rate and see if I can. Let me see if my heart rate went higher. I don't know. Maybe it would, but all right. Last night, post-match interview with Logan Paul. Oh, the Karrion Kross distraction they've referred to. All right, where's my heart rate on this app? I can't find my heart rate. Am I alive? Right, where we go? Here we are. Oh, it won't zoom in enough. Right. It went up, but not massively. Oh, flipping heck. Oh, anyway, what a show, guys. This has been fun. I might be coming down from a near heart attack there, but man. Casper says, I could see it eventually Sammy and Jimmy turning on Jay. It did feel like it might be that, right? Old school, says comic book history. WrestleMania ended years worth of stories, and Raw after has set up the next 3 months of stories, right? Yeah, that's the way you got to do it. And I think they've done a pretty good job at that in some ways. Yeah, we are past 3 o'clock, Kieran. Logan looks drunk. So AJ Styles now, talking about losing. Oh, we can see Karrion Kross here. Again, we talked about on the build-up show, but Karrion Kross did this incredible promo that was a bit kind of shooty. Some people think it might be real. I think it's all part of a storyline, surely. But either way, it was fantastic. And we're still seeing him in the background of things. Will we see him in the background? Oh, hey, who is it? Karrion Kross. Here we go. In the bouncing back, this is Karrion. Karrion's angle is so strange, isn't it? It's like, you're great. Like, you know, you're letting Logan come in and ruin things. There he is. AJ said, I hated who I was a year ago. I don't know why you want that guy back. I'm never going back. He's going back. So that's what this is, eh? Karrion is trying to get him to turn. He's saying, if you want to be angry at the world, don't take me down. Whether you go solve it yourself. Scarlett now consoling Karrion as he says, maybe I will. What does that mean? What does that mean? Yeah, you did say Kross and AJ maybe against the Paul brothers at SummerSlam. Could be. But they'd be kind of, if they follow Kross and AJ goes with him, it'd be a kind of heel, right? And the Pauls will surely be heels. That's the show we mentioned earlier on, WWE Unreal, coming to Netflix this summer. Looking forward to seeing it. Going to pull the curtain back, but hey, I'm in for it. I want to see it. Sorry, guys. The yawns are coming in now. Flipping heck. All right, you know what, guys? I'm going to hop out for just a moment. Stay tuned. Don't worry. While you watch the WWE Untold video, I'm not Untold, whatever it's called. You know what I'm saying? It's, again, on 3 in the morning. I'm going to be back in just a minute. In the meantime, I'll promote something as well. Here's our channel trailer.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action. Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action. Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action. Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I can see the War Raiders on the screen. I had to rush off. Look, it's a long night. I'm flying solo, and sometimes you got to go when you got to go. I took an opportunity to get some more water as well, and quickly crammed down 2 blueberry muffins to give me a bit of energy as well. I was getting hungry. All the talk about spuds earlier on. Who's this? Oh, Gunther. At ringside. It's still 30 seconds before we come back on air. Gunther's at ringside. You tapped out, Chant. You ain't looking happy. Anyway, I hope you like what you saw from our channel trailer. If you're new here, that's the kind of stuff we do here at Rebellious Noise. Apologies for me trying to get blueberry muffin out my teeth. What were we talking about before? Oh, yeah. Paul, who was it that said that? If it weren't you, then. Back on the main show, Gunther's having a go at Michael Cole. I'll get to some of your comments, guys. I can see them coming in. We'll catch up in just a moment. I guess he's angry that you just saw the whole celebration. I'm not one who tapped out at Michael Cole. What's wrong with you, Michael? All headset off. Pat's trying to stop it. Maybe that's the match. Good for Pat McAfee. Oh my gosh. My girl's getting attacked. Pat's stopping him. That might be the match, you know. Whoa. Fair play to Pat jumping on Gunther there. I like this. I like this. Oh, he's going from behind. The sleeper's on. This is great. This is great. Gunther needed to look mean. He did it to poor old Michael Cole, though. But then you got the great story of Pat defending him. It's got to be a match, right? And Pat's great in the ring. As much as, you know, he does get quite overbearing on commentary at times. And there's good things about him as well on commentary, don't get me wrong. But in the ring, man, he's been really impressive. They're trying to get him off. Pat's faded. Right. And the Lex change the segment, guys. I'll get through your comments. There's so many coming in. Appreciate it. I want to hear what you got to say about this as well. All right, it's quietening down, actually. So let me get some of these comments. You're making me yours. Sorry, mate. I like to rush off myself. Don, please win. If you got for chant from the fans. Oh, it is for the title. Is that what I missed? Oh, I hope he don't lose the title. Then you said, I hope Finn doesn't come out and calls Dom the match, costing the match, and they need to let the feud between Dom and just simmer a bit. I think they might do it tonight, actually. I think that could be right. So I said, I think the person to beat Dom will be J.D. McDonough. ZZ Top. Was ZZ Top in the house, were they? Is that what I missed? That would be great. Swerve, says Daniel. Kieran, I want Penta to win. I don't want to like two. That would be terrible. I'll be honest. If two titles changed that quickly, cool. Pat is battered on the ringside, man. And there's no more. You know, there's no soundtrack to this because it makes it that much more eerie. You know, those are the guys that would be giving it to you, and they're involved with this. You tapped out, champ. Comic book history says in 2K24 universe mode, Dom helped the IC title for free. Had it for 3 years. Pretty crazy. Yeah, Spud got me thinking about food earlier, mate. What's he doing? Cover, by the way, Jay was out like 20 minutes ago. Yeah, he missed him, didn't he? Where was he? He was getting there late. A little bit behind in the stream. Hope you caught up, mate. Beef, indeed. Yeah, awesome. Really enjoyed this. OMG, says Sludge. This is so funny. This is cinema, says Sludge. Pat did clock him in the back of the head. Michael Cole took that like a good boy. Yippee. Pat's turned his back, though. No, in the end, yeah, he's out, mate. He went out, didn't he? Pat's boys are trying to help. Oh, okay, yeah. I'm not up to Penta. Had to step out. The fans come out. Get into it now. Penta versus Dom. Pat being written off post WrestleMania. It's like, oh yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe Pat's just going away for a bit and then comes back because they should be a match at Backlash. It maybe a SummerSlam thing between these two. Fans, get back in your seats. Even that person there's trying to fan him down or is yeeting in the aisle. Who's going to go on commentary? Oh, that's nice. And they're doing Pat's theme song. That's a cool little moment, isn't it? That the fans just started singing along to Pat's theme song. Right, so we've gone to the ads now. We're 2 minutes and 25 seconds away from the show coming back. But to keep you up to date with what's going on my feed here, I'm seeing Pat still being helped to the back and the fans still trying to serenade him, essentially. He's going to end up being sick. You're right, Kieran. Guys, I've loved this Raw. They've pretty much hit every segment out the park. Just under 2 minutes away from the main feed coming back. Good for on your screen, Casper. Casper, try and catch up if you can, mate. See if you can skip ahead. Once you see what happened between him, and they did a little kind of slower bits after. See if you can skip ahead, mate. Try and join us because we're on the ads at the moment, or our version would be kind of showing, but Pat walking off with everybody up the ramp. Well, they've got to get some commentators out there. Pat's really struggling here. One minute and 10 seconds to go until the main feed comes back on. Comic Book History says, what do we have left? Rollins, Dom, and that's it. Yeah. Well, you'd imagine CM Punk would be involved with that, so that probably is, just the one segment. Dom and Penta is, and you'd imagine at least the 45 minutes then. It looks like we're at least going to get to a 3-hour show. Yeah, who would have gotten commentary? I imagine most people were still in town, so they're probably just there waiting backstage for the call. Corey Graves might be happy to get his spot back. Good for went after Michael Cole and put the sleeper on McAfee. Yeah, it was silence. Then we've got 30 seconds. We've got an aerial shot now. Still no commentary, of course, because we've got no commentators. I mean, we're not on the main feed yet, so they've got 20 seconds to fix it. Yeah. Yeah, maybe Corey Graves. Yeah, commentary to get Jody King Lawler. All right, we are a second away. The main feed is coming back. All right, they're buying some time with an ad. Okay, here's the ad for Perth. SmackDown. All right, are they going to announce what the PLE is? And Raw. Send the spotlight. What is it? Oh, they still didn't say what it is. Oh, okay. They still haven't told us what event it is. That's annoying. Ah! Yeah. Not really updated us, though, you know? I know they're just showing a replay of what happened. Michael Cole called that himself, like, I'm not one to tapped out. I mean, what'd you say that for, mate? Look what you did. Oh, Michael Cole's now commentating over his own attack. Oh, no, it's not, is it? It's Joe. What's his? Oh, I always mess with last name. What's his last name again? Joe. Tessitore. Yeah, I was going to say it's Tessitore. Joe Tessitore. There we go. Thank you, buddy. I like his voice, though. They've got good commentators at the moment, WWE. Kind of spoiled for choice in some ways. Well, they need it. They got 2 of them taken out by Gunther. This reminds me of, speaking of commentators, Taz going after Jerry Lawler and Jim Ross, or Jim Ross and Jerry Lawler trying to defend Jim Ross. And they had that jar of sweets at ringside, if you remember that, randomly, and they got cracked over his head. Conveniently positioned. They're both backstage now, and Pat's still coughing up. Selling this well, man. Selling this well. I think he admires Gunther. You can tell. You can tell they have respect for him. Pierce not happy. He's saying, Michael, you should take night off. How can we do our jobs? He's saying, if all this, we can't have opinions. Yeah. I like this. I like that they're telling this story. He's saying, Michael's going to say, nah, man, I don't do that. Yeah, don't give it to a bully. That's it, Michael, go! The legend. Funny, isn't it? People used to hate him. Go on, Michael. Go. Michael, go. What a moment. I like this as well. Like, Joe's not ready. Look at him. I like it. Yeah, Cole's had a face turn, hasn't he? He's a good guy. Cole and Testa finish the show. Go on, Cole. Genuinely, this is one of the most entertaining Raws I've seen in ages. And there have been some good ones recently. Yeah, Michael Cole. Michael Cole. Ah, bless him. Look, he looks in the right state. Poor Michael Cole. Where's his glasses gone? Comment history says Joe has to go. Should have had Punk and he couldn't get involved with Seth come out. Yeah, Punk's had some good times on the commentary, hasn't he? But he's too involved in another story to do that. I think too serious and angry after what happened. Tell me get serious. I really hope Penta don't win, which I can't believe I'm saying. I was so up for him to, become an IC champ, but I don't want Dom to lose after a day. Even though it kind of fits into his character, similar to the Zack Ryder story a few years ago. We've just seen it on Raw with the tag titles, but because Finn's out there so happy, I think what we saw in the comments is true. That Finn is going to turn on him. And that's too much. I love all the big moments and shocks and that, but we can't have that many on the same show. Space it out, man. Glass on the floor, maybe broke. I hope not. Yeah, what a Raw. Finn coming out of him, Karrion, yeah. You've seen what I've seen. I'm so happy for him, man. Showing Finn there, ringside. Yeah, let's hope that turn doesn't happen tonight. It would be great, but not tonight. We've had enough on this show. We don't need it. Dirty Dom chants are huge. Yeah, Kieran thinks it will happen tonight. I don't know, man. I mean, I like what they did backstage. Finn going what stays in Vegas and then looking at the titles if say I'm chatting rubbish. But we've just not only had a turn, but we've just had a one-day title run with other people from Ireland as well. How many more kind of similarities do you want, guys? There we go. It would be cool for Penta, but I don't think it should be under these circumstances. Yeah, Daniel thinks it's going to happen. I think the chat, generally speaking, you all guys think it might happen, right? Something's cooking. All eyes on Finn. One notice when Chavo comes out. Dom Penta will finish a no contest and be devastated. Tom, lose it. Hopefully not. Hopefully don't lose it. Love that walk from Penta. I think it works what Cole's saying now as well. Like they were beat up because they were celebrating essentially, and they should be allowed to do that. I guess you could argue that, I know this was scripted or whatever, but you could argue they should be impartial anyway. But he's saying maybe I did cross the line. But yeah, they've massively been celebrating Jay for ages now. You know, we mentioned it earlier on, right? How Pat gets on the table all the time. Yeah, it might happen tonight, Daniel. And it's weird, isn't it, going into this thinking, I want Penta to get a moment like that. And it's a big moment for the Raw After Mania, but like there is too much of something is, you know, too much of a good thing, right? Yeah, got the bully. Yeah. He said LeBron James isn't attacking Stephen A. Smith when he makes comments about LeBron. Or to bring it to like this side of the pond, I don't know, imagine Haaland attacking Roy Keane or something like that. Oh, wait, I just randomly picked those two names and I realized the reverse, of course, of Roy Keane and Haaland's dad. If you know, you know, but wow. Anyway, let's make another example. Gary Neville getting beat up by... Mo Salah. That would be funny, wouldn't it? I'm joking. I'm just comparing it to the analysis and comparison that Cole gave. Anyway, the match is underway. Ooh. Dom tries to roll through there, gets kicked for his trouble right in the chest. Unless they cheat to win, because really, like, Dom shouldn't probably be beating Penta in some ways either. Yeah, it's funny. That interview they're talking about, Mysterio on the thingy show last night. What's it called? The post show. Really funny. Really funny. Lovely Hurricane Runner for him to fly out the ring. He's come back in with a drop kick though, right at Penta. Penta's now slid out the ring himself. Sorry for scratching my eyes like this, guys. I think I've been doing it a while now. I think it's my hay fever kicking in the middle of the night. What a joke. Woo! Big kick from Penta. See on Finn's face. It's going to make Dom lose as Kieran. Cole having a sell. He's doing a good job. Woo! Penta's flowing over the top rope. Are we getting yeah, feels like we might. Finn cheering him on. They're making a point of showing that. Lovely dive over the top rope. Right, anyway, cool. My eye is itching. Anyway, no ads for us here in the UK, so I'll let you know what's going on, just in case you can't see it. Dom holding his head on the outside of the ring. Cole praising Dominic. Cole's got to be careful when he praises and puts down these days. As he's, you know, making a point, he could get beat up. It's not fair. Finn and Penta keeping an eye on each other. 2.5 minutes to go before the show comes back. Penta's getting in the ring now, stalking his prey. Dom's cowering in the corner, but Penta's not letting him go. Asks for silence from the crowd so he can hit him with a chop, you'd imagine. Woo! So the commentary continues, by the way, guys. If you're unfamiliar with how it works internationally, again, that these matches continue. Michael Cole's even talking about having conversations with Bron Breakker and stuff like that. Of course, there's no Bron Breakker tonight. He lost his title to Dom yesterday. Finn, don't screw Dom, says Casper. 1 minute and 45 seconds to go, but Penta's now making his way up to the top rope. Getting the fans behind him with the taunts. Although, saying that, again, the fans are so much behind Dom. Dom's taking control now, doing a little bit of dirty business. Kieran still thinks it. Dirty Dom chant again. We're about a minute away from the main feed coming back. Dominic Mysterio is well in control at the moment. Finn Balor is on the outside, loving it. Asking him if you can hear the chant, I think. Yeah, he's trying to get them to sing along. Loving it in a moment, or so he says. Oh, Dom's tying up the mask of Penta. That's cool. And he's stomping on his head while his mask is tied up to that bottom rope. You know, he's got the tassel on the back again for those that can't see. The ref is now untying it as Dominic is celebrating on the top rope. That is very cool. Cool little spot there. I hope they show that on the replay for those that didn't get to see it. And if not, I hope I described it enough for you. Dom now kind of taunting and stomping away at Penta. 10 seconds to go. The show will be back on the air. 5 seconds to go. Chicken tendies chant starting as well. Hopefully by the time it comes back, it'll be even louder. Here we go. Woo! Face it the mat there for Dom. Chicken tendies chant is done. Ooh. Handstand top rope into that stomp from Penta in the corner. Yeah, Dom's still doing heelish things. He's definitely still a heel. They're showing Finn a lot more than they're showing Carly, aren't they? They know what they're doing, even if it don't happen tonight. In some ways, like the feud's been bubbling for a long time, so I'm like, yeah, doing it now would make sense. I mean, I thought it might happen at WrestleMania, but woo, what I don't want is Dom losing the title so quickly. That's the issue for me. Lovely driver there for Dom. Very close to the mat, though, for the head of Penta. A bit scary, but they got away with it. Oh, super kick to the head, to the gut. Penta going up top. Signaling, I think, for the Mexican Destroyer, but it's kicked by Dom, who then bounces off the rope himself with a beautiful tornado DDT. Goes for the pin. Ain't going to get here, though. Surely, no. Finn looks disappointed. They're really amping up Finn. You know what I'd like? If he turns on him, but the title doesn't change hands. That maybe tries to cost him. Penta doesn't win still. Dominic somehow gets away with it. Don't know what it does for Penta. And Dominic realizes, I think, did he hit his head on the back of the turnbuckle there? A huge slap to the chest, but I felt like Dom's head whacked so fast it might have even hit the turnbuckle. Beautiful. Oh, lovely kind of head scissors there. Then a Mexican Destroyer. Yeah, ain't looking good for Dom right here. John Cena said to Michael Cole, Dominic can be better than his dad ever was in the future. That's a big claim, but I understand praising him, but man, that is massive. Look, maybe in a few years' time, we'll be coming up back and saying, well, yeah. I think it'll be in a different way. His career's going to be very different to Ray's either way. But, yeah, big claim. Finn saying, okay. So Finn goes to check on Dom. Dom saying, what you doing? Go over there, getting away, help me with Penta. But Penta does a kind of Hurricane Runner thing, I think it was. Throws Finn into Dom's legs. Look quite rough as well. Who's that? JD McDonough is pushed Penta. 619 by Dom. Wow, they've not gone the way we expected. Frog splash. Pick up the win. They were clever with that. Congrats, WWE. JD is back quicker than I expected. Finn looks confused, though. This is still going to bubble under the surface. What was that, says Kieran. Wow, says Daniel. They're all going to be part of the Judgment Day, but Finn, surely. What a shock, guys. Then again, I think someone did mention JD in the chat earlier as well. Who was that? If you're still here, they get known. Props to you. All right, it's 3:33 in the morning, guys. Whew, I'd imagine about half hour to go. Finn's not happy and confused. He does look confused, doesn't he? Look, he's not with him there on the ramp either. Oh, the rest of Judgment Day come out and celebrate, though. Finn's with him. Oh, okay. He's more surprised that JD's back and he didn't know. I mean, JD's his tag team partner. I like this with the Judgment Day, man. I like this. Finn's like, yeah, cool, yeah. Wow. I really enjoyed that, guys. And again, we've been saying we want this storyline to continue, right? And yeah, I think they've done really well tonight. They didn't blow quickly. You know, they didn't do it twice, essentially. Again, short title reign, like ridiculously short, twice in one night. They didn't have 2 turns. So yeah, man, I really enjoyed that. All right. Commentator saying they're trying to get an update on Pat. Finn turns on the Judgment Day. Or is he kicked out of the Judgment Day? Looks like they're leaving him behind, don't it? Yeah, I agree, Casper. Great show. Great show. And don't forget, we're going to be hitting you with an instant reaction review straight after the show goes off the air. You're watching a watch along now, but we'll have an instant reaction review as well. So stay tuned for that. Vikingo there, of course, been shown in trying to help Rey Fenix against El Grande Americano. Interesting that they're showing this now, and we've already seen Chad Gable. Oh, then again, what's Chad Gable got to do with this? Not much, right? Great match, that. He's been amazing. That 450 thing he did was so cool. Yeah, like Edge and Rhea and Damien is what they do. It's in the DNA of the Judgment Day, isn't it? I mean, it's not the same, it's not really the same group anymore in some ways. Daniel agrees with Casper. Great Raw. These ridiculously Photoshop videos, pictures even. El Grande Americano. We had El Grande Briticano in the chat earlier, didn't we? Long lost brother, I think it was. Backstage now, Seth, Paul Heyman. I looked at Paul and I went to say Roman Reigns. That's how kind of link they are, you know. Punk and Seth together. Yeah, it must be. We're getting close, aren't we? Surely to the end of the road. But JD is back. You're right. Comic book history. That Paul Heyman look. It's the thing. He's different with, like, when he came out in Punk, he was different to how he was with Roman. He's different with Brock. But the Roman thing has changed. You know, he's been a lot more kind of jovial or scared at times. And his expressions have changed. And now I knew quickly, as soon as he turned with Seth, his face would drop again. He would get angry. It'd be a conniving kind of, you know what I mean? Like, ugh. And I think it's what he needs. He needed that freshening up. It's been fun, basically, having him as a babyface. And Seth's been good as well, but I think it gives them both new life. And this is a new story to tell. New story to tell. I'm interested. And that's all you can ask for, right, as a wrestling fan. Michael Cole's just on the downer, man. 2 minutes to go. Back to the main feed. But basically, they're showing a replay now. They're talking over what happened again with Gunther and the commentators. Cool. Yeah, he is amazing. His character work is unbelievable, isn't it? Punk has to come out for Seth and Paul segment. Yeah, I mean, he's backstage. So, yeah, it's got to be. Where's it going to go? Well, how do we end the show? How do we end the show? Like, there's no other twist to do. We did the twist last night. So what's the big moment we end the show on if it is that segment? I can't see there being much else. Unless they do bring out Becky and it creates a stable. Or The Rock. Maybe The Rock is going to be there. Maybe there is going to build this thing with Cena and Heyman's the manager of, like, maybe there's a new faction. Like, getting worked up now, aren't we? 1 minute and 5 to go to the main feed. Comes back on. Comic book history says John Moxley needs to come back and earn a Heyman run. Imagine if Heyman was the Manager of the Shield. Gunther fingers going deep. Yeah, they're showing it a lot. I like it though, because Gunther, he didn't look good. He needed something like this. And you could say, what, beat up a defenseless man? But, you know, it makes him look vicious. Gives him proper heel heat back as well. So, yeah, big fan. Big fan. Still being evaluated, they're saying. Brock is the prediction from comic book history? I don't think so. Yeah, I mean, again, I keep saying that there are so many things in these stories where you're like, oh, that won't make sense with Brock. But because of all the kind of stuff behind the scenes, it doesn't look like we're going to get anything like that anytime soon. But what else would kind of be up there? I mean, no like NXT call up. No more returns, I don't think. Who's been away? Has anyone been away from the main team like a Brock? You know, is there anyone that you can think of beyond Brock that's just been away for a bit? Or maybe it doesn't end with a surprise. Maybe it just ends with a brawl and they're like, yeah, next week, well, I don't know, I hate each other again. Right, so we are at 3:40 a.m. here in the UK. There we go. Burn it down. This will be interesting seeing their first entrance together. The audience are whoa in it. Seth's got to shut them down though. Like, oh, he's not now. He's dancing. It's really, really strange, isn't it? Yeah, there's always rumors about that sort of thing, Kieran. You never know. Casper says, yeah, great good for a segment, though, even at the expense of Pat McAfee. Yeah, but it could lead to a good match, Casper. Steph is still Seth, says Daniel Wright. Yeah, he hasn't really changed, has he? I think he might be different on the mic. But yeah, great Raw so far. We're getting towards the end of it now, guys, but I do want to know what you thought of the show overall. And again, we'll be back for the instant reaction review coming up later. We'll break down all the big moments once again. Yeah, looking forward to it. Stay tuned. It's going to be on the same stream, by the way, guys, so you ain't got to go anywhere. We'll have a quick turnaround time for it. The show will go off the air, and I'll get straight into my review. Once again, thank you for keeping me company. Yeah, it's been a great show, Daniel. Intrigued how they end the show, says Casper. Me too, especially such a hot show. Like, it's got to end in a big way, it feels. Otherwise, it'd be just like WrestleMania, ending on a dud. I'll be happy if Seth was a face. Yeah, he's not going to be now, is he? All right. What's he going to say? Well, we know Punk's there. All right, he's waiting for him to sing his song. All right, come on, get on with it. Some of us got a review to do, mate. And then get to bed. All right, yeah. Sing. Come on. Get on with it. Drop some shocking lines in your promo and make him go, ooh, and then get to Punk, and then how do we end the show? Guys? What's going on? What is that? Is it thank you, Seth? Casper's had a real shot in the arm as far as adrenaline goes. He's not feeling tired anymore. Look, Casper, I remember hours ago on the build-up, you were saying you didn't think you were going to survive. You didn't think you'd last even the start of Raw. But look, it's been a good show. And I thank you, mate, for sticking with us, keeping us company as well. Everyone else in the chat, those lurking in the background, we appreciate you as well. CM Punk chant, OTC chant. And Heyman don't look impressed. Yeah, Heyman handed him the mic. CM Punk comes out, goes straight after Paul Heyman. Could be. I don't think Roman's going to be there. So what is the feud then? Maybe Roman's going to go away for a little bit. I think that's the most likely. CM Punk versus Seth properly. Because you can't have them both. Like, this feud can't continue as a triple threat feud, I don't think. You got to deal with one, then the other. What? F.U. Heyman chant. They're trying to blur it, but you can roughly make out what they're saying. All right, come on. Get on with it. Get on with it. He's going to talk. Ooh. Comic book history says My Way greater than Thane. It's catchy though. I got to say the Travis Scott song is catchy, but yeah, My Way, big fan going out of Limp Bizkit, and what a WrestleMania thing. We all know. Right, so he's saying his usual stuff. I'm a visionary, blah, blah, blah. They're booing it. He's quieter than usual. He said, I took the wise man from Roman Reigns and I was still CM Punk's best friend. Yeah. Good. I like the way they built this story. It's been good. Seth's the winner remain at WrestleMania. Custody of Paul Heyman. Oh, let me jump. Static while we're drinking water, mate. Apologies. Yeah, here we go. CM Punk's coming out. Didn't even let him speak. I don't think he wants to speak. Look, taping up his wrists. He's on his way to the ring. Amy's business. So they're just going to fight, be pulled apart. And then next week we get something from Heyman on the mic, maybe, or on SmackDown. But it'll probably stick to Raw now, actually. They're going at it. What will be different to the several pull-apart brawls we've seen between the two of them, guys? What's going to be different? Here we go. CM Punk is here. Now, if we're going for the usual length for the show, we've got about 14 minutes left, but it's not strict on Netflix, so it could go either side of that. The stomps have stopped, and he's turning around to look at Paul Heyman. You effed up chant. And as Andy said, Punk did mention The Rock and John Cena. So maybe this feud will get mixed up. I don't know. Oh, okay, he's put his hands on Heyman and Seth pulled him back. I wouldn't mind seeing Becky go with a stomp with Seth and Heyman because, you know, Punk's mentioned her a few times. Hairbands out, hair's loose for Seth. The chant for the OTC. This is the thing. You feel like something's going to happen anyway. You got a third member of this feud. Even if he's not going to continue in it, people are going to feel like something will happen. So that's an option. They'll chant for him. Something's got to end this, right? Okay. Nevada Film Office logo has come up for some reason. We want Roman chant. Executive producers. Okay, it looks like this is the end because, but Heyman went to speak. We're going. Okay, we're going to conclude the weekend of WrestleMania 41. And in the news. Think about Seth doing save wrestling. Cena did ruin the wrestling yin yang. Yeah. Right. Talking about WrestleMania 42. New reign defending undisputed #1 top star. Are they building towards Seth and Punk next year as a 1-on-1? Is that what they're saying? What are you talking about? WrestleMania 42. It's all about Seth, though, you know, so I don't think we're going to get anything else here as far as them teaming up with someone, because their point is that Seth is on top, is the most important. What's this? Oh, Roman Reigns. All right, this ain't over. Not only Raw, but this feud, apparently. Okay, Punk's being thrown outside. And Seth awaits Roman, who's not arrived yet. His music's hit. They're cheering. And here he comes. He is here. But then we got a whole thing with the Rock and Roman as well, so maybe. Maybe. Because again, do we just end with a brawl? Like Roman's going to take out Seth. He's hyped up, and now he's been left with Heyman alone, who looks distraught. Oh, Superman punched to Heyman. Maybe it's just how it ends then. Just a little bit of comeuppance on Paul Heyman. It's a big moment to see him get Superman punched. You want the spear on him? I think you might give him the spear. Ooh, who's that? Braun Breaker. Ooh. He's the new Paul Heyman guy. Which doesn't solely make it about Seth now, but is he the new Paul Heyman guy? And he's just speared Punk as well. They are using Braun. Mate, this is what Lucas was saying after he lost the title, that you just felt like this has to mean him going on to something bigger and better. And an arm around him from Seth. Oh, man. See, this is a story to end the show on. Oh, what's he going to do to Roman? What's he going to do to Roman? Oh, a fight back. He's fighting back. We're not over here, guys. The show is still going on. He's only mad that he lost the title. This is Kieran. Talking about he's gonna get even here with Rage. He runs around the raw spear through the barrier as expected, but still enjoyed. What a show. So is he now like Seth's like henchman? Wow. We ain't done. We ain't done. He's put him in the ring. Yeah, it's a brilliant there. Paul Heyman has recruited a new Paul Heyman guy. Watch what's about to happen to you. So he's gonna stomp Punk, and he does. This is crazy. Braun and Seth together with Heyman. I don't think many people predicted this, guys. We definitely didn't mention it on the show, did we? Even then, to see a hooded figure just spear Roman Reigns out of nowhere to save Paul Heyman and a stomp on the OTC. Oh, man. A kiss to the head from Paul Heyman, slapping him, saying, "You done good, boy." Wow. That's it. Arms in the air. Seth, Breaker, Heyman as their wise man. as you see Punk and Punk and Roman laying on the mat. Yeah, Casper loved it too. Well, that is it, guys. Monday Night Raw, 21st of April 2025 is in the books. I say that. It's way beyond midnight for me here in the UK, but an incredible show. Really, really enjoyed that. Guys, it's been so good having you on here for the watch along. Don't worry, we're not done yet though. Raw might be over, but we're going to hit you with an instant reaction review in just a moment. But we'll wrap up here. Stay tuned. It's going to be on this very channel. It's going to be on this very stream as well. We are not going anywhere, guys. Do a little bit of housekeeping in the background, but we are going to stay here for the instant reaction review. Kieran, good to have you on board, mate. If you're off to bed, appreciate that. I know it's a late old night for us. Hey, come back and watch the instant reaction review on demand if you wouldn't mind. And yeah, great having all your comments here tonight as well. Again, just a great show. Really, really enjoyable. Monday Night Raw was off the chain. Right, let's get to the next portion of the show, which of course is going to be our instant reaction review. We're going to be back with it right after this.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.
That's it, guys. Welcome back to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. And it might be pretty much 4 a.m. here in the UK, but that doesn't mean I am not excited and thrilled to be here with you talking Monday Night Raw. This is your instant reaction review to the Raw after WrestleMania. And I said, look, we don't get to do these often for Raws, but the Raw after WrestleMania is a special event. And this one was special. It was genuinely one of the best in recent years. And that's, you know, sometimes not really saying a lot when some of the recent ones haven't been amazing. There's been good moments on them, but this one, every segment I think was great. Like every single segment was amazing. Gonna get to some of the comments here. Again, appreciate you guys that have stuck around since the watch along tonight as well. It's been so much fun. We started with a build-up show earlier on, then we did a watch along, and now you're here for the instant reaction review. I love it. Comic Book History says, damn, it wasn't Aleister Black, but Braun was a better choice. Yeah, if you don't know what we're talking about, guys, we ended the show with CM Punk, Roman Reigns being taken out by Seth Rollins and Braun Breaker. Braun Breaker is a new Paul Heyman guy. Casper says, what a show tonight. 10 out of 10 for me. Really enjoyed Raw. Mate, I can't complain. I can't complain. There's not, yeah, there was just so many good notable stories on this show. The best Raw I've seen in a long time, says Daniel. Of course, Daniel joined us for the watch along. Appreciate you've been with us for quite a while now, mate. Your first time as well. Any first timers, guys, please subscribe. We appreciate having you with us. Drop your comments. Let me know what you thought of Monday Night Raw. Again, it was a big show. The first Raw since WrestleMania. And man, they really, honestly, knocked it out of the park. I thought it was genuinely one of the best Raws I've seen in a long time. One of the best Raws after WrestleMania I've seen in a long time as well. Casper says, as I said, off the chain to deliver after WrestleMania. Yeah, WrestleMania went off the air kind of feeling a little flat for us, right? If you haven't seen it already, our instant reaction review, basically, here's the recap. Night 1, good. Main event night 1, really good. Night 2, really good. Main event night 2, not so much. Now, we had some John Cena stuff here as well. We'll touch on that because we'll go through everything that happened on the show, guys. We're going to go all the way through it kind of in chronological order, essentially. But we start with the big stuff at the end of Braun Breaker. We're going to get there properly. So, again, let me know your comments. What did you think of Raw after WrestleMania? And what do you think of basically each and every one of these segments and matches? Because there was so much to talk about and to break down on this show. Look, again, it's 4 a.m. in the morning for me, but I might be going to bed when the birds start singing. But hey, I'm here for it. It's been a long weekend and it's been a great time spent with you guys here. So let's get into it, guys. Let's break down what we saw on Monday Night Raw. It started out with John Cena. John Cena makes his way to the ring. this time with those kind of plain graphics that we saw at WrestleMania as well. Does your typical, what I'm going to call your typical heel John Cena promo of 2025, it doesn't tell us a lot in some ways, but does give us a little bit of clarification. We talked in the build-up about how on the Pat McAfee show, he said, look, I know wrestling's going to continue. I'm not saying that. It's that I'm taking this title, the one held by Bruno, the one held by Punk, you know, I'm taking this away. And that's his kind of new angle, essentially. So they basically, you know, the fans wanted to cheer him. The fans wanted to cheer him, but they went back and forth about it. And it ended, the segment ended with, well, no, before we get to how it ended, we had a great spot where he put up a graphic, a plain one again, of course, this is modern John Cena now, of how many dates he said he'd have at the beginning of the year. I think it was 36. And then he impressively was like, here, named them all. And they went down, I think, to 27. He said, that's it, 27 left, and they're not all matches. So you better get used to this and you better take it in, essentially. Anyway, that was great. But the best thing about the whole segment was at the very end, he stood there looking smug as ever. The camera slowly starts to zoom back because we hear the fans start to rumble. They start to cheer. And then in the background, waiting in the wings, is the Apex Predator looking to strike. And he did. He hits him with the RKO. Of course, Randy Orton we're talking about here. And it reignites one of the most legendary feuds in professional wrestling history. And I've got to be honest, there were times where that feud was dull. There was times where it was like, this one again, but it's been so long and you got to run it back one more time in John Cena's final year. Look, again, we did a watch along. I'd love it if you didn't join us for that, to go back and see some of the big reactions and stuff like that. I was over the moon about this. I was so excited to see Randy Orton in his position. And it makes sense. We spoke about this on the build-up show. It's a ready-made feud, right? Because you've got their history, running it back one more time, and the Cody Rhodes situation as well. It links with John Cena and it links to his friend, former Legacy member, Randy Orton. And eventually, I think it will link to Randy Orton turning on Cody Rhodes. That's the way I see it. That's the way I want it to be, at least. But hey, we can't always get what we want. But tonight, I got a lot of things I wanted. I think Monday Night Raw started on an incredible note. Yeah, Cena's promo was dragging a little bit, but generally speaking, really, really good result at the end of it. Casper says Raw was better than Mania for me. You know what? Mania has some great matches and great moments, and it's Mania. It's I think ultimately Mania is better, but I mean that sparks the conversation. I think a lot of people are going to have similar views as you, Casper. Comic Book History says Bloodline with Punk versus the Monday Night Messiahs at Survivor Series 2025. You're going to add for Survivor Series. We've got the date in the books for that as well. John Cena segment was good. Really enjoyed it. RKO on John Cena. So, yeah, that's how we started the show. We started it big, man. We started it hot and heavy and fast, apart from Thingy droning on for a bit. But, yeah, that's what we got. Then, straight into it, guys. Lyra Valkyria, Becky Lynch defending against Raquel and Liv. Now, I felt like this meant Becky was going to turn. Of course, Becky returned at WrestleMania to help Valkyria. They won a tag title. She put her over massively in the press conference with Little Rue's help. And I was thinking, you know what? I think they might hot potato this title. They might give it straight back to the champs. And I'm not usually a fan of that. But as I said on the watch along, it's not like they book those titles well anyway, usually, right? And these guys have held it a few times. They're actually a credible team these days, Raquel and Liv. So, yeah, why not give it back to them? Because that is easier to tell a story there for them to go to NXT when they are facing off against the winners of the pre-show match, essentially. So, that's an easier story to tell there. They might, we said it as well, they might, depending on when you're watching this, you might already know, but they could lose it there as well, which would be crazy if you had 3 champions 3 nights in a row, 3 changes and whatever else. Right. Bringing it back to the match itself, though, entertaining match, but ultimately it did end. The big story coming out of this one was that Becky Lynch did turn, and it happened because your typical thing, really, Lyra pushes, I think it was Raquel onto Becky. Becky was frustrated by this, and they ended up losing the tag titles. A lot of kind of concerning spots at the end for Lyra. I think she came across well, but there are a few where she looked like she hurt herself. Like there was one where she did a finish, I think it was, and like Raquel, I mean, she's tall, right? And Lyra's not, so it's a tough move to do, but she looked like she landed on her foot. There was a few kind of rough moments there, but Becky's not happy about this. They've lost their tag team titles already, and she turns. And this is what the story is for me. You could argue, oh, would you have to do that with the titles? But again, that's going to go off, and we're kind of back to where we were anyway. Now we get Becky going after Lyra, and I know a lot of people being like, at the moment she comes back and wins a belt. That was kind of frustrating, and now she's going after another one, surely, with the IC. But that's good for the IC. This is good for Lyra. So it's the issue is when they stay at the top and they keep winning those titles. Now that you've got mid-card titles, there's an opportunity to do something else with it. So yeah, for me, big fan of the segment. 2 out of 2, smashed it out of the park straight away for WWE. Casper says, Becky turned heel on Lyra, repeatedly destroying Lyra over and over again. Thanks for reminding me, mate. Yeah, she knocked her down, I think, with a clothesline. Then she just kept kicking her. Lyra kept just being like, what are you doing? I'm so upset. And Becky was like, let her off. And then come back and do it again. And Lyra just didn't, like, she sold it, but she weren't, like, knocked out cold or anything. So Becky just kept coming back and beating her up. Casper says, I love Becky, but... what did Lyra do? I guess she sees it as she cost them the match, or it's kind of a weaker version of that story being told, but still quite enjoyable, as far as the end result. Excuse me. Right, let's move into the next segment, which again, what did you know? Knocked out the freaking park. It was a big surprise here as well, and that was in the form of... Did you know it was Rusev Day? Look, a lot of people guessed it was Rusev Day, not just because it's Rusev Day every day, but today felt like a particularly good Rusev Day. And my goodness, it was. The New Day came out. They did a good little kind of quick promo about being the bad guys on top, essentially. Then Maxine Dupree came out with her little gang. Nice little promo from her as well. You really do see how she's grown as a performer and confidence and stuff like that. And she said, look, put the titles on the line. They went to do it. Some music hit, unfamiliar music. And it was Rusev. The graphic showed up. I was over the moon. Happy, thrilled, really excited to see Rusev back. And he looked incredible. He was in incredible shape. He come to the ring, didn't really know what was going on. And I don't know if he did it first, but essentially he attacked the good guys, right? I think the New Day split and got out of there from what I remember. And he just, he's a bad man again. But that's kind of what Rusev does, right? Brand new song. It seemed okay. I was watching it with closed caption, subtitles in it, to kind of pay attention essentially what was going on. And it credited the song already. And I think it was CFO rather than Def Rebel. So there is that. But I don't know why they didn't just use his old theme song, which was good. Anyway, let's get to some of these comments here as well. Casper says, Rusev Day destroyed the Alpha Academy. And Maxine was looking great here. Yeah, really good on the mic. Good work. El Grande Briticano is back in the house. Thank you for joining us on the build-up show, of course. And you're back here for the instant reaction review. Appreciate it, mate. You said, I called it the Dangerous Alliance. My goodness, was there a Dangerous Alliance unveiled at the end? Of course, referring to Seth Rollins, Paul Heyman, and now Bron Breakker. Let's touch on that later on, though, because for now, we're going to move into the next segment, which, what do you know, was another surprise. We got Io Sky coming out. Nice little promo to just say, hey, I'm a champ, and, I appreciate you. You appreciate me. Isn't that lovely? Stephanie Vacquer's music hit. This is it. Her main roster debut, looking good in blue. Makes her way down to the ring. Says, look, I respect you. I'm here to give you flowers, essentially, but I'm here to challenge you as well. And that she did. They had a good match. It started out, I don't want to say sloppy. Started a little slow. Their chemistry seemed to kind of be hit and miss at times. But as the match progressed, they got, I think, more used to each other. And some of the spots became more impressive. And ultimately gave us a good match until it was ruined by another NXT member in Roxanne Perez. I say NXT member. She seems to be hopping all over the place these days. And this is the thing about these NXT call-ups on Raw After Mania. They're not necessarily call-ups in the old sense where this is it now. You're here. It was more of an advertisement for NXT because not only did Roxanne Perez come out and ruin the match, Julia come out to ruin as well. So Julia goes after Io Sky. Roxanne Perez goes after Stephanie Vacquer. And it was like, wow, it's cool seeing all these kind of characters together. And then Rhea Ripley's music hits. She comes down to the ring. Yes, and no contest. Yeah, it kind of ruins it in that sense. But that's the point of it. That's the story they're telling. And it fed into kind of NXT and the story that is being told there as well. And I think it was a good advertisement for that as well. So I know there are people in the chat that weren't familiar with some of the ladies that popped up on our screen from NXT. But hopefully this kind of piques your interest and gets you looking at more of their work. But yeah, NXT's on fire right now. It's the best it's been since the Black and Gold era. And I think they deserve to have eyes on the prize. So hopefully people will tune in going forward. Casper says, Io Sky, Stephanie Vaca and Julia getting involved was great for NXT. Roxanne Perez next, looking great here with Rhea as well. Yeah, and again, seeing Rhea in there with these women, it was really cool. It was really, really cool. The women's division is good on Raw and SmackDown, but everybody knows, it's been talked about for a while now, the women's division on NXT, I don't want to say it's where it's at, but like it's where a lot of good stuff's happening. So yeah, that was pretty cool. And it just kind of made me think, what we're going to get in the future now, even if they're not called up full time yet, what we're going to get next. Then, man, talking to stuff I would recommend you going back and watching on the watch along. Oh man, the next segment, I had like my heart in my mouth for most of it. I mean, first of all, talking about heart, it was putting on the heartstrings. What we saw in the opener, essentially, to this segment, you had a promo package about Jey Uso's career, and basically getting to the position he was in to win the world title. Then he had his big celebration entrance, which you would imagine. Again, I said it on air and I've said it throughout some of the streams recently. I know some people aren't massive fans of Jay's stuff. Like, not everything about his character is for me either, but I understand that it's not for me. But I can appreciate the stuff he is doing. I'm getting involved with a Yeet here and there. I've got a Yeet shirt. I'm not even his biggest fan. I just appreciate him and I think he's doing all right. But it was a great moment. I think he deserved this moment. And then that's exactly what they got. They let him do his music. The fans, of course, wanted it to happen again. They did it again. And I know at this point you can go, oh, come on, we gave you that moment. This is the point. You just keep doing the same thing. You're all in it about an entrance. But I think it was in that moment. If there's any time to give him something like that, that is it. And then this is where my heart was like, ooh. They bring out Sami Zayn. And Sami Zayn says, I just want to be the first one to come out here and congratulate you. And I thought, oh, okay. He's going to turn though, right? Because we talked about surely he might have been turning and leaning, towards Kevin Owens if that match took place, but maybe he's doing it here instead. Oh, he's going to turn. And he said, no, we're going to have a party. We're going to celebrate. They got up. They started yeeting together. And honestly, if you watch it back in the watch along, you'll see that I was tense for about a good 5 minutes, or what felt like 5 minutes at least. I said, please, just fade to black or do something. Like, I'm getting so tense. Anyway, he got down. He went over to Jay. Jay was on top. And I was like, oh, my gosh, this is the moment. This is the moment. I felt it was coming. Like, because the audience, I think, must have as well. They started getting quieter. And Sammy just stood there. And I thought, oh, no, like, this is it. He's going to stop yeeting and realize behind him, someone's turn. Like, and he's coming after him quick. No, I was wrong. He got off the top of the rope. And then what do you have? What do you know? Jimmy Uso comes out. And that's when I really started to get worried. I thought, look, I don't want Jimmy Uso to turn. He's done such a good job at trying to reinvent his character alongside Jay, considering Jay being the biggest star these days. It's been a hard job, being the heel and having to come back from that and taking that role. So I've been saying all weekend, I don't want him to turn on Jay at WrestleMania. I don't want him to turn on Jay here. And I thought, oh, no, it's going to happen. Then I thought, oh, it might be a bit different. Him and Sammy, that's a new dynamic, both being heel against Jay. And I thought, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. No, they just celebrated together. Then they got out of the ring, and you'll notice there's a bit where I literally pretty much jumped. I had to check my heart rate after this. I was terrified. I genuinely thought something bad was going to happen. Sammy's arms went in the air, and I thought, oh. It was fine. Ridiculous. But again, I'm super emotional, guys. I've been up for hours. I've been streaming for flipping hell most of the day, it feels. And we've been doing that all weekend as well. And of course, we appreciate your support. But my goodness, was I on edge for this segment. And ultimately, we didn't get a turn. It was all right. It was fine. I still think we might. But I was a bit too fragile to get tonight. So, yeah, I'm all right with that. Jey Uso video package, says Casper. But then we see Sammy and Jimmy turn on Jay eventually. You can see it happening. Surprises just kept coming. Yeah, the surprise here was that they didn't turn, right? That was a kind of shocking one. Then I think it was good. It didn't need everything. There was another point later on that we'll get to that we were talking about in the chat and watching on that we were like, it will be good, but not tonight. We'll get to that in a little bit. Right. Then we get, was that actually the next thing? Let me look at these notes here. Am I missing anything here? Sorry, after this. Oh, that's what we got. Gunther came out during the break. It came back to the main feed. And then he was having to go at Michael Cole. Michael Cole's, what the heck? You know, I ain't the one that tapped out. Gunther didn't take this kindly. Smacked him upside the head. Started beating up, started grabbing him, started putting a choke on him. Pat McAfee wasn't going to let it stand. Jumps out of his seat. Bomb on the top of Gunther's head. And then Gunther turns his attention like the big bad beast that he is to Pat McAfee and takes him out. All Pat's goons jump over the guardrail to try and help him. You know, you got all the people from the back coming out to try and figure out what's going on, take these guys apart. Pat is not being let go of. He passes out, sells it beautifully. And again, all his mates sell it as well. Really, really cool. He's get taken to the back. The fans start serenading him with his theme song, which I thought was quite a nice touch as well. And Pat sold it well. So, look, it looks like we're going to get Gunther versus Pat McAfee. Not something I expected. But again, in hindsight, you look back, these are guys that overly celebrate Jey Uso. Now, Michael Cole was saying, like, how can you do this to Adam Pearce? You know, how can you allow this to happen? Look, this can't happen again. We're here to try and, you know, we're having fun with fans ultimately, but you can't just get beaten up every time you're criticizing someone. But at the same time, they're supposed to be impartial. So, but yeah, I think it makes sense now. You know, you look at it, you go, obviously Gunther don't like Pat. You know, so really, really enjoyable segment here as well. Again, it reminded me of Jerry Lawler, the King, and Taz back in the day. So, yeah, very, very enjoyable. Gunther almost killed Pat, says Daniel. I do think we're going to get that match eventually. Maybe not yet, though. Maybe at SummerSlam. Maybe Pat is going away. We talked about that in the chat, didn't we? Maybe Pat's going to have some time off. He does that every now and then. Usually announces it, but maybe this time they've just played it into storyline. Love the Gunther segment, though. And his return will be massive, by the way. It'd be great. And people love it when he comes back, generally speaking, anyway. So, yeah. Segment was great. Said Daniel as well. Yeah, can't find a bad segment on tonight yet. Not at all. Not at all. Not a bad segment at all. The only thing was like me going, oh, come on, Cena, hurry up. But other than that, it was good. Couple segments went a little long with the entrances, but overall super raw. Yeah, 100% agree with you there, mate. Gunther said to Cole and Pat McAfee, yeah, celebrating. Man, really good. Really, really good. Right, then we had Dominic Mysterio defending against Penta, and this was a big fear of ours. We were talking about it in the chat. We were worried that Dominic was going to lose the title straight away. And it felt like, you know, he's the kind of character that would. It reminded me of Zack Ryder winning the IC title. And years later, I can look back at that one day thing and go, you know what? We had that moment, and that's okay. And I thought that's what we were going to get with Dom. And my big fear was, like, not only that, but it was hot potato of a title again, which I'm not a big fan of. But, like, where it works, it works. And it did work in the earlier segment. Don't do it twice on one show. And don't do a turn relating to that as well in one show. And it feels like it's coming because earlier in the night, they were celebrating backstage, but Finn came in. They kind of stopped. Dom, Liv did some great acting, by the way. I was like, come on, like you said, she seemed quite nervous. You know, as long as it's back in the I was going to say tree house, the clubhouse, it's, you know, it's back in the judgment. That's all right, right? And Dom said, look, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And yeah, it's all right. And then he looks at the title a little bit too long, a little bit too lovingly. And we think, oh, no, it's coming. And it is coming. It is coming. But it didn't come tonight. A great match between Penta and Dom, as expected. But the big fear was, you know, I want Penta to be a champion. I want him to have a moment like that. But I didn't want Dom to have it taken away from him. I didn't want a hot potato a title. And I didn't want to rush this feud. We talked about it simmering for a little bit. And I think it is continuing to simmer. Part of me thought that maybe he won't lose the title, but Dom will be attacked at the end. Wasn't the case, though. Dom gets out with a celebration and everything, and it's all because of JD McDonough. Casper was worried about Dom losing the belt here and Finn turning, but it is coming. And Daniel says the Finn turn is coming, but they were smart letting it simmer. Seeing JD is great. Yeah, it was a very unexpected surprise. I mean, how many surprises on this show? And they don't got to be like someone like Rusev coming back from, you know, the wilderness of catering in AEW. That's not a dig at AEW, but let's be honest, it didn't really get used. When he left WWE, I was saying the same thing. And oh my gosh, it's going to be great here in AEW. Another man like that, Aleister Black, could be seeing him on SmackDown, of course. But here we go. Talk about Monday Night Raw for now, and Rusev coming back, and now JD coming back in a different sense as well. Very surprising, really cool. And I like that Finn was like a bit like, but you're my tag partner. You're like one of my closest in this group, and I didn't know you were coming back. You could tell it was like that. They're celebrating up on the ramp. Everybody's coming out. You know, they're having a good time. You know, the tag champs are coming out as well, and Liv and Raquel. Carly is, of course, there. JD's over the moon and celebrating with Dom. And Finn's kind of like encouraged to get involved, and he celebrates a little bit on his own, and he's happy just to be part of, like, yeah, I'm part of the Judgment Day. We're great. It's coming. It's coming, and I love it, and I love the fact it didn't happen tonight because it wasn't needed tonight, and it would have been overkill. I mean, already there were so many big moments on this show. We had a Karrion Kross, AJ Styles confrontation backstage. Good to see Karrion Kross. Again, if you haven't seen it already, check out Karrion Kross's incredible promo we did with Sam Roberts last night. We covered it on the build-up show. I know the build-up show, the idea is to get everybody hyped up and in the mood for a show, but you'll notice from having watched our build-up show, if you're with us, that we go on random tangents and stuff like that. So skim through that for some of the hot topics as well, because we did dive quite deep into the Karrion Kross situation on there. Good to see that he's still got a job, and it can't all be you know, legit, even if they're playing into real life things. That was really cool. You know, him backstage with AJ Styles, AJ trying to turn AJ back, and AJ saying, look, I don't want to be that guy again last year. Let's see if there's anything else I missed from the show, guys. Let me know in the chat if I have missed anything before we get to the final segment. What else do we have? Just scrolling through some of the notes here. It doesn't look like there was anything else on the show. If I've missed anything, guys, let me know. But if not, we'll head into talking about the main event of the evening. It wasn't a match, but it was a big, big moment. And one where we kept thinking, how are they going to end this show? Like a pull-apart brawl between Punk and Seth? Like, we've been there before. And we didn't want what feels like night 3 of WrestleMania to end on a dud like night 2 did. So we're thinking, is this story gonna go somewhere else? Clearly, are we gonna get just a good promo? Punk was there. We had seen him backstage. We thought, is The Rock actually involved? Is this a stable like people suggest? Kind of. We don't know where it's going, but kind of. And we'll get to that in a minute. But yeah, Paul Heyman, Seth in the ring. He's doing his usual kind of stuff, and he's getting it in, but he's talking a bit quieter and kind of, you know, cockily. Punk's music hits. I almost spat my water out because I weren't expecting it at the time. Runs down to the ring. They basically start going to blows, and they get in control. They get in control of CM Punk, start taking advantage of him. The OTC's music hits. He comes out. I was surprised he was there. I was thinking, oh, wow, they're continuing this feud. I thought this is going to be a 2-man thing going forward. They mentioned WrestleMania 32 and how Seth is like the biggest star now, and it was seemingly all about that. And I thought, oh, maybe there isn't a stable then, because Paul Heyman's focus has got to be on Seth being number 1, right? The only way that works is if Seth has an understudy who's clearly an understudy and is a henchman. And my goodness, did we get that? Because although the OTC come out to save CM Punk, well, to kind of get his own back, I guess, also for, you know, losing out on Paul Heyman, he tries to do that. He hits Paul Heyman with a Superman punch. Meanwhile, by the way, the graphics had come up to end the show. The copyright graphic, the Las Vegas media, whatever it was, the executive producer, Paul Levesque. And I know they've done that in the past to kind of, you know, they did it for CM Punk's return, for example. This felt like a genuine mistake. It felt like it went a bit too early. But the show continued. Superman punch, great. And then he sets him up. In the corner, goes for the spear. They film this beautifully. Because as he runs forward to start the spear, someone spears him in a hoodie. And I'm thinking, who's a big beefy man? Who's that? Hood comes back. Bron Breakker. Bron Breakker has aligned himself with not only Seth Rollins, but Paul Heyman. He is the new Paul Heyman guy in a segment that I think was fantastic as well. Get to some of these comments here. Casper says, another big shock. Blockbuster segment with Bron Breakker as the new Paul Heyman guy. And I did see the Karrion Kross thing. Yeah, the Karrion Kross promo was great. And he was also in the background of New Day's promo, wasn't he? A segment, American Made done a segment. Yeah, that was kind of in the in-between bit when it was on a break, when Chad Gable basically come out and praised El Grande Americano. But yeah, thanks for the reminder, buddy. And Seth Rollins, CM Punk comes out after Roman and then heads, the Superman punch. It was a good Superman punch as well. It took it well. I should have mentioned as well, they did bring back Joe Tessitore. I keep mixing up that name. Hope I got it right at that time. He's a great announcer. Apologies. And they played that really well. You know, Michael Cole was like, I'm not being bullied by Gunther, and he came back and continued the night as well. So well done. Like, so much great storytelling here on this show. Yeah, I can't wait for Raw next week. And that's what you want, right? That's what you want. I mean, funnily enough, I came out of night 2 of WrestleMania wanting answers, but I weren't like, I can't wait for Raw. I was excited in some ways because it's Raw After Mania anyway. And, you know, if you're with us on the build-up show, you know, I went in the best of kind of spirits at first. I was hoping it would be good, and we were talking up the possible surprises, and some of them were obvious. Some of them are things we got, like Rusev and NXT interaction, not from Fraxium, who we did expect. But look, that is to come, and there are so many good things to come. After ending last night on a down, I'm so pleased I'm going to bed in a better mood this time around, essentially. A really, really enjoyable Monday Night Raw. And yeah, again, want to know what you guys think. Let me know in the comments whether you're watching live or whether you're watching on demand. Let me know what you think of Monday Night Raw. The Raw after WrestleMania 41 is in the books, guys. And in my opinion, one of the best ones we've seen in recent years. Certainly one of the best Raws lately as well. Raw on Netflix. We've had some really good ones, don't get me wrong, but this one was stacked. Daniel says, yeah, looking forward to NXT tomorrow and SmackDown than Raw. I'm such a mark. Mate, I get you. Look, we said earlier, is NXT night 4 WrestleMania, essentially. Let's hope that's a big show that they knock out of the park as well. Some great stories to pick up on from Stand and Deliver and from Monday Night Raw now with the women as well. Casper says, need a great show and a great colleague. It was terrific. We can sort of call the Becky heel turn, but still, yeah, even though it was predictable, it was still fun, right? Again, keep your comments coming, guys, and especially those on demand. I want to see what you have to say as well. There will be a separate version of this video, although you're watching it live on a watch along. It'll be separately uploaded as its own video on the channel as well. So yeah, if you're watching there, drop your comments. Let me know what you thought Monday Night Raw and why it was the best show you've seen lately, right? Especially for weekly television. As you said there, Daniel, though, weekly television continues. We've got SmackDown this weekend as well. I'm trying to think if I can somehow cover it. I'm that excited. I don't think I can, unfortunately, but stick with us on the channel. We'll do as much as we can. Again, we don't always get to do watch-alongs because it is at silly o'clock, as we kind of mentioned earlier on. For me here in the UK, it's 4:30 in the morning, pretty much. And by the time I get all this stuff done before I get to bed, it's going to be birds chirping and daylight. But look, I do it for the love of the game, guys. I'm here all night because it's been such a great WrestleMania weekend, enjoying it and spending the time with you guys. Again, if you haven't already, we've got plenty more content for you to view on this channel. We've got obviously you don't need to see what predictions for WrestleMania, but we do have reviews of WrestleMania Night 1 and WrestleMania Night 2 on this very channel as well, uploaded separately but also uploaded in a combined effort as well. So this is the thumbnail you look for Night 1. This is the thumbnail you would look for Night 2. But if you just want to watch them all in one space, they're uploaded separately on this channel as a together, I should say, as a combined video as well. So you can hear my thoughts, Lucas's thoughts especially as well on Night 2, which was great. If you haven't managed to watch Stand and Deliver and I've talked you into it, you can have a watch along experience of that as well. And if you do want to see my thoughts and opinions as they actually happened on this night's show, check out the Raw After WrestleMania watch along as well. It's not just watch alongs and reviews here on the channel, though. We've also had the opportunity to interview the likes of Zelina Vega in the past. Great conversations with Rhea Ripley and with Damian Priest. We didn't see this woman tonight, by the way, Bianca Belair, which I was a bit shocked by, but still some great stories being told in the women's divisions tonight, and some great stories in these conversations as well. So if you haven't already, go check those out on this channel. Please subscribe for more great content like that. We had a big target this weekend. We wanted to get to 1,000 subscribers on the channel, and we managed to do it thanks to you guys. And I really, really mean that from the bottom of my heart. I'm so appreciative. We've got some new friends joining us tonight. I saw a lot of new names in the chat for the build-up, the watch-along, and this instant reaction review, and also a lot of old faces, a lot of old screen names, I should say, that we've seen from the past that have been with us for quite some time now as well, and we appreciate all of you. Daniel says, thanks very much. Thank you, Daniel, as well. I know, again, you said it's your first watch-along, so thank you so much for spending the night with us as well. Casper loved Raw, 10 out of 10. I'm so glad you stayed up, Casper. well. You know, you kept us company. You were really tired, and I appreciate that. I hope your headache's doing well now. But yeah, we've had a long weekend, all of us wrestling fans. But yeah, those overseas, outside the States, you know exactly what I mean. It's been a little rough. My voice is starting to go now, guys. So I think that's my cue to start wrapping up. Yeah, Stack turned on the family at Stand and Deliver as well. Big stories coming out of NXT. Big stories coming out on Monday Night Raw. Thank you so much for joining us, guys. Subscribe if you haven't already. I know it's a cliche thing to say for YouTubers, but it really does make a difference, and it helps us grow, and it helps us be able to bring you extra content like this as well. We'll be back soon. I'm not quite sure when, if I'm honest, but don't worry, it won't be too long. And any big news in the wrestling world, you know we're going to try and cover it to our fullest as well. And we'll also do Backlash content in depth, as we always do for the PLEs. We hit you with build-up reviews, get you guys and us in the mood for that show as well. Thanks again, Says Casper. Thank you as well, mate. And again, I'll see you guys in the next one.
Welcome to the Rebellious Noise Pro Wrestling channel. On this channel, we bring you some great content from inside and outside of the squared circle. We will go through and offer some in-depth analysis of the biggest events of the year, as well as bringing you exclusive interviews with some of the industry's biggest names. There will also be live show reviews, in-depth features, and podcasts. So make sure you give that subscribe button a slam so you don't miss any of the action.